The hero grips a lottery ticket like it's a lifeline, hunting down the exact 10 digits of the Loco 7 lottery, and if he nails them, he could land a mind-blowing 4 billion yen. The young guy snags the exact winning numbers and hits the grand prize. Now that kind of money hits, he's probably done working for good. The hero daydreams about sliding his boss a paper stamped with his parents' factory name and quitting for real with a resignation letter. Then a young man paces his room, and out of nowhere, the phone starts ringing. A strange phone number flashes on the screen, and a voice on the other end demands the hero's name, then orders a money transfer to him. The hero's jaw drops when they call him Kazura Shin. Kazura's phone won't stop ringing. Somebody demands he donate to space exploration, quizzes him on whether he believes in God, and then insists he'll pitch his plan, while a former classmate calls to ask to borrow money. The doorbell blasts, and through the crowd of people, a young man spots an elderly woman he's never seen before. She represents a volunteer group and tells him they're drowning in money troubles right now. The doorbell keeps blasting nonstop, and the guy outside the door demands to know how much the young man earned, while his phone flashes a brutal warning: 52 missed calls. The hero dials his father and spills everything that just happened. Then Kazura snaps, "Does he know where you can hide?" as the young man shoves his life into a suitcase. The father snaps back that things are deadly serious, then tells Kazura about a mansion buried far out in the Gunma Mountains, passed down through their family, and the young man clings to every word like it's lifeline. Kazura's father swears he spotted that mansion about 30 years ago, and back then, it was still in great shape. Then right on cue, he demands they transfer 100 million to them on the spot. Kazura can't help but beam, thanking him for the tip, and before the joy even settles, the father starts pushing for 500 million. After a while, our hero barrels down the road at breakneck speed, miles flying by as the GPS keeps flashing that Kazura is almost at the meeting spot. The hero ends up staring at a one-story mansion in Gunma Prefecture, and Kazura slams the car shut, swearing this place was left to rot 30 years ago, all of it swallowed by a thick, dark forest. He steps inside and spots a silent, empty corridor, no furniture anywhere, just bare walls, yet the place is weirdly spotless and clean. Kazura can't believe it. The abandoned house looks spotless, like nobody ever left it. The hero's eyes narrow as he wonders if someone could really live here. So the young man decides to poke around. And honestly, he's pretty pleased with what he finds right now. At the end of this dead, endless corridor, Kazura spots a door, and the moment he sees it, it hits him. Her location feels completely wrong. The hero strides to the door only to find a lock bolted tight on it, like the mansion is sealing up a secret room. He's totally lost at what's behind it, and then Kazura gently taps the lock. Crack. It crumbles and drops to the floor with a sharp ring of metal. The scared young man loops the rope around the door handle, then tugs it from the far end of the corridor, careful and trembling, while Kazura shakes uncontrollably, clinging to the thought that he has to succeed. Kazura eases the door open, and boom, an empty, totally ordinary room sits there in front of him. After a quick look, he figures it's roughly 6 tatami mats big. The moment the hero steps across the room's threshold, everything snaps into a brutal, endless corridor, long, narrow, and stretching into nothing. The walls, floor, and ceiling look downright wrong. Kazura whips around, and horror hits him as he sees the mansion's corridor stretching on and on. He can't decide whether to turn back because what he's looking at is so unreal, so impossible, it basically scrambles his brain. The young man storms back to the mansion for the bag, and the hero drops into a seat like, "Wait, let me check if my shoelaces are tied." Kazura tiptoed down the strange corridor, sliding his hand along the wall for balance, and just ahead a turn waited. Then the hero spotted something on the floor around the corner. A skeleton suddenly crawls into view in front of the young man, draped in a tattered, ancient cape, and Kazura's jaw drops in shock. After a while, the hero ends up out on the street. Kazura tries to dial 110, but his phone is just out of reach, so he shoves forward, walking and scanning the area. The moment the door swung open, it yanked him into a place he'd never seen. Straight ahead, Kazura's got a clear view of the village, where people are busy out on the ground and small, one-story houses huddle everywhere, with jagged mountains looming in the far distance. The hero is blown away by this paranormal twist, and he's frantically trying to figure out whether he's in Europe or America. So Kazura waves at the closest guy and in English introduces himself as a tourist from Japan. A skinny guy replies to him in Japanese, and the moment he does, he blurts out an apology, saying he understands nothing at all. Kyuzura immediately assumes they're in his homeland. Still, the hero can't hide his disappointment. The young man says he's here for an excursion and blurts out where the nearest station is. And when the other man apologizes again and admits he doesn't know, Kyuzura gasps in pure shock. The hero gets hemmed in by villagers one by one, and one of them shoots a question. "Did you come for Nelson-sama?" The kid's lost, totally confused by everyone's reaction, and then boom, the word station hits their ears like it's the first time they've ever heard it. Kyuzura stares at everyone in shock, still refusing to believe he really made it to Japan, and not some random other world. A young man spots old antique tools and dust-covered dishes, then clocks the villagers' looks and realizes they're barely developed. So when he takes it in, the whole crowd gapes at him in shock. Kyuzura grins and says he's a traveling merchant, then thrusts out his hand for friendship and offers salt and medicine, and the hero can't help but hope this is his chance to explore every corner of this world. Suddenly, the young man jolts, an unfamiliar girl's voice cuts through the air, and before he can stop himself, he's caught up thinking, "Yeah, I'm pretty handsome," when she asks him about medicines. The trembling girl yanked the door open and stepped outside, staring at the stranger through tears, begging him to tell Kyuzura to give them medicine and save her father's life. One of the men leans in and calls the girl Valletta and promises them they'll finally cure the village head. Valletta is overjoyed, and Kyuzura immediately blurts out, "Is my father sick?" Valletta tells the young man she can't offer her sick father the right food, and she has zero money to hire a doctor. Then the girl drops the truth, she's practically been abandoned. Kyuzura grips her bag handles so tight her knuckles go pale, and you can feel the nerves in the air. Because the hero can't stop thinking, "I still haven't said what medicines I'm carrying." The young man asks if he can inspect the village head, and Volta nods him in, thanking him for the help. Then the girl slowly creaks the house door open. They'll let us sit right by her father's bed, and the man's hands won't stop shaking as he whispers about medicines, until Kyuzura locks eyes with him and realizes this isn't a simple prescription problem at all, because those medicines don't exist. The young man slaps his hand to the man's forehead and blurts out the symptoms. His eyes are hollow, staring into nothing, while the girl snaps with a shiver. Kyuzura keeps insisting the man is trembling head to toe, and when he finally looks up, he spots Valletta breaking down and crying. Cracking under the pressure, the young man blurts out that everything's fine and that he can still be saved. Valletta's eyes brim as she rushes to her father, begging him to believe that it'll all be okay. Kyuzura got the words out, and now it's his turn to deal the meds. The young man stuffs her with a whole stack of basic medicines, plus a jar of syrup and a handful of pills. Valletta drops to her knees beside the bed and with trembling care feeds her father his medicines, then holds the jar to his mouth, urging him to drink every last bit. With a bright smile, she says she feels way better and offers Kyuzura to stay the night, thanking him for the medicine, so he agrees, then clutches his shirt like something in his chest is hurting. The hero vows to himself that if Valletta's father keels over, he'll be forced to hand over every coin and crawl on his knees begging for forgiveness. Then he thanks her, and she shoots back that she'll take him to the room. Shut in that room alone, the hero paces back and forth while Kyuzura snaps that the girl's father can't cure lipo, so the death clock is ticking, either tonight or tomorrow. As the sun slipped away, night rolled into the village, and a pitch-black sky burst open with 1,000 blazing stars. Right then, Valletta pounded on the door and shouted Kyuzura's name, and the hero dropped straight to his knees, bowing hard to the ground as he blurted out apologies. Volta and her father stand in the doorway, and the girl blurts out that he's finally recovered. Then the man clears his throat, introduces himself, and apologizes for not being able to greet the hero sooner. "I'm Valen, the head of this village." And with relief in his voice, Valen thanks Kyuzura for the medicines. Still bowing, Kyuzura stares at the two of them, stunned. He snaps that it's insane the drugs couldn't save a dying person, especially not in just a few hours. A little later, the soup steams in a tiny pot, then Valen takes a sip of the medicine and says he bounced back way faster than he expected. Kyuzura just stares, shocked too, because normally the medicine doesn't last for days, it's just good for several. Valen stares at the hero and says this medicine is absolutely unbelievable, and he straight up asks how he can possibly thank the kid, while the hero can't stop thinking, "How am I this surprised right now?" Kyuzura insists he wants nothing, what matters most is that Valen is healthy again. Then the hero takes a sip of the soup and you can practically feel the kindness in every spoonful. He leans into the plate and spots bugs drifting in the vegetables and greens. Then Valletta blurts out that she caught Arcadi's bugs, and the young man's jaw drops in pure shock. The girl leans in and asks the young man if he's already eaten, then grins and says, "Around here, these bugs are top-tier food." Valen lights up and says he loves eating beetles because every single one always tastes amazing. Kazuura grabs the soup and drinks again, but his hands tremble like crazy. He even says it tastes kinda like lean corn soup. After a while, Valletta leans in and tells Kazuura he'll need to rest soon, so she drops off a futon for him. He thanks her, then blurts out that he still owes her something and starts digging through his bag. The hero shoves a bag of salt into the girl's hands, and Valletta's jaw drops because she's never, ever seen salt this pure, this blindingly white. The girl stares at the package, thrilled that it's shockingly see-through, and Kazuura can't find the words to explain it. So he blurts out that this kind of thing was invented back in his country. Valletta squints at the package and blurts out that she can't make out a single word. Her dad taught her to read and write, but these letters are totally new to her. Meanwhile, in private, Kazuura's jaw drops at just how incredible this world is. Suddenly, the girl locks eyes with the hero, turns dead serious, and he tells her the medicines he gave her father actually work. Too bad they cost a fortune. She throws herself at Kazuru's feet, begging him to help the other residents too, and promises she'll pay him back someday. If it has to come to it, he can even hand her off or sell anything he wants. Kazuru snaps back, telling her to stop and lift her head, but her tears hit him right in the chest and leave him embarrassed. Kazuura is stunned. Why are there still patients left in this settlement? The girl snaps back that nearly half the villagers are sick and almost every mother has nothing to feed her baby. And yeah, the hero never saw any of this coming. The young man knows that if he won't step up and help, people will get hurt, because that's also how he'll win Valletta's heart. Then the hero grins and promises the flag will go up, meaning he's about to save the villagers. Kazuura blurts out that he doesn't need the money, he just wants permission to stay here. The girl refuses to buy it, repeats his words back to him, and demands to know if he's really sure. The young man insists people's lives matter more than money, and Kazuura can't shake the feeling that it all looks wildly suspicious no matter how he tries to see it. The hero begs the girl to just trust him, then it hits and tears explode from her. She sobs so hard she can't even get a single word out, and Kazuura rushes in to calm her down. Volta rushes to apologize to the young man because her violent reaction scared even her, and her whole body is trembling. Kazuura snaps back that it's been brutal for them all this time. Volta's barely holding on, she's already at her breaking point. The hero kicks the door back open to his world, bag and flashlight clutched in his hands, then declares it's time to save everyone, even if it's going to be brutal. And Valletta and Valen are stunned as the door finally swings wide. Kazuura sprints down the long hallway back to the mansion, shooting a quick wave at the skeleton sprawled on the floor, then pounding his thoughts, "Get there fast." The wind howls through the corridor. The young man slides into the car and estimates the nearest convenience store is about 40 kilometers away. Out here in the wilderness, sickness is everywhere, with 50 to 100 people laid up in the village, and roughly half of them are in serious condition. The hero pushes a cart through the supermarket, scanning everything as his mind races. What food can he grab? What will it cost? How much rice and canned stuff he needs, and whether he must buy milk powder and water. But Kazuura keeps getting stuck on one terrifying thought: does the village even have water at all? So this young guy hauled in 100 kilos of rice, 20 kilos of salt, 10 liters of water, 10 cans of peaches, 5 kilos of prunes, 10 cans of baby food, and 400 bottles of Lipod. The cashier girl stares at Kazuura, stunned, and blurts out if he grabbed all that just to be ready for an emergency. Then embarrassment hits so hard the hero can't even bring himself to answer. Under the night's bright headlights, the road lights up like a runway, just like the young man figured. No way he had time to grab medicine, so he's handing the rest out to people in serious condition and holding onto the LIPOD for now. Kazuura whips around and frets, thinking, how am I supposed to haul all this luggage to the village by myself? The hero needs a cart, but the hardware store is shut tight. Then, right in the darkness, Kazuura spots something. A tiny roadside shed sits there with a cart parked right beside it, and Kazuura's jaw drops at the sight. The hero knows that snatching her away makes him just like the thief, but his emergency forces his hand. Stuffed into a small bundle, the young man left the money for the cart and scribbled an apology on it. Then Kazuura hooked the cart to the car and drove off with it. After a while, the hero finally came storming back to the mansion. hauling a loaded cart stacked with food and medicines. Kazuura can't even catch his breath. He's got to sprint to the sick residents who have been waiting on him, and after everything he just pushed through, the hero finally hits the snacks and tears into a bowl of prunes. The wind kept howling through the long cord, never letting up, while a young man yanked his cart along *, clunk, knock, clang *, making a racket the whole time, and just like Kazuura figured, hauling stuff this way was ridiculously easy. That young man stepped outside, and on this pitch-black night the road vanished into darkness, until his cart slammed the wheel into a stone Kazuura never saw. He snapped on his flashlight and blazing light cut a path ahead. Valletta sprinted straight at the hero, gasping hard as she shouted Kazuru's name, and the second the young man looked up, he froze, couldn't believe she'd woken up at night, and even worse, she stared at him like she couldn't process this. He really was back, hauling that huge cart. Kazura swears he hauled medicine and food all the way from his country, then he tells us to roll her to the house first. Valletta stares at him in dead silence for a beat, and the hero turns to her. Valletta finally snaps back and says everything's fine. Valletta scoots up beside Kazura, grabs on, and helps push the cart with him. Then her hand brushes his by accident, and she blurts out a heartfelt thanks for everything. After a while, the hero finally huffs through the last box and gets everything unloaded. Kazura's back aches like crazy, and he swears it's just a muscle spasm. Then a guy about my size sits down next to him and, without lifting a finger, apologizes for not helping at all. The young man reassures her to drop the worry, then leans in and asks if it's too late to head home that night. She nods, but right away reminds him that some patients are hurting right now, so the heroes waste no time and charge straight in to help the others. Kazura and Valletta rushed up to a sick man's house where even he couldn't stop trembling. Young kids stepped in and fed the elderly woman her medicine, while Kazura handed the young mom and her little child baby food, and Valletta stayed with the man until his shaking finally eased. All night long, the heroes trekked from one house to the next. Then in another home, Valletta leaned in and ordered an elderly woman in terrible shape to sip a magic medicine to heal her, and Kazura carefully passed the vial over. The woman thanked them with all her heart. Stunned by the girl's words, Kazura grabs her neck and snaps back that the medicine isn't as magical as she claims. Then Valletta blows up, insisting she's telling the truth, and Kazura pauses, thinking it over. The girl stares at Kazuru grinning as he helps everyone, and her mind goes, he's incredible. She gulps the medicine and smiles like it's got a sweet, pleasant taste. She even jokes that others should try it too. Kazura chimes in that he likes it as well, sipping it now and then. Then the hero steps in, saying he drinks this kind of medicine every single day because it's always from a different world. With the fatigue finally gone, the heroes knuckled down and sprinted to the old barn, because inside, that's exactly what they were hunting for. Valletta cradles a massive cooking pot in her hands and tells everyone, this thing can feed the whole village at once. People crowd onto a tiny platform, and the heroes start cooking steaming porridge right on the street for everyone to dig in. A woman rushed up to Kazura and blurted out her gratitude for the medicine, because thanks to him, she could finally stand on her own 2 feet again. Not long after, the man leans in and says he's never tasted porridge this delicious, and the woman beside him laughs, saying, yep, just a pinch of salt, too. She looks so healthy it's unreal, and Kazura can't help thinking Lipodi is pure magic in this world. Then he shoves a steaming bowl into the man's hands. A kid barrels up to the hero and demands to know why he's dressed so weird, and Kazura shoots a look at Valletta like, wow, she really stands out. The hero opens his mouth, but he has no clue what to say because someone's calling the kid right now. The kid's mom comes charging in and snatches him up. Then she whips around to apologize to Kazura and bolts away, leaving the hero staring in stunned disbelief. The villagers stare at the young man in pure terror, hanging on his every move, because not a single soul dares speak, and the silence screams louder than anything. Valletta is all nerves, so she turns to Kazura, and he flashes a grin, then asks why everyone's staring at him like he's got something on his face, and the villagers go wide-eyed with surprise. The girl tells him he's got nothing on his face and demands more, and right after that the villagers perk up, chanting for seconds, while the hero is stunned, because everyone just let out a huge breath of relief and now he wants to teach them how to cook rice porridge. Later on, Valletta and Kazura stroll through the village and the hero blurts out, why don't we grab firewood from the empty houses? but Valletta shoots back that it won't be fair to the residents, since those places sit empty now only because the war drove everyone out. Kyuzura demands answers about the war, and the girl tells him the truth. Arcadia and Balval tore each other apart for 6 brutal years, and it finally ended 4 years ago. The war dragged on like a nightmare. Boys and girls alike got hauled off to fight. Beauville kept clashing with other states besides Arcadia, and the neighbors banded together into an alliance. Then, after all that chaos, Beauville and the Union finally signed a truce, locked in for 8 long years. She's terrified that when the world's already ended and war crawls back in, they'll drag her into it too, so Kazuura is completely blindsided. They'll let him shift the topic because the hero's got a plan. He warns that a long drought is deadly, so he pushes to bring the rain back, and he points out how, during World War II, the military got rain going using a bonfire, so if it worked then, it should work now. She insists they already made an offering to Suapusher, but the sky stayed dry and she can't tell if it'll even work now. Kyuzura says they should go for it anyway because he knows an old way. That same evening, the whole village rolled in right alongside Kazuura, and they hauled up a massive bonfire because everyone brings a tree for the flames, and then someone starts shouting for the hero. Valletta stormed up to the hero and asked if she could sit beside him. Kyuzura nodded at once, and then she leaned in and said the kid had been waiting for the rain to finally start ever since the bonfire was lit. Kazuura's spiraling with worry. He promised he'd make it rain, but the hero can't trust it because that claim sounded completely empty. The young man stared at Valletta's hopeful face and practically begged the sky to send rain right now. Still staring at the fire, the girl snaps at the hero and asks why he's come to the village. Kazuura answers that the place is basically right by his home. Valletta shoots back that even if he stumbled in by accident, he still saved a ton of lives. The hero cringed the moment the words left his mouth. Now he just contradicted his own situation, and he hated it. Still, he couldn't figure out why that girl wouldn't press him for answers. Kazuura desperately tries to tell Valletta about what happened after the rain call, then he whips around to face her, and for some weird reason, everything goes deathly silent. He can't tear his eyes off the girl in front of him. Kyuzura's staring like he's stuck, and then it hits. The hero completely forgets what he came here to say. Kyuzura's heart flutters because this girl is stunning, and he blurts out the words he should have said before the rain even started, only for the young man to admit the plan still isn't working the way it should. The hero begs for forgiveness if it won't rain, and the girl snaps back that Suapusher is moody, he's the god of water. She tells him, even if you plead and it still won't rain, then yeah, God just isn't feeling it. A single drop splatters across the hero's face, and right after that, the rain starts pouring in. Everyone screams that it's all thanks to Kyuzura's power, but the hero can't bring himself to believe it's real. Next morning, the young crew headed straight for the river. Valletta shot Kyuzura a question. So what you bring? He grinned and said it was leftover from what they handed out yesterday, and then he got to work cooling the jar and the water so they could chow down for breakfast on canned peaches. He's convinced breakfast will hit different, way better if he gets to share it with a beauty like her, and in his head, he quickly swallows his pride and apologizes to Valent. The hero declares the river's crystal clean, promises to bring that water to the village, and then leans in to ask the girl if she knows anything about a water wheel. Kazuura drags it onto the dirt, and I've never seen anything like that. The hero's trying to get by with tools from this world, but he has no idea how to craft them. Then Letta steps in, saying no matter how brutal it gets, they'll figure it out. The young man flashes her a smile and tells her everything's fine, then says he wants to bring a wheel from his homeland. Kazuura yanks a cold jar of peaches from the water and offers the girl half. She protests that she can't eat before him, but the hero just smiles and assures her he doesn't mind. The girl takes one bite of peach and boom, her eyes snap wide open. She blurts out that peaches are unbelievably sweet because this is the very first time anything has ever tasted that delicious. He grins at her reaction and slides her his half too, then her face crumples, panicked, as she blurts that she can't take it. Kyuzura says this is her reward for everything and orders her to eat it. Then Valletta nods, goes along with a grin, and thanks him for the treat. The hero tells the girl, finish up, and the second you're done we hit the road back to the village. Then he rushes straight to work on the water wheel. Later, Kazuura spots the truth in the store. The wheel won't be ready for 20 days and the price tag is a whopping 3 million yen. The young man fires off a question, can they make a wheel in a week? Then he slams down 5 million up front, promises another 5 million after, and even covers the shipping costs. The shopkeeper snaps in surprise, then says a familiar company will come to his rescue. Your order will be ready in a week, no shortcuts, no drops in quality. Kuzura gives the host a grateful thanks. The young guy wants to craft more gifts for everyone in the village, so he decides to poison himself in a huge supermarket. Kuzura snapped up axes, saws, sickles, hoes, pitchforks, shovels, and picks. Then the checkout girl would learn whether he's truly running the cultivation. The hero says it's almost true, and the store employees are left staring in shock. The hero rolled up with every purchase on a cart, and just like that, all the prep was done. Then the villagers kicked into action, building a brand new water connecting channel. Men corner Kazura and ask if those boards and supports will hold, calling him Kazura-sama, a title the hero absolutely can't stand. Valletta and the other girls rushed over to spill the big news about the break. Then one girl grabbed Valletta and told her, "Go eat with Kazura, I'll take care of everything." And Valletta just stood there, utterly confused. A blushing girl asks Kazura, "Can I sit next to you?" And he lights up seeing her again, then fires off a quick question. Did the tools actually help the workers out in the field? She tells me everyone loved it, and when she grabs one of the tools, she's shocked at how effortless it is to use. Kazura cracks open a can of canned food and the girl's face lights up. Wow, it smells amazing. The hero leans in and declares it's soury fish, soaked and marinated in sauce. Volta admits they eat fish sometimes, but they've never cooked it like this. Then the hero grins and asks, "So do you catch them with fishing rods?" Valletta says, "We do that too," and Kuzura stares at her. She catches it instantly and demands, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The hero can't stop staring at her, insisting she's healthier and looks 10 times better, and she fires back that it's all because of him. Kazura shoots her an embarrassed glance. Then, just a few days later, the young man hauls in every single part of the water wheel and drags the whole crew to the river to set it up, making every villager grin with pure excitement. At this point, the water channel build is nearly done, and the villagers are out there digging a long, winding moat. The man says the water storage trench is dug all the way to the end, and Kazura's shovels made the whole job shockingly easy. So the village men are absolutely thrilled. Because of the whole system, you can cook, sip clean drinking water, and even irrigate crops, and once the water gets distributed, the storage won't spill over. Kazura declares, "All right, everyone to the water wheel," and the villagers huddle over the instructions, then work side by side, snapping into action. 1 hour later, the job was already about 80% finished, so Kazura and Valletta plopped down to catch their breath. A huge crowd surged toward them, led by Valen, and the girl shot a question, "So, did you finish digging the canal?" Kuzura's jaw dropped when he realized every last villager had shown up. The Valen says the only thing left is to hook the aqueduct up to the wheel, and Kuzura just stares at him, relieved because he looks amazing. The young man snaps that the wheel isn't ready yet, then orders them to dig holes for the wheel supports and hook an aqueduct to those spots. The village chief called everyone in, demanding they finish the wheel for good, so the water wouldn't keep turning into a disaster anymore, and just like that, everyone sprinted back to their jobs. Kazura and Valletta teamed up with the villagers and slammed the wheel together, while Valen and his crew tore through the rest, finishing the wheel's supports. A huge crowd packed together and hauled the wheel onto its supports to lock it in place, because before you even pour in the water, that wheel has to be installed the right way. The crew kicks into gear, linking the river to the canal, while someone yells at full volume, "Don't hook up the wheel." Still, everyone sticks to their task. Then the wheel finally roars to life and starts spinning. A massive wheel roars as it spins, dumping water straight into the canal, and every single resident stands there wide-eyed, but Valletta can't look away. Everyone stares in disbelief as the mechanism hums to life, and the water shoots up higher and higher. Kids scramble right up by the wheel, thirsty for the next splash. People sprint toward the fresh water rushing in, and just then, someone yanks Kazuru's hand and shouts for him. Valletta grips the young man's hand with both of hers and urges him to race straight after the rushing water. Then she flashes a bright smile. He tells the girl it's a long run to the village, but she yanks his hand and ignores him completely. Kuzura freezes, not knowing what to do, while Valen shouts for them to pack up their tools and then breaks into a grin. In this world, a young guy and a gorgeous girl tear down the riverbank together, splashing through crystal-clear water while the blazing sun flickers and dances on its surface. Kazura sprawls on the ground, breathing like he can't catch his life. He's done with running. Valletta presses the water into his hands. The young man grabs it and thanks her. After a glass of water, Kazuya finally feels himself snap back, stronger. Valletta tells him it's time to head back since lunch is creeping up fast, and the young man can't wait to jump in and help with the cooking. Kazuya plants himself on the ground with a shovel and starts working, but the moment he turns, his whole face is caked in dirt. Valletta laughs and wipes it all away. The young man rubs the back of his head, visibly baffled, then blurts out, "I'm really sorry," as he throws out a full-on apology. Kazuya snaps that they forgot the tools. Valen shrugs, everything's totally fine. Valletta strides in with the ready-made food and invites them to lunch. The hero praises how delicious it looks, then spots Arcadie's bugs, and the girl caught 6 pieces. In this world, Acadian beetles are pricey country food, and Kazuya is convinced this time there's a feast waiting. Then boom, someone knocks at the door. Valletta cracks it open and peers through the gap, shocked at who's standing there. A young man in uniform stands right on the doorstep, looking painfully stern. The girl tells her father, "This is Isaac Sand, the same messenger as Nelson." Valen suddenly snaps upright from the floor. Valletta snaps into panic, yanks Kazuya by the hand, and drags him into a far-off room, apologizing non-stop as she goes, while the poor kid just has zero clue what's happening. The hero blurts out, "Who's Nelson?" and the girl snaps back that he's an aristocrat the royal family sent to take charge of these lands, while Kazuya stands there, stunned. Valletta tells him they'll hand over a cut of the harvest. During a drought, she makes him measure the damage and decide exactly how much he should get, and the hero shoots back, saying Nelson is already living in those village thoughts. The girl panics, grabs Kazuya, and begs him to stay in the room until Nelson finally leaves. Kazuya nods and agrees without hesitation. Valletta slips out, leaving the hero alone in the room, and he clocks his own clothes like they're waving a red flag. Then his mind races. What does noble Nelson even look like? Night settles over an unknown building as Isaac pounds on the door, shouting that he's back from Grissy, and the man inside just tells him, "Come in." A young man barges into the room, greets Nelson, and blurts out that Grissy's village situation is nothing like Nelson ever imagined. Isaac slides a sheet of paper onto the table and shoves it right toward Nelson, while the tabletop is already packed with all kinds of documents and papers. The young man swears there's nothing to fear, and Nelson studies the report so closely that surprise hits him hard. Isaac steps forward and says the fields are wrecked, so you'll have to take payment in wood for now. Then he promises that once the water canal is finished, the village won't have to fear water shortages anymore. Nelson leans in and demands the young man prove the village had water. Isaac nods and tells him the channel runs straight into the vault. The man locks eyes with Isaac and snaps that it's impossible. Then Nelson leans in and fires back, asking the distance from the river to the village and what the land looks like. Nelson tries to shut him down and explain why this will never work. Then he flips open the map and orders Isaac to really study the geography of those lands. From Grizzy to the river, it takes an adult a full 30 minutes to walk. While famine and war drain the labor force, people had no tools, and it hasn't rained for about a month. But the river's still running too shallow to push water into the canal, and if you reroute the channel upstream, you'll be forced to fight through those hills. Isaac and Nelson stare at the map, but the young man can't make sense of it, where on earth that village water even came from. Nelson claims you could pull it off by carving a canal through the hills, but it's totally unrealistic. Then Isaac shoots back an apology, saying he never figured out where the water was coming from. The man says the village has good news, water's plentiful. Then he turns to the young man and asks how things are going with Risa, and Isaac snaps back that they don't have that kind of relationship. Nelson freezes at his answer, then he snaps back that with that kind of attitude, his daughter won't even so much as look his way. The chaos keeps rolling in the village of Grissy. Kazuya asks Valletta if paying taxes every 2 or 3 months really isn't a pain, and Valletta insists it isn't, while Nelson steps up, lays out the measurements, and helps hammer out the village's problems. Kazuya tells Nelson, "You're a good lord." Then the girl blurts out that since the tax cuts came through, they want to back Nelson and pay even more. The girl figures Nelson can't possibly cough up the money for the royal tax, so Valletta reveals the truth. 2/10 from the field are set aside for potatoes, and everything else has been wiped out by drought. Kazuya asks the residents what kind of fertilizer they use, but the girl just stares back, totally clueless about what fertilizer even means. Valletta says that when they hunt in the mountains, they scatter the crushed bones of Kafuku and beg God for a harvest. Then Kazuya snaps, "What else are you doing?" And the girl answers, we had to scatter the meat too. The young man says if you want killer crops, you've got to fix the soil first, but the girl just doesn't get it. Kazuura says they'll power up the ground with forest humus ripped from fallen leaves, and then God will be ecstatic because the soil will finally get strong and healthy. Valine chimes in, pushing everyone to gather even more together. Later, deep in the forest, the villagers huddle around in glowing wonder as Kazuura scoops up humus. A young man digs up the topsoil and scoops humus for himself, only to stare at his ugly mess and grimace, while the villagers light up, delighted. Kazuura cups humus in his palm, tells everyone to haul it in, blend it into the soil, then scatter it across the field, and vows the harvest will skyrocket. The villagers believe every word. The young man promises he'll go back to his country, grab another cart, and find fertilizers. Then he tells her to deliver his words for him, while someone hides in the bushes, watching the heroes like a shadow. Two kids crouch in the bushes and dart from one spot to the next, always watching Kazuura as he moves, and then shadowing him every step. The girl snaps at Colt, warning him this plan is doomed since they were forbidden to chase the Kasura. Then Colt turns to Muir, smirking, we're way out of his reach. He won't even notice us. The kids spot a young man slipping into the forest, and the girl panics. What if Kazuura finds out? So she grabs the boy and they sprint ahead together. The kids burst out of hiding, only to stare at nothing but the forest, no Kazuura in sight. The girl snaps that Kazuura's a gracier because if he weren't, he'd already have vanished. Colt then shakes his head and insists Kazuura just looks like a normal older brother. Colt asks the girl straight up if she doesn't feel the same, and Muir snaps at him to hurry back to the others. Meanwhile, Kazuya dashed back to the mansion, while the hero headed out to the hardware store with a massive shopping list already set in stone. Inside the shop, a young guy gets handed a bunch of fertilizer options for potatoes, then he picks the absolute best one. Kazuura hauls the fertilizers in and the consultant snaps, how many bags do you need? But the hero grins and says, I'll take every bag you've got. The consultant snaps that it'll come to over 400 kilograms total, and for every 4 macaws, you've got to haul in 30 kilograms. Kazuura's mind races, trying to figure out how he's going to get all of it to the village. A young man begged to rent a truck and help load everything up, then immediately turned to the seller and asked, where are the carts in this store? After a while, right by the mansion, Kazuura climbs all over his brand new cart, solid, comfy, and painfully expensive. The hero suddenly remembers that barn he used to pass, where he found that old cart, and this new one beats it in every way because it folds up so easily. The young man shoved the vegetables beside the old barn, scribbled a note, then grabbed one for himself, eyes widening as he tasted it. Kazuura hauled in 300 kilos, and now he's staring at the tatami like, please, don't fail me. Inside the tunnel, the hero plops down beside the skeleton and drops off something for him. A young man hurried a jar of treats right by the skeleton and basically said, sorry, with every sweet in it. As Kazuura heads back to the village, he spots everyone in the forest digging humus with non-stop focus, so it instantly lifts his heart that things are finally going right. Kazuura slips past the residents and everyone lights up the moment they see him. Volta grabs him and asks what he brought, and the hero proudly says it's fertilizer, like humus, but Volta scrunches her nose and insists it smells weird. She can't even make sense of the word until the hero snaps that it's manure, stuff his country churns out from chicken droppings. The girl's totally shocked to learn the fertilizer is just bird droppings. Valletta immediately asks if she should scatter it on the ground, and the hero nods like, yeah, do it. Kazuura tells her, don't worry, God will use hummus and manure to turn the soil into something fertile, and the girl grins and thanks him. He just shrugs and says, that's all I mean, gratitude for the welcome. The villagers roll up their sleeves and dig in, spreading the humus and fertilizers Kazuura hauled in, as if the whole village is planting hope in the dirt. Valletta smudged dirt across her face as she pressed it to the ground, then she busted her butt to carry the hero's orders, while the sun blasted at its fiercest, right overhead. Kazuura stares across the field and blurts out, is this the last one? Then he spots the truth, there's nowhere near enough fertilizer, so he slams down, I'll bring more. The residents thank him right away. Valen sniffs his clothes and the residents wrinkle their noses, that fertilizer stinks. So the young man nods, then pulls something from the bag. Evening hangs in the air. Valletta heads out to swim, clutching a bar of white soap in her hands, inspecting him like she's got a reason. Earlier, Kazuura handed out soap to a resident and Valletta immediately went, whoa, this is softer than anything back in the city and the scent is totally different. She guessed it had to be crazy expensive and Kazuura nodded like it was the truth. After using it, your skin will smell amazing. She splashes herself with water, scrubs gently with soap, and the foam explodes into thick bubbles. Then Leta snaps her eyes wide, shocked and breathless. She says the soap smells amazing, and just like that, the nasty stink of fertilizers gets blasted away. She dips the strange Leta Nox over a basin of steaming water, then sits right in the middle of the trees, where you can hear the water's soft, steady roar. The girl wipes her hair back, and Kazuura's hard work crashes into her, dripping earth, laboring in the field, all of it stained and filthy. Then she stares down at the soap sitting in her hands. Valletta presses soap to her face, breathes in that sweet scent, and her rosy cheeks are still blazing, while a bright, happy smile refuses to leave her lips. After her bath, Valletta's mood flips to pure cheer, and Kazuura grins, telling her the soap is seriously amazing. Washing with it beats plain water by a mile. Kazuura tells Velin's girl, build a giant bath for everyone, turn it into a real public bathhouse. And Valletta fires back, if we add a huge tank of hot water, everyone's gonna be thrilled. Velin points out that this fancy bathroom is only for nobles, and without permission you can't build a single brick of it, while Kazuura frets that even a water wheel might get them slapped with the law. Somewhere way off in the distance, Isaac slips behind the corner right now and peers into the garden, his cheeks burning because handing a bouquet to that girl feels way too embarrassing. Meanwhile, back in the village, Valletta hurries up and asks, is everything okay? But the girl's stomach drops because she's terrified Nelson will learn about the water channel's new look, especially since the villagers couldn't even build a wheel. Valletta begged Kazuura to train her, and when the hero realized what she was asking, he blushed hard and snapped that it'd be way too presumptuous for him. The young guy leans in and asks the girl to study with him. Valletta's face lights up instantly. She thanks him like he just saved the day, and she agrees right away. The hero recalls how Valletta once dreamed of escaping the village to learn something new, and Kazuura catches her gaze. He can see the huge smile blooming on her face from his offer. The hero tells the girl they'll build a water wheel together with everyone, and Kazuura thinks, you've already brought nails from Japan, next time I want to make them out of bronze. The young man tells Valletta to study every evening once they're done fertilizing the fields. Then the girl looks him in the eyes and pleads for him to take care of her. The sun slips lower behind the mountain peaks, and with night closing in, the village's workday grinds toward its final end. His hero battered back throbbed with pain. He still remembered hauling and loading fertilizers onto a cart all by himself. The hero blurts out that he wants a massage, then the father snaps at Valletta to take Kazuura home and work on him, only for the young man to refuse. The girl rushes up to the hero and warns him not to push himself if he's tired, and Kazuura glances at their filthy hands and tells them to wash up first. After a while, Kazuura digs a book out of her bag and Valletta's eyes light up instantly. The hero then confesses he brought the books to study, but somehow grabbed the wrong one and left this behind by mistake. The girl can't figure out what pictures even exist in the book, and when she touches it, she realizes the parchment is paper thin. Kazuura leans in and tells her these aren't just images, they're photographs, snapshots that trap reality itself, and then he breaks down what the magazine pages are made of. Valletta flips through a magazine and the hero leans in, asking what she wants to learn. She smiles and says it's all law, history, and theology, the kind they study right here in the capital. Kazuura tells her, I can't teach you this, because in his country, they train people a totally different way. The girl grabs the hero and begs him to teach her how to write in his country. Then she admits she's dying to read that magazine all about the interior. The young man leans in and begs her to teach him writing and the alphabet of Arcadia, while the hero smiles like he just found his path. Kazuura blurts that she can't read their alphabet, so he tells her to start right now, and the girl cuts him off mid-sentence. Valletta starts working her magic with a massage, and when she asks if it feels good, the young man grins, he's genuinely pleased. The girl tells the hero to calm down and admits that making a water wheel is going to be a nightmare. Then Kazuura snaps, we need more nails. The hero snaps that they don't have enough nails, then demands they grab more from the city, so he whips around and asks, is there one nearby? Valletta tells him that 2 days from now, the town of Hysteria is waiting ahead, the biggest one in Nelson's entire domain. The girl is heading into the city with the villagers, and Kazuura can't wait to go too. After a while, Kazuura is about to lose it. Volta handed him Valen's clothes, and now he's got nothing left to worry about. Kazuura and Valletta head for the city with Loader, along with his wife, Tiana, and their daughter, Muir, and man, they're thrilled to have that crew riding with them. The hero blurts out that Muir looks just like her mother, then points out she only has Lodier's teeth to hold onto. Everyone's geared up and raring to go because the road is calling right now. The whole crew hit the road and Kazuya snapped, asking if this trip was dangerous, because everyone had their weapons strapped on like they meant it. Lettuce warns that wild animals or bandits can strike out of nowhere, and even though she can barely swing a sword, her father drills her anyway. Still, Lodger is the only one with real combat experience. Kazuya claims he can take care of the piggy boar, so the girl smirks and says she'll hand the piglet over to him. All day long, they trudged forward. Kazuya even bribed Muir with sweet treats along the way, until they stumbled on a tiny house and the hero kicked off his shoes with a quick wipe. In the evening, they headed out hunting, and by morning the whole group kicked off again. Then the moment they hit the road, the ground turned to stone beneath their feet. The villagers from Kazuya spilled into the town of Hysteria, and once the heroes crossed that massive gate, they immediately got swallowed by a street bursting with people. Kazuya, the young man, stares at the city with pure joy, and he swears it's exactly like the Middle Ages movies he's watched. They're slapping walls all around the entire city, and yeah, pretty sure those walls went up before the war even started. Main Street is packed wall to wall with people, and every shopfront is buzzing as customers rush in and out. At a trading shop, Kazuya and Valletta lean in and offer the buyer a deal. Sell firewood for 80 AR. The man snaps that it's way too pricey, so he can only cough up 50 AR. Valletta fires back that they'll just head somewhere else, but the man tells her to wait and sweetens the deal with 55 AR. Valletta snaps that she can only knock it down to 70 AR, then the guy throws a limit on it, saying no one can buy more than 62 AR. The girl swears she'll hunt somewhere else, but the man cuts in, telling her to come find him if nobody buys. A companion blurts out that Valletta's trades were spot on, and the girl snaps back that she was terrified all along, because she never believed it would work. Kazuya just nods like, still, she absolutely nailed it. Lodauer and Tiana are heading out to sell firewood, and the woman's pushing to sell animal skins too. Right then, someone yanks Kazuya's sleeve. Muir yanks the young man by his sleeve and fires off a plea to her father. Can she go with him? Kazuya shrugs and says it's no trouble at all to bring her along. Lodger grants permission and orders the hero to watch over his daughter. Then Tiana snaps that she better obey Kazuya, and the girl practically beams with relief. Valletta grabs the hero's attention and tells him she'll roll out with the others to sell Arcadian beetles and firewood somewhere else. Meanwhile, the city's crowd and out-of-town guests pack onto the street, and everybody swarms around the shops like it's the main event. Kazuya tells Miura that Valletta's raking in the money because she even sold the firewood first. Then the hero and the girls rush off to grab nails, while Valletta slips away to sell bugs. The heroes spot the perfect shop. It's basically universal. Then Kazuya strides in and announces, "I'm here to trade." Rows of shelves packed with all kinds of goodies line the store, and a young guy with a girl slips in and starts scanning everything around them. Then an elderly woman steps out of nowhere, and Kazuya yanks something from her bag and says she wants to sell it. But the woman snaps back that trinkets are a terrible deal. The hero declares it's an ocarina instrument, and Kazuya shows you exactly how to play it. She stares in shock and blurts out that her memory's terrible. Then Mir leans in and says, that melody was stunning. Kazuya's tangled up in getting lost, and when the woman asks what he'll take for the instrument, he offers her 20 AR for both pieces. The buyer nods and agrees, then the hero panics when he realizes he's short on cash. He thrusts out a piece of rose quartz and the woman's eyes snap to it right away. Kazuya asks, so, how much will you pay for it? The woman tosses out 200 AR and the hero's jaw drops. She clocks his shock and ups it to 2,000 AR, but Kazuya refuses to buy it and demands she prove it again. Right then, Mjort leans in and tells him she found a stone here for 1,200 AR, and the hero instantly realizes the whole thing was a trap meant to rip him off. Kazuya declares he'll sell the stone for 2,500 AR, so if she won't buy it, he'll take it somewhere else, then turns to thank Muir, convinced this price is exactly what his lesson is worth. The hero slips a 100 AR silver coin into the girl's hands, and she stares in shock, whispering that she's never seen anything like it before. Kazuya blurts out that he's got a request for a woman, and she snaps back that she won't spill a word, then swears she'll buy the product next time at a fair price. The woman demands to buy more and swears she won't cheat, but Kazuya snaps that he's got nothing left. Selling the same thing would be pointless, so the woman shoots back, I don't think you're that dumb. Without warning, she snaps her arm out, jabs at him, and declares he's totally defenseless. Kazuura, 10 stop. The woman tells him that if he'd taken those same goods to another shop, people would have suspected him of theft, and the guards would have come running. The woman jabs a finger at Muren and says she won't quit, she's relentless, then adds that the silver coins she handed over are the real deal. The drained young man swears he'll remember her words, then the heroes dash out of the store. Meanwhile, a girl barrels down a tight alley, clicking her heels on the pavement while her dress whips and flutters in the wind. A stunning young lady leans in and whispers to her maid that she refuses to even think about marrying a merchant, then calls him stubborn to his face. The maid confronts Lisa and tells her straight up, if you don't love marriage, then walk away and don't do it. Lisa shoots back to Isla, saying maybe the rumors are true, that she's not as cold about Isaac as people think, and she can still picture it, the bouquet he handed her. Lisa claims her dad is probably trying to marry her off to him, and that's why these dumb merchants and other guys keep flooding her with gifts. The girl snaps that she's exhausted and wants to sell gifts to hit the shops. Then the maid tries to move fast, but she slams into someone on the road and loses her chance to finish. But Kazuura is down on the ground in front of her, clutching her chest, gasping that the pain is absolutely brutal. Isla rushes up, blurts out that she's sorry and that she didn't even look around, then stares at the hero in pure horror, while everyone nearby turns their heads to stare too. Lisa rushes up to Kazuura, apologizes to his maid and checks on him. Are you okay? The young man flashes a forced grin and insists he's totally fine. Then he can't help but think Lisa is insanely beautiful. The girl points to his stuff sprawled across the floor and orders Isla to help gather it up, while Kazuura panics, terrified they'll dig through the bottom of the bag and uncover the truth. Suddenly, Lisa snatches up the lighter and demands what it is. Then the young man's face twists in horror as he blurts out that it's also his. He can't afford to stop her. She snaps a lighter open and a flame bursts to life right in front of her. Lisa flings the lighter away like it's burning her and lets out a terrified scream. Then the guards rush in at once, demanding what just happened. A guard yanked Kazuura's arms behind his back and barked at him to stay still. Then the hero freezes in stunned shock at what just happened. The guard yanked Kazuura's arms behind his back, and the young man shot back that he hadn't done a thing, while the whole crowd stared at them like they were about to witness something huge. Lodur barrels up to them and demands, "So what has our hero done?" And the guard snaps back, "Then who in the world is Kazuura to you?" The guard warns that the young man could spell disaster for Lisa, Nelson's daughter, and then says he'll drag the hero off to the post, while Kazuura is left shaking with pure terror. Lisa swears the hero never hurt her, then Kazuura and Lodur scramble to apologize. But before anyone can breathe, the guard winds up to smash the hero and Lisa snaps, "Let him go." The disgruntled guard grits his teeth and releases Kazuura at the command, and Lodur rushes to apologize to Lisa again. The girl stares at the dirt, hunting for any trace of a lighter, while he whips his head around, only to come up empty. The characters vanish into the crowd and leave Lisa behind. Then, right as they go, Muir whips around to face Kazuura, who's clutching something in her hands. The girl slips a lighter onto the hero's hand, tucking it away like a secret, and Kazuura praises her loud, then pats her head with pride. She didn't just help, she saved everyone. In the packed crowd, the heroes spot Valletta, and the young man snaps into action, bragging that he got everything he needed and spilling exactly what went down. After what felt like forever, the crew finally rolled back into the village, and they went on a shopping spree, grabbing everything they needed, even chickens they were planning to dig into. Valletta tells Kazuura she's sealing the deal for him as a thank you for helping her, and the hero gladly accepts, because he doesn't want to stand out in this world. Valen spots the young people, thanks Kazuura for everything he did during the journey, and then yells for everyone to pile into the house. The house already had a steaming dinner waiting because the villagers whipped up fried fish and rice porridge, while our heroes on the road barely made do with canned food. Tiana spots the hero's bandaged legs, and the young man admits he's been scraping up calluses since he isn't used to walking this much. All fired up, Valletta marches up to Kazuura and blurts, "Can I wash your feet?" And there she is, clutching a basin of water like it's about to matter. The hero boasts he's got this solo, and the girl shoots him a worried look, then sits him down and asks if the trip wore him out. Valletta carefully rinses the young man's feet in a little basin, and she can't help but glance at him with a shy, bashful look. The girl tries to wrap Kazuura's legs in bandages, but he snaps back and refuses, Then Valletta leans in and convinces him, and all around them everyone stares, whispering like they've stumbled onto something huge. Once the procedure's done, everyone snaps into action, ready to dig into dinner, while a huge crowd packs into one room. Kazuura digs into her meal and Valen leans in, asking the hero if he really enjoyed the ride into hysteria. The hero plays the whole journey back in his mind and admits, "I seriously loved every second of it." He's still in awe, impressive, weird, and somehow unforgettable. Nodor says they managed to catch Omar because Kazuura had their back, and honestly, they should have expected nothing less from him. The man says they sold that animal's skin, pocketed the profit, and rushed off to buy 2 birds. Then everyone turns and gives the young man their heartfelt thanks. Kazuura claims he ran into Lisa. She's drop-dead gorgeous, sharp as a tack, and sweet as can be, plus she's a monster with a sword. The hero lights up at Lisa. Muir blurts out that Kazuura sold something, and the girl grins like she just won. Muir says the hero sold the gem for just 2,000 AR. Everyone's stunned, and even during dinner, the chatter won't stop. Next morning, the hero stumbled on a huge grown potato. Grew massive thanks to a heavy dose of fertilizer. Within days, the potatoes finally burst into ripeness, and Valletta couldn't stop smiling. Those fertilizers had rescued her dry, struggling field. The elderly woman says that because of the incredible things and the food from the country of Kazuura, everyone threw themselves into the work and didn't stop for days on end. Because the hero demanded it, the water wheel is almost finished, and the food hits so hard people are finally getting their energy back. So when Aletta says she's not tired from the road either, it feels totally believable. Kazuura flashes back to what Lepod did to Muir, and he can't shake the thought that stuff from Japan hits different. The hero froze in thought, then the girl yanked his attention by calling his name, and the young man pushed the idea fast. "Let's go check the water wheel." The chaos keeps rolling at Nelson's estate. Right there, a man and his daughter, Lisa, sit down at a table and dig into their meal. Nelson tells her that tons of men are chasing after her and it's time to pick a husband, yet she snaps back that she hasn't even thought about it. The man tells her not to rush, she'll fall for someone later, no doubt, and then Lisa's mom cuts in, urging her to pick a husband with real care. She swears family matters most and that a husband should never waver when it counts. Lisa nods right along. Nelson nods along with zirconium and declares, "Even if he's a commoner, I'll take him, then I'll teach him everything." In her room, Lisa's rage is blazing, and she doesn't have a clue what to do next. She's absolutely furious. The girl craves a life of luxury, says my father once hinted at Isaac, and then drops a bomb. My mother refuses to be controlled and wants to pick her own husband, because the girl insists she'll decide everything for herself. A brutal knock slammed on the door. Lisa wiped herself up, then snapped, "Who's there?" Illa, the maid, burst into the room and blurted out that she was sorry, then froze, completely lost on what to do next, while Lisa snapped at her to calm down. Isla's blurts that a bit of jewelry was tucked in her pocket. The same kind the man she bumped into is tied to, and Lisa swears she's never seen anything like it before. Meanwhile, Nelson and Zirconium hammer out plans for a fortress, because they've got to get it done before the truce blows away. The woman declares, "In war, you don't survive without a fortress, and this city has more than enough people to build it right now." Zirconium snaps that the country's food is running short because they've been pouring everything into military training, and the man fires back that hunger was something nobody could have seen coming. She regrets not thinking it all through, then laughs and says it's time, Gracier to appear and rescue them before starvation hits. Nelson claiming this time he won't rage at the peasants and their house will be safe. Zirconium demands how many mouths the fort can feed, and the man shoots back 50 to 100. So the Lord's pushing to boost the emergency reserve. Nelson tells Isaac shaken up because that report exposed a blunder in his calculations, and the woman shoots back that he's stuck in a brutally stressful job. Zirconia boasted that he'd never lose with the fort, then told Nelson to hand the rest to her, and Nelson straight up thanked his wife, saying she was the real shield of Arcadia. The woman insists she never could have done it solo. Nelson is a real defender. Then the man asks, "So you sent Isaac to check on Grise?" The woman grills her husband about the village, and right then, Lisa and Illa are totally clueless, not knowing what to do next. Lisa suddenly realizes that strange piece of jewelry is tied to that very person, and Zirconi tells her husband, Gracier will be back someday. Meanwhile, in the village, Greasy, Kazuura, and Valletta head over to check on the water wheel's progress, straight to see how far it's come. Kazuura pours herbal tea into a mug and Valletta takes a sip, then her face lights up like, "Wait, this is *amazing." The hero exhales in relief because Valen and Valletta liked it too. She flips through a magazine, raves about plants like it's her secret passion, and Kazuura's like, okay, I need to grow something too. Later on, Kazuura heads to the store and the consultant instantly spots him. A young guy steps up asking to buy plant seeds and seedlings, and Kazuura's already itching to run his next experiment. The consultant insists he can pack everything in one massive batch on the spot, but this time, Kazuura won't have it. He wants to grab 2 to 3 pots instead. The hero slipped into the tunnel clutching store packages, and back in the moment, the young man hurried to grab even more souvenirs for the villagers. Kazuura finally carved out a moment to bury the skeleton crumpled in that tunnel, and he slams out an apology to it for keeping it waiting for so long. The hero drops a bottle of booze onto the grave since he's got no tombstone to leave behind. Then, after the prayer, Kazuura heads straight for the village. As the young man storms off, a kid peeks out from behind a tree. He refuses to believe Kazuura just slipped out of the forest and swears the boy he saw is a gracerer. Yeah, he had to check for himself, but all he found was nothing. The villagers won't let Kazuura discover the truth. They've known for ages that he's a graster. They're terrified he'll run off and never come back, and the kid already knows the old legend. Arkady got crushed by a brutal drought and famine swallowed everything until the Lord yanked away the last bits of food, and a weirdly dressed stranger suddenly stepped into the village. He shared his food with the residents and yanked so many from death's grip because every bite didn't just fill them up, it supercharged their strength and endurance. Then the man vanished, but not for long because he came back with the promised food. Then this greedy lord and his servants swooped in and hauled the man away. Ropes snapped around his neck. His cart of supplies got confiscated, and they barked orders for him to deliver it all again. Then the second they yanked the rope off, the man bolted, heart heavy. The man juked every slash of the lord's sword, then bolted like lightning straight for the forest right on the edge of the village. One moment he vanished without a trace, then nobody ever saw him again. After that, the Lord and all his servants fell sick, and when the Lord finally died, the sky opened with rain and broke the drought, ending the village's suffering. So people whispered that the man was the god of kindness and harvest. The kid clings to the legend, but it leaves him thinking one thing: if Gracier's identity ever gets exposed, it won't explain where he vanished to. Of course, he swears this is the same forest from the legend, yet every time he tries to push deeper, the world yanks him right back to the entrance like a cruel joke. So the kid sprints home. Meanwhile, Valletta and Kazuura are busy planting, and she tosses mint right into the fertilizer. Then she leaves the Pogon symbol untouched. The young man squints at the instructions, realizing they don't have many seeds to plant this summer, until he reads the letter. Rosemary and Melissa can be planted in the cold shade during summer. Kazuura is totally shocked when the girl casually reads Japanese that smoothly, and she grins back, saying she just has so much fun with it that every word sticks in her mind. The hero tells them she's got an insanely good memory, and she shoots back that she kept studying long after midnight. Then Kazuura just nods like, yeah, that kind of drive is everything. Young kids scramble for shade to plant their flowers, and Valletta grins and says it's ridiculously fun. Kazuura nods right along. Later, over lunch, Valen tasted the suck he'd been gifted by a young man. Then Kazuura snatched up 2 bottles, leaving one behind as an offering at the grave. Valen begs for another sip, but Valletta clamps down and won't let him drink much. So Kazuura turns to him and asks if people in the village really drink alcohol often. Valen answers that they grabbed a whitish drink at the festivals and then shared it together, laughing as they drank. A few days later, Kazuura slips into clothes made just for him, and he loves them. Valetis even announces that arugula sprouts have already popped up, and now Kazuura is stuck wondering if he should switch fertilizers. The young man says the herbs are thriving and he wants to baby the sprouts, but the girl snaps back that everyone should have been back by now. The villagers are rolling up their sleeves to build a brand new water wheel with their own hands, and the girl is biting her nails. She's begging them. If it won't spin, they'll panic and we'll have to figure it out. Then we'll only be left with hibiscus tea sweetened with honey. Valletta swears the wheel is absolutely going to spin because the villager has painstakingly built every detail for it, especially since Kazuura designed the wheel. The hero tells her Valletta checked the drawing, so we're all good, and the girl's face instantly burns with embarrassment. The girl stared at the water wheel, and Kazuura shouted that it was time to build a brand new one, so everyone jumped in, working side by side and helping out however they could. The residents haul the old wheel out, and Kazuura snaps that it has to dry first, because moving it while it's wet is asking for trouble. The young man insists that simply wiping the wheel won't cut it. you've got to dry it out in the sun from every side. The hero insists this drought is finally working in their favor, and Valletta nods hard, saying the village is coming back to life with Kazuura's arrival. The girl stares hard at the young man, and she straight up refuses to believe he's really a Gracie. Kazuura genuinely guards the village, but he's nothing like the god the girl pictured. So now she's burning to ask why this young man showed up in their home. Valletta can't wrap her head around it. God has come back, even though her ancestors crushed him like he didn't matter. She can't shake the feeling that Kazuura answered way too casually, like he just lives down the street. She's thrilled the hero is back in the village, but everyone's confused because Kazuura doesn't look even remotely like a god. Volta can't stop thinking that if Kazuura isn't a grazier, then he's just a normal guy who stumbled in from some other world, and B-girl is left completely stunned. He clocks her staring at him, snaps, "What happened?" And the girl freezes, not ready for his question. Valletta's eyes widen in panic as she blurts out, "You're human, right?" Kazuura freezes for a beat, then finally nods and says, "Yes." The girl blurts, stunned, that there's no way he's human. You can see the fear hit her face like a punch. Kazuura freezes at her reaction, then insists, "I'm human, no different from anyone else." But the girl doesn't buy it for a second. That letter claims she thinks Kazuura is a gracier, and she swears the whole village believes it too. The young man quickly figures out what she's really hinting at. Kazuura tells them he's heard of Swipser before, he even knows what gray means, benevolence and harvest. Then he snaps back, insisting it's all a misunderstanding, and Valletta fires back that he looks exactly like the legend. The girl swears there was a man who looked just like him, and Kazuura cuts in fast, saying she can't possibly live that long. He tries to fix the misunderstanding, but the girl snaps back, asking him to act like normal. Since everyone treats him like a god, she wants the world to believe the legend is coming back on its own. Because if someone corners him for answers, the rumors could rocket straight to the nobles. Kazuura totally gets what she's saying, and he's convinced that because everyone treats him like a god, he should be unstoppable, too. Then the hero leans in and says, if anything goes sideways, he's counting on Valletta to back him up. For Valletta, Kazuura is pure bright light, like she's standing right behind him in the dark. Then he suddenly flares to life, dazzling everyone. Valletta stared at the young man, then he thrust his hand toward her. So she reached out, grabbing his hand and the blazing light spilling from him. She grins at him and tells him to lean on her for guidance and backup. Then she flashes how she learned those anglicisms. Valletta hooked her hand on Kazuura's arm, and the young man urged her to run help with the assembly. So the bright, joyful girl lit up and agreed without hesitation. With Kazuura and Valletta by their side, the villagers hauled together a brand new water wheel, because the hero swears, as long as it all works, we'll be set. Then the girl yanks off the board and the wheel roars to life, spinning hard as water pours in. The hero stares at the construction and Valletta leans in, asking what's going through his head, so he shoots back, "Were you worried?" Kazuura suspects the water rush is weaker than before, and he figures the channel should finally start filling up. So he leans in and questions the residents, asking if they're heading back to the village, because he's itching to tear down that old wheel. The guys tell him forget all that, just lift the wheel. But the hero freezes in shock when he realizes it tips the scales at around 400 kilos and Valletta snaps, "Come back." Kazuura flashed an image in his head of the girl smashing an apple with her bare hand, then his stare hit and embarrassment burned across her face. Next, the heroes headed straight for the village. Next morning, Kazuura and Valletta headed straight for the forest. Because that girl was dying to see Japan and the hero had been talking about it all night, so she couldn't wait to go with him. The hero rushes to a clothing and shoe store for Valletta, but Valletta begs him to forgive her for dragging him into spending, and then she offers to sell bugs there too. The hero just knows that's a terrible plan. The young man swears his marks are hidden in the forest so he won't get lost, but the legend warns that once you step in, you'll only ever end up at the entrance. And he can't afford to get stuck there because he wouldn't be able to come back. Kazuura tells the girl he left a mark on the tree and that they're close, then his eyes snap up when he realizes Valletta isn't with him anymore. The girl is nowhere in sight and the hero is left spinning, staring at the empty space like, wait, where did she go? They'd just been talking and now everything feels like it slipped straight out of that legend. Valletta stands alone in the middle of the forest, heart pounding as she recalls Kazuura right in front of her. Then he vanished out of thin air until his voice snaps from behind her. Valletta? The heroes relieved they finally found the girl. Valletta turns to him and demands to know why he'd been behind her, and he only stares, saying he doesn't know, until the legend hits his memory and he rockets back. The girl snapped that if things really match the legend, she'll never make it through that forest, and right then, Kazuura shot back with a whole new plan. The hero grabbed her hand and swore they'd slip through the forest this way, then urged her to try again. The heroes finally found the right place again. Valletta hurled a stone and it sailed clean past, then she clung tight to Kazuura as they pushed forward. Right near the target, something jolted Kazuura and the hero realized again that the girl was gone. He's staring at the emptiness, totally clueless about what's happening. Kazuura returned to the girl and she was furious because all she wanted was to visit Japan. She blurted out an apology for her ego and the hero cut in fast, telling her it wasn't like that at all. The young man refuses to give up, sensing how crushed she is, and when she begs him for one favor, he's already locked in, ready to do it. Valletta tells him to grab her canned peaches and the poor hero just freezes. Why her of all people? He blurts that he'll go snatch them fast and be back in a flash, then asks her to stay put at home. The girl stays right beside him and snaps, "I've got to get myself together before Kazuura shows up. I'll do everything I can." A young man stands at the tunnel entrance, stares at the grave, and suddenly realizes this burial happened centuries ago, back when the Glacier was still alive. Then he notices the sword wound and the exhaustion in the stone, and understands why that fighter never made it back. Kazuura figures the man must have slipped through this same door too, and that he's his ancestor. Didn't matter if the other relatives knew about it or not, because the hero just marched straight to his father and asked. A few days later, Valletta plops down at night and devours Kazuura's book, then pauses before bed to sneak a glass of water. The girl peers into Kazuura's room and, no Kazuura. Her stomach drops as she wonders if the cold outside has claimed him. She swings the door open and barrels into the hero, and he snaps into worry, checking if she's hurt. Then he lets out a breath because she's fine. Kazuura asks why she isn't in bed, and she says she went out for a drink but couldn't find him in his room. He always wakes up early. The young man tells her he was terrified for her. He couldn't shut his eyes all night, so he slipped out to stare at the stars. Kazuura and Valletta tilt their heads at the star-splashed sky, and then, boom, shooting stars streak across it. The hero leans in and asks her if she's been watching the constellations for ages. The kid blurts that he's never seen anything like this before. Japan's sky is always grimy. Those gases still somehow give him this spark, and he can't stop loving how crystal clear it looks. And then the girl stares right at the hero. But honestly, wouldn't it be amazing if he could stay here forever? She's really hoping that's exactly what happens. The girl tells him he can stare at the stars every day and breathe pure, clean air, and Kazuura's heart starts to love the vibe of this village. He's already thinking about staying here forever. The very next morning, Kazuura and Valletta shower the yard with mixed feed straight from Japan, and our hero keeps pushing for those chickens to start laying eggs, while the girl is all in on one dream: breed the birds, and the village finally earns money. Kazuura's like, "Whoa, Valletta's moving way too fast." So he pitches the idea of buying her books on poultry farming, and right as they do, the heroes spot a crowd up ahead. While the hero clocks the real reason: there are guests in the village. The second everyone spots Kazuura, the noise dies down. The girl blurts, "What happened?" A young guy snaps back that an army of hysteria is marching straight for the village, around 100 of them. Kazuura claims she'll just stay in her room, but the residents panic, because in the legend, they're not supposed to let her get taken, and they beg the headman to unlock the armory, while Valen snaps that fighting the army is pure stupidity. Residents swear that Grace has saved them again, but if this same mistake hits twice, he won't forgive them a third time. Valent gets it fast. If they charge in with guns, the residents will get caught in the blast. Valletta declares that if the army comes in hostile, they've got to grab weapons, and the residents light up because she's saying exactly what they believe. She insists they'll only try this as a final, desperate move, because they don't need to battle the army just to shield Glacier, and yet the residents are left totally baffled. The girl insists they've got to try it a different way, especially since they don't even know why the army showed up in the first place. Then the man snaps that the headman should meet the chief too. Valletta figures that since they warned the village about their arrival ahead of time, they won't try to capture Kazuura, but every single person there is terrified that they're about to. Meanwhile, Kazuura is frantically packing her things when the girl barges into the room, and the hero blurts out that he's going to lay low in Japan for a while. The young man demands to know what the army is really for, and the girl shrugs that it's probably just training and inspections, then adds that the hero should be back soon. Kazuura panicked, thinking it all started with that crash with Lisa, so everyone had better stash their tools right now. Valletta already did it, and the hero just walked out. Meanwhile, Isaac's army barreled into Grazi, and his partner told him their squad is perfectly set up for what's next. That dark-haired kid admits it was brutal trying to keep up with Zirconium. She's been grinding through insane training nonstop, while Isaac's jealousy starts to burn hot. Zirconium pushed through brutal training sessions, and the next day, his body basically refused to move. Isaac says it's the kind of military training that truly matters. These soldiers are all nobles with no servants around, so they're slowly but surely pitching camp themselves. Isaac declares he's heading to the village and hands the reins to Havel. Then Havel turns around and begs permission to refill the village's water supply. In the village, Isaac hurries up to Valen and Valletta and begs their permission to use the village canal. Valen nods, permission granted. The moment they spot the shape of him and the killer weapons strapped to his belt, the villagers instantly clock where Isaac stands. And just like that, Isaac pushes to move fast and explore the village. In the village, Isaac spots potato leaves so huge they look unreal, so he blurts out, "What made them grow this big?" Valletta smiles and says they stirred forest humus into the field's soil. The young commander nods and says, "This is exactly what I'd expect from the legendary village," then swears the harvest is going to be amazing. Isaac demands to know more about the channel, but with that river right where it is, there's no way this makes sense. Still, he pushes. "How did you pull it off?" Valen tells Valletta that she invented the water wheel and that the water keeps pouring non-stop. Then he grabs Isaac's hand and pushes him toward it. When Isaac spotted the wheel, he blurted out in pure awe, saying it was beautiful, while the hero stared, shocked as the water kept surging higher. Isaac leans in and asks if they've got any records on the wheel assembly, and Valletta snaps back that they already did the details during the process, so there's nothing left to show. The young man blurts out, "Explain the wheel, how it works, and how I can make one," and the girl breaks it down for the hero, telling him that everything gets tripled. After a moment, Isaac tears himself away from Valen, tells him to brace for the next tax collection, and then the hero strides out of the village. Isaac watches the village finally breathe easier, but his gut clenches. Something about that water wheel feels too perfect, and no uneducated bunch could have built that kind of genius. The hero gets watched by a kid hiding behind a tree, and when Isaac spots him, he grins and waves like he knows exactly what's going on. Of course, look at that armor, Isaac's got serious status. The young man tells him to go check out the army, but first ask his parents for time off. Isaac is desperate to question the child, so he plays it slick and fraudulently asks for the name of the one who invented the water wheel. The kid blurts out that the man's name is Kazuura, and Isaac's jaw drops in pure shock. The young man finally snaps. Turns out the village fed him straight-up lies, and now he wants answers from Kazuura, begging for a chance to bring him right to him. Corsi tells Isaac Kazuura slipped back into the divine world for a blink and now he's gone. But Isaac refuses to buy it, so Corsi says, "Fine, I'll prove it." The kid jabs a finger at the forest and blurts that it's weird Isaac doesn't know it, like he's been to their village a bunch of times. Isaac blurts that this is the forest Glacier came from. Of course he already knew, right? And when Isaac hears that, horror hits him as he snaps, asking if Kazuura ever entered the forest. Corsi finally got what Isaac was warning him about, then that terrified kid bolted straight back home, racing away from Isaac. The young man is suddenly stranded alone in the heart of the village, and the wind kicks up, whipping the leaves into the air like they're screaming for attention. The chaos kicks off at Kazuura's family home, right in the middle of lunch, where he and his parents dig in, and then our hero leans in and declares, "Homemade rice is the best thing on earth." Kazuura just keeps shoving food in non-stop and he shrugs, saying, "After busting my ass, I can't slow down." While he munches, the hero can't stop thinking about Valletta. The kid is about to step out and the hero's father shoves a massive suitcase into his hands, telling him he packed everything he'll need inside. Kazuura interrogates her father about that locked door hidden inside the mansion, and when he admits he has no idea it even exists, the young hero's jaw drops in shock. Father tells Kazuura to call them more often since they're worried sick, and once the hero steps out, he can't stop wondering if Grice's village is even okay. Later in the village, multiple soldiers crouch in hiding and keep their eyes on everyone, while two people stroll through the field beside the canal. Kazuura leans in and asks Valletta if the soldiers have finally vanished. She nods and says part of the wheel's axle is worn down, and Kazuura immediately backs her up, then offers to replace it. Then Isaac and his soldiers crash onto the scene, and he demands answers from Kazuura, snapping that he's not just some villager. The hero is stunned by what he sees, then he shuts Valletta hard, still unable to wrap his head around how they ever revealed he existed. Kazuura knows this has to get settled fast or trouble will explode. Valletta tries to explain herself, but Isaac shuts her out cold. Meanwhile, the hero is already scrambling for the right words to reach young Isaac. Kazuura claims he's a traveling merchant, so he heads down the road, ends up near a village, and stays there for a while, but Isaac doesn't buy it and presses him hard about what country he's from. The hero instantly clocked that no one could fool him, then declared he wanted to save people, and revealed he'd come from the faraway world beyond the forest, leaving the soldiers stunned. Isaac snaps that his story just doesn't add up, and Kazuura fires back that even in God's world, merchants can vanish and get totally lost. Volda throws herself over the hero and tells everyone, "He saved us, he's the grace," and when she says it, the soldiers finally start to get it and believe. Isaac insists he never knew Gradier was a merchant too, and the Letta fires back that merchants exist in God's world. A young army commander snaps orders to his troops, surround Kazuura and drag him in. The hero swears this feels just like the legend. Isaac even blurts out whether Kazuura invented the wheel, and when he flips open the notebook, he grins and says that writing with a pen is crazy convenient. Isaac presses Valletta for answers. Why does everyone swear Kazuura's a grazier, and what proof do they even have? Kazuura just nods at her. The hero realizes there's no point pretending anymore. Valletta says this situation matches the legend to the letter. Kazuura stormed in with food and hauled the village back from starvation, and now Isaac is desperate to find out where that food went. The hero remembers a bag still sitting in the house, proof that he's not lying, and he tells everyone it's behind Valens's place. Plus, other homes might be stuffed with food too. Isaac snapped at Kazuura to be untied, and the soldier warned him it had to be done just to keep up the legend. Because if Kazuura tried to flee, his sins would only grow bigger, and he'd better not. Then Isaac demanded, "So what am I guilty of?" Soldier Ruth claims the hero cleansed himself and then slipped out illegally. Now he's got a fine coming because he's from a different country or because he helped with illegal relocation. But Kazuura's jaw drops. These world's rules are way better than he ever dreamed. Yet he's furious because he realizes he's getting hit by them firsthand. Isaac launches into his investigation in full panic, and Kazuura fires back, asking if Isaac can prove he's a grazier and get the accusations against him dropped. Isaac says yes, but Kazuura adds that if he's lying, punishment is coming. To name God Kazuura, they'll rip his tongue out. He calls it pure cruelty. Then he pushes a plan right away, visit the village because he's got luggage from the god's land stashed there. A soldier in the village swears every resident is locked inside their home, and the vice captain starts creeping through the headman's house to inspect it. The vice captain barked an order, "Don't lay a finger on the residents," and Isaac cheered Havel for obeying. Meanwhile, Kazuura mutters that with a mood this crushed, there's no chance a riot will rise to rescue him. Isaac tells Kazuura to stick close and follow him to the Elder's crowbar, then reassures him, "Don't be scared, just keep pace." Hevel and Valen hover by the house, and as Hevel yells for Isaac, Valen's face lights up. Kazuura is okay. Kazuura snaps that his real identity is out in the open, but he's not leaving the village. Huffle can't wrap his head around why they're calling him Grazier. Then Isaac shouts for everyone to get inside. Kazuura figures that if he flashes Isaac a whole lineup of tools, Isaac will finally buy that he's a gracer. Only, that's when everything goes wrong. The hero gets it the second Isaac's report hits the higher-ups, then they'll snatch it for themselves. Sure, he could sneak into Japan by himself, but what happens to the people once they come looking? The kid just wants to settle it peacefully, so first he has to convince Isaac he's a grazier. He'll worry about everything else later. On the floor, a bag and a suitcase sit like prizes. Isaac leans in and asks if it's all leather, and the young man stares back, completely stunned. Kyuzura swears it's made of oil, burning water from God's world, and Isaac can't believe his eyes, while the hero grins and says he's about to show what's inside that bag. The young man yanks out a flashlight and snaps it on, then a beam blossoms across the wall, and Isaac and Havel stare in pure disbelief at what's revealed. Kyuzura claims this cylinder is packed with the spirit of light, then he flashes a tin of canned food and tells him it can sit for years, right up to the expiration date, so he pushes him to crack one open. Isaac blurts that he'll open it in pure hysteria, but Kyuzura watches as they don't buy a word of it. Isaac fires back that none of these doubts prove he's any less of a grace. The hero snaps to the truth there's only one move left. Kyuzura jolts up, swears he's got something to show everyone, and orders, "Come with me." Isaac blurts, "Where are we going?" In the forest, the heroes crowd by the entrance to Kyuzura's world, and he fires up the truth. Behind that gate lies the god's territory. The hero declares that nobody else can make it through, then thrusts his hand toward Valletta and speaks to her. She gets it instantly, no words needed. Valletta strides through the entrance, and right in front of everyone, she vanishes like she was never there, leaving the soldiers staring in stunned disbelief. Kyuzura tells Valletta that she just popped up at the forest entrance, and then he warns that the same fate will grab the others too, so he urges Isaac to try it, and the hero stays completely silent. Suddenly, Isaac drops to one knee and blurts out an apology for every single rude thing he ever said to Kyuzura. He insists the blame is all on him, begs his subordinates for forgiveness, and even swears he's willing to give his life in return. Kyuzura and Havel rush in to stop him. Kyuzura begs him not to, because Isaac has no clue what else he could do to apologize. Then the hero steps up and swears he truly carried out his duty and every last one of his sins is forgiven. Isaac says he bound him up and spit on his dignity, and you can't just brush off that kind of disrespect toward God. Kyuzura pushes back, insisting otherwise, but he claims every single one of Isaac's sins is already forgiven. Then Havel drops to one knee and turns to Kyuzura, speaking to him directly. The young man blurts that hunger has stormed Arcady, people are dropping everywhere, and he begs Kyuzura to save them, while the hero finally understands this chaos was always meant to happen. Isaac snaps that the royal family and the lords have already tried everything, so Kyuzura shoots back, "What's the population of this country?" And the soldiers answer, "About 2 million. Kyuzura snaps that he can't fix every single problem while the soldiers are hanging on by a thread. The young man refuses to abandon anyone, swearing he'll stay and push forward, then starts laying out exactly how to boost the harvest and what tools to use. The hero sets one brutal rule: don't ever lay a hand on grisai or metal in its business. Kyuzura pleads for them to stay put, relocate to no one, and collect taxes honestly, while Isaac pushes the question: will they be treated with respect? Isaac and Havel promise they'll personally march up to the Lord, lay out the terms, and make Kyuzura's wish happen. Because the hero knows this country's a tough climb, but getting framed feels even worse. Valletta swept in on the men. Kyuzura blurted that he'd be going into full hysteria and would have to step away from the girl for a bit, and Isaac couldn't believe it when the hero walked off on his own. Volta yells that she'll only go with Kyuzura, and Isaac immediately tells her that if she wants, the girl can come with him instead, so it's easier to clear everything up and the villagers can finally feel safe. The young man nods and says, "Then Leto and Valon will come with me." Isaac orders Havel to let the soldiers pass, and they'll spread the word that Kyuzura is a noble messenger from another country. Kyuzura is convinced those soldiers chose to dodge the elders and lock down the truth of grace. "So you're the secret," he mutters, "because if word leaks out, it'll turn into a total nightmare." Valletta and Kyuzura stride into the house, and the hero immediately grabs at the idea of canned food for the road, only now he's stuck, wondering whether he should toss it all into the suitcase instead. The young man argues they should ship the extra back to Japan, then they can send the rest too, yet Kyuzura still has no clue what's even inside that suitcase. His suitcase isn't just packed, it's a full-on survival stash with a sword, a gas mask, and even bizarre gloves inside, and Kyuzura clings to his father's words. All of it will come in handy for life out in the countryside. The hero snaps to it his father knew about that secret door all along. while he grips a bulletproof vest like it matters, and Valletta brandishes her sword, saying the marks prove it's seen action before, yet it's still razor clean and perfectly kept. The girl trembles, scared Kazuura might never come back, because once he's gone, they'll beg him to teach far more than just the water wheel, and the Lord will do everything he can to keep him right by his side. The hero tells her everything's gonna be fine, because he can tap into God's absolute power to bring it all back, while the girl runs off to get ready too. Kazuura tells the villagers he's slipping back into history for a moment, meeting the Lord, trading his wisdom, and then heading out again. The hero declares he's going on his own and promises he'll come back for Valletta, while Valen steps in to go with him. Right then, someone starts calling his name. And yeah, he rushes up to the hero with tears in his eyes. Kazuura insists, "I'm fine," and even promises he'll play with him again the moment he gets back. Isaac snaps at Corsi to stay out of Grazier's business, but Kazuura cuts in and tells him, "Don't be so harsh on the kid." Kazuura steps up to the residents and promises, "I'll be back, no doubt." Then he tells them to drop the fear and don't let discouragement win. The young man dives into history with Valletta, Valand, and soldiers Isaac and Havel right at his side. When Kazuura swung himself onto the snow-white horse, the whole group burst into motion right after him, and Havo grinned as Kajusa awkwardly fumbled with the reins like they were the hardest thing in the world. Yeah, this trip had him pretty damn excited. After what felt like forever, they finally reached the right spot, and the soldier swung him down from his horse, grumbling that Kazuura was worn out from this whole trip. The young man thanked him, saying just how brutal it was getting all the way to Rayata. Kazuura couldn't believe it. This horse didn't even have stirrups, and the hard saddle was already pounding aches into his body, even though riding was still better than walking. Right then, Valletta hurried up and shoved a water skin into his hands. Hevel marched up to him and told Kazuura straight up. In the camp for lunch, they only had bread and dried meat, the exact military rations the soldiers had packed. Kazuura stared at it, then shrugged, saying there was nothing wrong with that at all. The young man turned to the guy beside him and snapped that the military even treated food like a privilege, better than everyone else. So the man just grinned and said, "Yeah, this is a special unit, and every soldier here is the son of a noble." Kazuura's eyes widened as he pressed the question again, only for the man to say this. Every soldier wore a dagger at their belt, stamped with their family's coat of arms, and Isaac and Havel stood above the rest in rank, training here to sharpen their skills and truly master their units. Kadusa stared at the soldiers who couldn't even pitch a tent yet, basically thinking, "Yeah, you're still too green." He was 25 and these guys were younger. Then Isaac waved him over and said, "Don't worry, we've already prepared the tent." Kazuura and the others trailed after him and closed in on the tent. He peeked inside and the young man lit up, saying it was absolutely gorgeous in there, while Isaac assured him that dinner would be here any minute. He slid into the seat at the table and grinned, saying this place felt cozy. Plus, that huge tent hogged most of the cart space, but hey, at least they could sleep here tonight and not freeze. And just then the soldiers carrying the food marched in, bowed to them, and vanished back out. Kazuura stared at the food and snapped that the portions were so huge you'd never believe the country was in trouble. No shortage anywhere. The others nodded along. And the young man figured it was like that because the soldiers were treating him with that attitude. Valletta and her father grabbed their bread and snapped it open like it was nothing, then dove straight into eating. Meanwhile, Kazuura wrestled with his loaf, couldn't crack it, and swore it must be stale. Valletta suggested they trade, but he flat-out refused. Then Kadus finally got his turn to chow down on that bread, convinced it couldn't possibly be this stale. So he dipped it into the plate, and the moment he did, he remembered how, once upon a time in the Soviet army, they'd fed him the very same kind of bread. But while that was happening in a different tent, Huffle snapped that they were already behind schedule, warning that soldiers are used to getting everything done for them. So setting up camp falls apart, while Isaac pointed out that even low-ranking nobles train harder and outshine the rest. Isaac told Nelson he'd planned to arrive at Hysteria tomorrow afternoon, but everything had shifted. Now he'd walk in and push for Nelson to meet with Kazuura, hoping Kazuura could finally spell out the real reasons behind it. Havel asked Isaac if it was okay to let the Ruxin family show him hospitality, but since Isaac would be tied up with a report the moment he arrived, he said they should just get it done ASAP and invite Kazuura to his place too. Havel said it was convenient, then pulled the strings himself, inviting Kazuura straight to his mansion so he could bark orders to his people face to face, and Isaac nodded, agreeing to leave Kazuura in Havel's hands. As Isaac headed out, he told him he'd spill everything they talked about, then asked whether Havel was going to get some rest. Havel nodded, but a heavy sigh of pure exhaustion escaped him. Strolling down the nightlit street, Kazuya couldn't stop grinning, just mansions as far as the eye could see. Still, he caught himself wondering if anywhere had houses like the ones in the center of Hysteria, because he couldn't shake the fear that she and her father might be stuck spending the night at Havel's. Havel jabbed a finger at his mansion and offered to escort him, and Kazuya suddenly went stone still. Then Havel snapped, calling his name. At the mansion, a maid stepped forward, and Havel announced he'd brought an important guest before ordering Marie to get dinner and a bath ready. The guests were marched into a stunning room, and Kazuya grinned as he told them they'd be allowed to stay here, because he wanted to wow him, since he didn't believe Havel and Isaac had actually worked this hard for them. The young man said it was a good sign, since they weren't going to hurt anyone. They could finally build a real, solid relationship. He took a bite of his apple and thought, this is it, one rare shot at enjoying something from the master's table. Valletta leaned in and asked if writing was hard for him, and the young man groaned back, I'm just wiped out, so tired. Kazuya told Valletta he wanted to speak with her and her father before they even met the Lord, because first they had to hammer out what answers they'd give. He warned them they must keep the villagers' strength powered by the food and even what they'd be drinking under wraps. He only managed that sentence because a knock suddenly hit the door. Then Marie swept in and announced the bath was ready, and Kazuya went first. After they saw him off, the maid stepped in to help him out of his clothes, and Kazuya froze in total shock. He shook off the humiliation and wondered if this was how things usually went. Right then, he spotted a creep with scissors lurking behind him, and while he stared, Marie ripped his clothes clean off. Kazuya blurted that he could strip it off himself. Maria nodded, saying she'd grab a change of clothes before she left. Then he finally let out a huge breath of relief, and somehow, he completely forgot about that guy. He blurted out that Kazuya could count on him, then even offered to knock out Kazuya's own body, until he snapped at the guy, saying it wasn't needed at all. Havel pulled his servant aside and told him, the carriage is coming for us tomorrow. Then he waved off any harshness, warning him not to treat their peasant guests too strictly. He ordered the servant to feed them and roll out the welcome mat, then froze in shock when Havel treated peasants with respect instead of nobles. No, Havel insisted there were plenty more like them, and just as he started to go, he snapped at the servant to handle everything. Before Havel bolted, he told everyone his father and older brother would show up in 5 days. Then the servant snapped back, we're in Gregold's lands, right near the border of Hysteria, and Havel is gone. After a while, he rushed the guests into the living room, table already laid, steaming with promise, and told them they'd cooked up the most sumptuous dinner they possibly could. Kazuya slid into his seat and practically beamed, saying it was amazing, while Valletta just shook her head like, I've never seen anything like this before. Havel told them not to hold back, and Kazuya decided to go all in. So the moment he tasted the food, he blurted out how incredibly delicious it was. He let out a happy laugh, digging into that peppery meat like it was pure treasure, and Hava's face lit up because they loved every bite. While they were halfway through the meal, Havel leaned in and told Kazuya he had a request, then flat out offered to get him anything he might need. Kazuya flashed a smile, called the offer insanely generous, and instantly agreed. Right when Havel heard it, he snapped into a sharp bow and blurted out a huge thank you to the one who said yes. After they finished eating in their room, Kazuya grinned and said the dinner was great, then immediately overdid it. He ate way too much, clutching his stomach as Valletta watched. So, kid, she asked, how are you feeling? He shot back that his stomach was acting up. Then Valletta replayed the whole thing because Zura had told her he was starving here. It all kicked off yesterday, and no matter how much he stuffs himself, he never gets full. The young man shot up from his seat, ready to grab some fruit. Then his legs buckled, he toppled to the floor, and Valletta lunged to catch him before she sliced and fried it. Kazuya apologized to her as dizziness slammed him, then grabbed the girl's shoulder, and when he looked down, he froze because his hand was trembling like crazy, and he knew this wasn't the first time. By then, his hands finally steadied, and he told Valletta thank you for helping him crack open that canned food. He confessed he was sure it was hypoglycemia. Back when he worked there, he'd gone way too long without eating, and the symptoms hit exactly the same. Valletta said she'd read about it, how it happens when your body's running low on glucose. But then they realized Kazuya hadn't eaten in ages, and once he finally dug into that canned food, he felt his strength rush back. That young guy suddenly felt way better and figured the food barely had any real nutrition. So yeah, it explained why he was still hungry. Then he looked around and realized everyone here is built different. They chow down like it's nothing and still last ages without eating. and for him, that was straight up mind-blowing. Kyuzura jumped in and said Japan's food had some special pull here, then admitted the young man still had a ton to learn. Right as he was overthinking things, Valletta suddenly called his name. Right then, Isaac leaned in toward a man who looked stunned and demanded answers again, who showed up. Isaac shot back that they'd tracked down Greys right here in the village. He finally got what was happening, and in a flash, he started treating Kazuru like a legend-sent god. Isaac then told him the village had been getting food supplies a whole week ago. The man demanded whether Isaac had spotted Glacier, and Isaac, calling him Nelson, said they'd seen Glacier together and that Nelson would meet him tomorrow. He was furious and snapped that he couldn't meet you so soon. Then Isaac cut in, saying they'd place Kazura with the Russin family for confidentiality. Nelson demanded to know what Glacier wanted, and Isaac answered with a grim promise. They'd come to end their hunger and take their suffering away. Isaac swore Gracia was the real deal, then bolted off to rush the news to Havel. A woman marched up to Nelson and demanded to know what went down, and Nelson explained that Sirachka came from a rough mountainous spot in the northwest. She nodded in agreement, and then Nelson told her straight that he needed her cooperation. This morning, Kazura and the others piled into the wagon and rode hard to meet Nelson. Then, after what felt like no time at all, they finally rolled up, and where they landed looked like a full-on fortress. Around here, the buildings formed a clear perimeter with a big central stretch beyond it, so Isaac marched into the residential area and pounded on a door, announcing he'd brought a guest. The moment the door swung open, Kazura's throat went tight, and he stared at Nelson like he couldn't breathe. Isaac introduced Kazura, Vathlin, and his daughter, and Kazura stepped up to greet him, then turned to Nelson and introduced himself too. Isaac watched it all, and a grin lit up his face. He stepped forward, slapped his name on the moment, and declared, "I'm the commander of the Hysteria Army." Then he pointed to the woman standing right behind him and said she was his wife, Zirconia, and Nelson straight up told Kazura he was genuinely grateful for the help. Isaac and Havel froze in shock and demanded to know what was happening, and when Nelson admitted he didn't know much about farming, he made it clear that military stuff was his lane, while Isaac and Havel were left speechless at how polite he was. Kazura didn't hang around for a second. They dove straight into the talk, and he demanded to know what was going on and why they needed his help. Nelson promised that with Kazura on their side, they'd set everything right fast, and then he slid in a request of his own. Isaac got the news that Kazura had some special tools and he wanted to see them, so the kid shrugged, said it was fine, and told Isaac and Havel to bring them over. When they finally arrived, Kazura slammed everything onto the table, spread the pieces out, and demanded, "Where do I start?" Nelson and Zirconia froze, because seeing those instruments up close took their breath away. Kazura kicked things off with a lantern fueled by the spirit of light inside, and it blazed without a single ounce of heat, lighting up every direction at once. Zirconia went wild with joy, but Nelson grabbed the moment and told her to speak like a normal person. The woman caved in, agreed, and even bowed with an apology to Kazura for her whole act, and the moment her words landed, the young man's surprise hit him like a punch. Then Zirconia snapped that Kazura might be an imposter, because the way she handled every language was dead wrong. She talked in tongues from different regions, and when she used the Southern Islands language plus Kazura's own native words, Kazura didn't even flinch. The young man froze, completely stunned. He finally clocked that they hadn't been speaking Japanese this whole time, and that meant he was getting played. Nelson said he didn't buy the story at first, so he apologized for how he acted. Kazura then shrugged and said everything was fine. He thought he'd finally gotten what he wanted, then Kazura snapped, warning that the lantern could break if the rain hit it. Nelson grabbed it and leaned in, asking what that clear part was made of. The young man said it was plastic, strong and built to last, but Zirconium argued it could still make gear, and Kazura shot back that plastic wouldn't hold up, so he shut down the talk and didn't even bring up the shield. Then he pulled out something no one expected, old canned food buried in storage for ages. Nelson begged to taste it, and Kazura finally let him. The whole room tightened up like a wire. Nelson leaned in and asked Isaac if he wanted a taste, and Isaac lit up and said yes, then raved that the food was insanely delicious and somehow lasted forever. You could tell Valletta wanted in too, so she dashed off to grab the plates. Nelson swore that this food could save lives, then leaned in and said he couldn't wait to learn how to cook it. Kazura admitted he felt for them in this mess, but he still refused to hand over everything, because he'd already proven he was God, and if he gave knowledge at all, it would come with strict rules. He figured the village already had its water wheel, yeah, he'd done that, but he wasn't about to toss out good tech, so he decided to show Nelson something else. Once he finished showing everything, Nelson clasped his hands in thanks and they rushed in to talk about their lands. So Zirconia sprinted off for the documents, pestered Isaac for help, and Nolan snapped that the papers were secret, forcing Valletta and the headman to slip away. Havel told the guests to wait in the other room and Nelson lit up, saying it was a great idea. Kuzura nodded too, then reminded him of the promise, and right then Nelson's curiosity took off. Kuzura told him that Havel swore he wouldn't stick his nose into Greece's affairs. Then Nelson vowed he'd honor that promise, thanked Havel for the help, and watched as Havel led Valletta and the headman into a separate room. Kazura stared in disbelief at the huge stack of documents Nelson dumped in front of him, and Nelson said the North and West were the drought's worst hit. Then Kazura's heart sank because he couldn't make out a single word on those papers. Nelson said some of the budget gets swallowed by military spending, then shut it down and refused to go into details, because the situation was packed with too many complicated circumstances. Kuzura said he could handle the problem, but he couldn't do it alone. He needed their help, and they had to team up to smash the flood and sanitation crisis. Nelson lit up with relief and thanked Kazura for jumping in. Then Kazura told him they had just 2 days to get everything ready, and Nelson immediately asked, "Ready for what?" Kazura shot back that he'd got at least 3 bags of that exact size, and Nelson immediately ordered Isaac to grab them and bring them. But Kazura snapped that he had 0 time to finish, and he was desperate for 3,000 bags right now. Isaac froze as Kuzura insisted the bag must come with ties. He ordered a mountain of wagons to be lined up so the bags could move, and he demanded a guard detachment to keep the caravan safe, and to pull it all off, they'd need a full 300 people ready to work. Nelson looked just as shocked, but he nodded along, and Zirconia snapped that she still had a meeting with the officers, so Kuzura urged her to stay, and she had no choice but to agree. The cart was waiting outside like he'd been counting the seconds. Kuzura told Volta he'd return in 3 days and begged her to pass his gratitude to the villagers, yet Volta hated the thought of being split up, and the moment the young man tried to ask her to stay, he just couldn't. He figured if he left her here, he'd just keep leaning on her, and he refused to live that way. Ever since the start, he never wanted to drag the people of Jerset into it, because he was determined to protect them. Right then, Valletta snapped at Kazura to come back soon, and the kid gently stroked her head. Before they even hit the road, one of the soldiers practically begged Valen to sit beside him in the cart, and Valen just nodded and agreed. He offered Valen a drink and he agreed again. Then the soldier admitted he had a daughter, and you could tell that secret was weighing on him. He demanded to know why Valletta was so crushed, and Valen snapped back that he didn't even get it. She'd turned like this after slipping out of hysteria. The soldier swore it had to be Kazura's fault, but Valen shot that down hard. The soldier snapped at Valen that he shouldn't butt into love drama, and Valen's mind immediately raced. What would Sakata do when everything was this tense? The soldier demanded where Valen's wife was, and Valen admitted she was gone dead. Then the soldier snapped that he'd lost 2 of his brothers too. Meanwhile, Kazura and Havel were standing by the river where the floods hit. Havel pointed out exactly which stretch the water would break through and spill over its banks. That young guy begged Havel to show him the materials used to build the riverbank, and Havel agreed. Right after that, Kazura ordered Havel to look away, and as soon as he turned his head, Kazura snapped a photo of the river on his phone. He knew he had to map it all out, and only one thing mattered: the pictures. Kazura ordered Havel to sprint down to the river and scout the flooded areas. At night, he sat down with Nelson and Havel and hashed it all out. Nelson said he'd just call Kazuru a friend, so his real identity wouldn't spark a commotion, and he nodded along as they mapped out exactly what names they'd use for each other. Kuzura told them he wanted to borrow a map of the Hysteria district and the paperwork on local development. Nelson agreed, but the secret nature of those documents still gnawed at him, so Kuzura promised he wouldn't show a single page to anyone. Nelson shoved the documents into the young man's hands. He'd set them up before Kazura's departure. Kazura thanked him, and right then they ditched the grind for a meal, while Havel swore he'd eat later. Nelson marched Kazura down the hall and into the living room where the table was already set. Then the maid gasped, clapped her hand over her mouth, and couldn't stop trembling. Nelson pressed her about what happened, and she shook her head, apologized fast, and swore nothing was wrong. Then Nelson asked if his wife and daughter could join them for dinner later, and Kazura nodded in agreement. Then the young man snapped she was the maid girl he'd slammed into back in the city. Nelson pressed for answers, but Kazura insisted everything was fine. so Nelson turned to the maid, Esra, and ordered her to call Liz. The girl stormed out of the room and scanned the place, and sure enough, Kazuyura was there. But she nearly froze when she realized he was with Nelson, so Ira quickly decided she had to tell Liz. She burst into Liz's room like a storm, only to spot the zirconia sitting there. Then her whole body froze and she stammered wide-eyed that this was extremely serious. Zirconia demanded to know what was going on, and Ira blurted that dinner was ready. Then Zirconia told her to knock, and Ira shot back an apology, leaving Liz wondering what on earth Ira was trying to pull. Soon, Nolan called in Kazuyura and Liz and told his daughter to help the kid get comfortable in the estate. Kazuyura stepped forward, introduced himself, and Liz fired back with her own name. She'd heard about him from her mother. He was helping them so she could help him back. But when Kazuyura tried to piece it together, she snapped into confusion, thinking he was really just getting closer to people. In the end, she decided he must be doing it for Valletta's sake. That night, a crew pushed through the dark forest, and one of them marched up to the big man in charge, then announced they'd found a tiny village called Ijin, and the guard count was the same as it had been back when they left the Hysteria. The chief ordered his men to haul the food, and they'd roll out as soon as the convoy dropped the cargo, while the other guy was on edge, warning that some of the village might have battle-trained experience. The chief swore they'd strike at night, hit houses, grab everything, and vanish, then ordered that all the food be stashed at the headman's place. The subordinate got it instantly and tagged along behind the convoy, while the chief snapped that first they'd steal food, and if they could swing it, women too. Then both of them broke into grins before the chief ordered them to lay low and rest for now. At night, Valletta caught strange noises coming from her own house. She even figured it was Kazuyura and started to relax until the main robber burst in, sword raised, and crashed straight through the door. Valletta panicked as he swung at her, but the second his eyes landed on her and he realized she was just a girl, he snapped back and stopped. Then the chief slammed her down without warning, barked for his subordinates to handle the others, and turned his full focus on Fleta. Kazuyura sat in the middle of a circle of kids with Valletta, reading a fairy tale about a wicked wolf who smashed the straw and plank pig houses, but couldn't crack the brick one, forcing all 3 piglets to hide inside, and the kids couldn't stop grinning. Then the wolf lunged onto the house roof, until one little piglet spotted it and boiled the wolf alive in a cauldron. The adults who rushed over just stood there, stunned by that brutality, and that's when Kazuyura finally noticed the truth. The book now had a whole new ending inked on it. The young man snapped the book aside, shoved fresh stories into the kid's hands, and then leaned back as Valletta read them aloud. Clutching Valletta, the robber barked that she had nothing to fear. He'd handle everything in a flash, and just as his hands were about to grab her, a violent crash exploded the moment. He stood there stunned and clueless while his subordinates burst into the house yelling, "A man's chasing the chief robber," and the moment hit him like a punch, pure shock. Right then, another robber sprinted in yelling that they were making way too much noise. Then one of them crumpled to the floor, drowning in the water, and Nolan stepped in, taking him down because he was there for his daughter. When he spotted the main robber standing by her, fury exploded in his chest and he lunged to attack, but the robber snapped at him to stay still, warning that one wrong move would hurt Valletta. The girl yanked his arm and snapped it in two, leaving the robber frozen in shock. Then Nolan watched the man try to flee in terror before stepping in and killing him, and only after that did he slump down, staring at his daughter, consumed with worry. The remaining robbers bolted to escape, and nobody stopped to shout that they should wake the whole village just to track them down and leave a couple alive. Morning came and Kaiser was clawing at the wall when a panicked Isaac hurried over. Kazuyura clocked it, but Isaac waved him off, saying not to worry, and Kazuyura realized he'd seen this exact kind of twitchy behavior from others before. He hauled Isaac inside and poured him a cup of tea to snap him out of it, and Isaac thanked him right away. Kazuyura mulled over the bag situation, and Isaac snapped back that they'd already ordered them. Then Kazuyura finally got it. That wasn't what was really making him furious. After some time, Isaac finally cooled off, and Kazuyura just knew that herbal tea had done the job way too well. Then he grilled Isaac about how the bricks in this place were joined together. Isaac said it was held with a mix of gypsum and sand, or sometimes clay, and he told him Kazuyura could question him about the materials, and the talk finally turned to the lime. Isaac promised he'd get her right away, but Kazuyura snapped that the sanitary mess still wasn't fixed, so they weren't turning it on. He even figured lime could be mixed and prepared right here. Isaac announced that he and Hava would be his assistants now, and Kuzura heard it the way he wanted, like they were taking orders from him. So Isaac just nodded and agreed. He dropped to his knees on the spot and swore right there that he'd protect Kazura even if it meant dying because he'd rather live to serve him. Kazura froze in shock and then thud, the stomping started. After a moment, the young man sprinted up to Nelson, breathless and yelling if Valletta was hurt in the attack on Gracie. Nelson said the residents were all safe, that they smashed the attackers and even captured 3 prisoners. Zirconium's nerves were shredded when he learned 13 people hit the village, but every single attacker was wiped out and not a single resident got hurt. The soldier swore it was all true. He told me that when they finally reached the village, they found the bandits already wiped out, knocked down from behind, no struggle at all, just one brutal blow. The soldier fell silent, no words left. Kuzura snapped that they were heading for the village immediately, then barked orders to Isaac and Havel to get ready for the road. While the preparations roared on, he sat on the sidelines, convinced he'd made a terrible choice when he fled the village. But right then, he craved to serve his country, and now he didn't have a clue what to do next. Soon everything was ready, and Havel shoved him into the carriage, then told Marie to climb in and take her seat. Kuzura caught sight of her and pulled the moment together by asking her to sit right beside him. Havel told her to do it, then vanished, leaving Marie stunned on the spot, while Kuzura promised she'd stick with him all the way to the village. As the carriage rolled along, he clocked that Marie didn't even greet him, so he ordered the driver to stop, but the girl snapped back and refused. Then he handed Marie grapefruit medicine to get her breathing right, poured it onto the cloth, told her to inhale, and when she thanked him, she apologized for the trouble by doing exactly that, inhaling, and almost instantly she felt better. Kazura stared at the thrilled girl and suddenly got why Marie had tagged along with them. They rolled into the village under the cover of night, and Kazura's heart finally unclenched. Every resident was safe, and everyone was so relieved to see him again that Kazura took off at a sprint to meet him. The moment he saw her standing there unharmed, the tension snapped and he finally exhaled. She admitted she was terrified, but with the power Kazura had given them, they pushed through and made it. Nolan warned them not to drop their guard, and now they'll keep standing watch like never before. Plus, he said Valletta cooked up a whole arsenal of extra tools. She wanted his take on it, so she showed him her drawings meant to protect the village. Valletta said it could have stopped the robbers, but it might have messed with the channel. Valletta promised she'd dig an underground canal, but first she needed a special stone, and Kuzura decided to grab lime, so the girl could pull water through underground and grow their village. She started dreaming up a hand pump, but hesitated to trust Kazura's knowledge. Then he told her everything was fine. Valletta blurted that she wanted to build a steam engine too, and Kazura just froze in shock. Then she laughed and swore she was joking, claiming she'd rather make a car. Kazura snapped back that he'd go hunt down the materials. Valletta thanked him and said they had to learn how to make those details themselves. Then the young man spotted blood on the floor, and Valletta snapped that those stains wouldn't be wiped away. Kuzura suddenly understood the fight had happened right here. She said it all started the moment she heard a noise, but before she could panic anymore, her father wiped out everyone, and Kuzura couldn't shake the guilt of fleeing the village and leaving her behind. Then Valletta snapped that none of it was his fault. Out of nowhere, she started sobbing, straight up froze the young man in his tracks, because during the fight, Valletta was too terrified to move. Nina pounded on Valletta's door that morning, but the house stayed silent until the door finally swung open. Valletta stepped out with a worn, exhausted face, and Nina blinked in shock before realizing in that exact moment that this wasn't some small issue. Everything was dead serious. At home, Valletta told Nina she knew exactly how much she wanted answers about Kazura, and she agreed to hear her out. Nina tried to ask what happened last night, but the second she opened her mouth, Valletta broke down and started crying. Nina shoved her out of sight, barked, "Pull yourself together, don't cry," and Valletta was totally thrown when Nina lunged at her out of nowhere. Nina even told her Kazura was worried, and Valletta just stood there, stunned. She told me Kazura only learned about the attack at night, and still, somehow, he kept calming her down through the whole night. Nina threw a punch at Valletta just to make her feel it, but Valletta didn't even blink, like she wasn't bothered at all. Nina demanded, "Why didn't you apologize before locking yourself in there?" Valletta had something she wanted to tell him earlier, but now she sat there with a face full of sadness. Then Valletta blurts out that she wants to be with Kazuura right in his face, and sure enough, she's trouble from the start, but every time she's the one who actually steps up and helps him. She's latched onto Kazuura, convinced she doesn't deserve him, and she never once stops to wonder how the young man feels, because parting ways doesn't even cross her mind. Nina leaned in and asked if Valletta loved Kazuura that much, and Valletta nodded, yeah, it was true. Nina grinned, saying Nina had nothing to worry about and that Kazuura should finally just admit it. Valletta snapped that she'd only slow Kazuura down since she always asks too much of him, but Nina burst out that Kazuura's help proved they were getting along just fine, and that Valletta wasn't causing any trouble at all. Nina blurted out that even being annoying has a breaking point and that Valletta had to stay on him, so Nina nodded and told her, trust Kazuura more. Don't go assuming he sees you as a burden. Nina told everyone that Valletta is totally in love with Kazuura and she's not about to get in his way, so if Valletta truly wants peace, she has to come clean and finally tell him the truth. Valletta finally understood her, then shot back a grateful thanks. Right after that, Nina offered to whip up some tea, and Valletta instantly agreed. Kazuura couldn't stop worrying, was Violetta really okay? He only hoped his help made a difference, because sometimes the best move is letting another woman handle it. Isaac stormed up and greeted him with a grin, and sure enough, Kazuura could feel that cheer in the air, while Kazuura himself couldn't even sleep, anxiety gnawing at him all night. Isaac then told him they'd searched around the village so far and found nothing. Hevel marched up to Marie and asked how things went for her yesterday. Did it all work out? She nodded and said Kazuura was anything but normal, because he'd actually helped her. Hevel grinned and agreed, yeah, he's genuinely good. Marie admitted she felt jittery at first, but then the tension melted like she was talking to her own mother, and without wasting a second, she blurted out an apology for what she'd said. Hevel told her in private that she could call him brother, and he admitted his power still isn't strong enough, but one day, he'd find a way. Kazuura greeted Hubble and Isaac promised they'd roll out tomorrow. Then it hit Kazuura that he finally had a mountain of free time, so he declared he wanted to head straight into the world of the gods. He kept replaying everything he'd done to Nelson and the others, panicking over whether switching his mind would actually make things right or just make it worse. Liz jolted awake in the morning, splashed her face, threw on her clothes, and hammered out some exercises. Then she stepped out, greeted everyone with a bright smile, and chose to stay in the yard. She trained hard with a spear until her arms burned, then she fished a beautiful pendant out of her bag. Ira was right there, and the moment she saw it, her attention snapped to it. Liz couldn't forget Kazuura's face when she tried to hand him the pricey pendant he'd lost. So after hearing her mom say he was noble and loaded, Liz just had to wonder, what country was he really from? She couldn't forget his smile, and that pendant felt like his way of saying, I'm paying attention to you. So Liz decided she wasn't letting it slip away, and she set her sights on making him fall for her. The door to the dark basement burst open, and someone came stomping downstairs, one of the robbers the villagers had already caught. Zirconium herself showed up to question him, and when the robber saw her, he knew exactly who she was, General Zirconium. She let out a grim little smile and told him, straight to his face, not to call her general. The robber realized she'd already lost to Valver, and the moment he said it out loud, Zirconia snapped a knife out. She said this thing was already old, but she didn't slow down, because she needed the robber to answer her questions, and when Zirconium started grilling him and chopping off his fingers, the man was left absolutely stunned. First, she demanded to know how many robbers there were in total, and after a while, Nelson finally read the robber's testimony, hard to swallow, but every single one of them said the exact same thing. Something bad had happened to the villagers. Nelson remembered the legend of the food that could make people stronger, and his gut told him it might actually be real. Then he and Zirconium froze in stunned silence. She told him she was aching with a brutal headache and that she'd haul herself to Austria to grab the proof. Then she slammed the candle down and swung open the secret door. Kazuura swept back to his mansions, went straight for compost because he snagged it at a bargain price, and with their crop fields stretching huge, he knew they'd need a mountain of fertilizer. He couldn't help wondering if that heavy load would wreck the tatami, so he wiggled his tatami leg, then shot it up in shock, because he watched the tile beneath them slide away. The young man shot a message to his father right away, telling him everything, and then asked his son why he'd been so worried. Right then, Kazuura's mom stepped in, and her dad assured her Kazuura was fine, saying it was great that he'd pulled it off. My father was like, what the heck does Kazuura want to bring to the other side? and he kept staring at the floor like it was hiding something. Kazuura pulled up by car, then tracked down a man who was selling compost because he needed even more. Right away, he asked, "How much do I need?" The young man said it was roughly 50 tons and that it had to ship tomorrow. The guy's eyes went wide, then he snapped, "All right, I'll take this massive order right now." Kazuura thanked him. The man bragged that they churn out tons of compost for cheap because they've got a herd of cows. Kazuura's curiosity flared and he grilled him on how it's made. The man answered right away, "They just spread straw across the pasture. Then they dump the manure into straw, scoop the whole mess up with an excavator, pour in water, and let it ferment until it turns into something useful." Kazuura remembered it all. Then he pushed into a new place to demand a flood control plan, but the chief snapped that the tech here was woefully missing, and it was freaking him out. The young man shot him an apology for the rough service, begged him to take the job anyway, and Kazuura told him to hunt down a professor who actually understood architecture. So the young man decided that was the smarter move. He couldn't believe it had to happen so fast, since he'd been convinced it was all for his dissertation. Then out of nowhere, someone chimed in that this conversation was actually fascinating. That man praised Kazuura's drawings, then the company director stepped in and declared he could jump straight into construction. He snapped at his employee for refusing the job, even though it was literally their duty. Then the director shoved the employee out the door and declared, "I'll take this order myself." He grilled Kazuura for where those drawings came from, and the young man swore they were from a made-up, ancient era. He claimed those were blueprints of a lost ancient city, and the director figured Kazuura was trying to haul it to the institute, until the kid snapped back that it was just his hobby, and the director immediately threw an apology his way. The director stared at the photos and straight up thought they were computer graphics. And Kazuura nodded, hitting the nail on the head. Then he insisted they had to rebuild the damaged areas and back it up with clear explanations and illustrations. They dove straight into the payment and Kazuura told them he could cough up the advance right now. Then the director quickly apologized for doubting him and the kid went ahead and paid that 10% advance. Then Kazuura stormed into the electrical store, hunting an electric generator and a refrigerator, because the guy ate nonstop. The consultant handed him a refrigerator and even a generator to power it. Then Kazuura immediately figured the gasoline had to be stored in barrels. Then he snapped up a fridge and a generator that could run for ages, and after the consultant pushed even more gear his way, Kazuura still went and grabbed a laptop too. He ended up snagging way more than he planned, and now the shopping spree left him short, so he rushed to another store to buy a mortar for life. Kazuura got offered slaked lime and Kazuura's deal ran big. He grabbed up to 2 tons, then he hauled in 2 20-liter gasoline cans, only to spot a noise-canceling generator sitting there that Kazuura had completely forgotten about. He begged the consultant to track down the generator's noise, so they fired it up, and even in regular operation it was loud as hell. Switching to weak mode made it noticeably quieter, and Kazuura finally thanked the consultant. He loved how handy the generator felt until he realized it barely helped at all. So he yanked out his phone and called the guy he'd bought the water wheel from. The young man lit up and praised the water wheel, then demanded, "I want one that makes electricity." But the older man shook his head and said, "We only have a weak wheel." So the young man pushed his idea harder, ditched the wheel and built a hydroelectric generator instead. Kazuura said he wanted to check their catalog first. The man nodded along, they exchanged goodbyes, and the young guy figured he'd finally live in peace, pure hysteria, since those texts are damn near impossible to copy. Now the shipment has to be delivered. A call came in, compost delivery, and Kazuura told him to dump it in the yard. Then the tech store called right after, and the orders kept landing so fast Kazuura couldn't even catch up. Soon, a mountain of purchases dropped into the forest, right on Kazuura's shoulders to haul it all. So he whipped out his special move and stacked the compost just right. Then he headed to Grissi, and Kazuura couldn't even bear to imagine how many brutal trips back and forth it would take. In this car, the young man rolled straight into Grissi's village and greeted the residents who could only stare in shock. Kazuura then told them these weren't ordinary machines, but vehicles from the world of the gods, and he ordered everyone to step back so they could unload the compost. He had to make even more trips, so he figured he'd ask someone to dump every bit of compost into one big pile. Then Valletta burst up to him out of nowhere, with Nina right beside her. Nina beamed and nodded as Kazuura said the compost was meant to fuel the fields of hysteria. Then he revealed they had 50 tons, and the young man pushed to kick off water wheel production. Valletta just stared, thinking hard. Kazuura demanded to know what Valletta was doing while everyone else was already working. Then she snapped back that they were busy building a fence and a watchtower. The young man promised he'd haul in 2 tons of lime fast, and Valletta flashed her thanks. Then Kazuura dashed off to grab the rest of the cargo. Zirconium rolled into the village and Isaac snapped the command over to her. She thanked him, apologized for the delay, and just as the words left her mouth, bam, she heard a commotion. Turns out it was Kazuura, hauling cargo, who came up to greet her. Isaiah told Zirconium this was a tool to haul goods, and the woman couldn't help but lean in, until Zura snapped that she's slow and totally useless for battles. Zirconia couldn't believe how fast they found her. Before she could even catch her breath, Kazuura and Valletta slid into their seats and started eating. And as Nolan said, the food came piled with those big vegetables, leaving Zirconia astonished that she'd get to inspect the field so soon. The vegetables were still in the ground, yet somehow they'd already ballooned to the size of a ball. Kazuura stared in shock just at that potato alone. They never expected those bird-dropping fertilizers to produce results like this. Kazuura stiffened up, and the moment he felt the situation turn, he knew this was going to be disastrous. While they ate, Valletta caught Kazuura's distant, thoughtful stare and pressed him, "What's going on?" But he only shrugged and said he was just lost in his thoughts. He said this food had the same powers as the one he brought, because once he started eating, he finally felt full, and he remembered the villagers getting stronger from it. Kazuura snapped that dumping compost to save the fields was way too risky, so Valletta pushed back and told him to chow down on potatoes and eggs to see if that would finally satisfy him. He listened to her, then told Volta and Nalan they had to eat too. The young man set a timer, leaned in, and asked about the garden herbs. Volta said they were doing fine, but herbs grown from seeds take their sweet time, unlike the ones boosted with fertilizers. The seedlings weren't rushing, but they weren't sick either, so Kazuura demanded to know what was going on, even though they still had to wait until the mystery could be figured out. The festival time hit a full roar, but Kazuura couldn't get enough of the food, so they started panicking with compost, even though it still had to be tested on other people. They needed someone who wouldn't spill the secrets about the food's special properties, and all 3 of them immediately thought of Isaac. He finally showed up at night, panting, and apologized for being late. They ducked into the tent to figure out what Kazuura needed, and right there, Kazuura served Isaac a hearty taste of potatoes and eggs. Isaac was all in on them, but Kazuura shoved the plan in his face and told him to eat every single one. So Isaac tore through it all, and only after the last bite did they zoom back to the real topic they came to talk about. Kazuura lit a fire under Isaac and demanded he start training his muscles right now, then ordered him to hammer out squats and push-ups for a full 2 hours. When Isaac finally started, Kazuura hit the timer 2 grueling hours later. Isaac was done and completely wiped out, and the young man immediately lunged in, asking if he was all right. He said he was exhausted, and Kazuura shot back a grateful nod, then ordered him to rest. Isaac pushed, asking why it even mattered, but Kazuura wouldn't spill yet. He just warned Isaac not to tell anyone. Isaac nodded, and they said their goodbyes. In her tent, Zirconia reopened the robber's testimony, convinced it was proof the residents had been blessed by God, and the moment she read it, she started digging into every sketchy detail all over again. Zirconia fretted that if she'd brought the same strength to that fight, the whole outcome could have swung differently, so she snapped her hand into a fist, shoved the thoughts away, and told herself she was overthinking. As she stepped outside, she saw Kazuura leaving Isaac's tent, bowing out and saying goodbye. Then Zirconia slipped into Isaac's tent to talk about what happened in the village, but she cut off mid-sentence, snapped to full attention, and stared with her eyes wide open. She spotted Isaac with his bare torso, grilling her about what really happened, and Zirconia panicked, misread the moment, and blurted that she wouldn't tell a soul. Isaac snapped awake and launched into it, firing back at Zirconia. She'd sworn she wouldn't tell Lisa a thing, that everything she claimed was completely wrong. Then Havel barged into Isaac's tent, demanding to talk with him about something. He cut himself off the second he saw Isaac gripping Zirconium by the shoulders. His whole body froze. Then he erupted in curses at Isaac, saying he'd arrest him, and Isaac immediately rushed to apologize to everyone. After training, Kazuura chose to check on Isaac's condition, and when he saw how pale Isaac looked, he knew the young man was wiped out, only for Isaac to explain that Zirconia had come to his tent right after Kazuura left. Isaac broke it down. It was all a misunderstanding. She walked into the tent and found Isaac shirtless, sweaty, and exposed. And right before that, Kuzura just stormed out of his own tent. The young man's mind flashed with that filthy image, and he prayed Isaac was guarding them in front of zirconium. Then he insisted, "It's that bad." Kuzura figured that if they wanted to save face, they had to drop the food secret, so they told Isaac to piece it all together on his own. After a bit, Zirconia watched bags and boxes get dumped off the cart, one after another, and Isaac told her they were packed with food from the world of the gods, plus the tools he'd been ordered to carry. Zirconia grilled Kazuru about why he wasn't happy with the food, and Isaac immediately stepped in, saying he loved the meals from Havel's mansion. Zirconia was itching to talk to Havel. She needed the cook who made it, and Isaac nodded along, but then they both snapped back to what went down yesterday. Once everything was loaded up, Kazura gave them a hard-earned shout of praise, and Valida immediately pressed water into his hands. Zirconia watched it all and couldn't shake the feeling Kazura was totally smitten with Veiled, while Isaac muttered that the young man was still on edge about Valida after the village got attacked. Zirconia headed straight for Kazura, and Kazura told him, "All I have to do is load the cart, we'll handle it tomorrow." Zirconia offered to round up the villagers to help, and Kazura nodded, but he wasn't about to make it happen. That evening, at Kazura's place, Volta flipped through a magazine and couldn't stop admiring the essential oils. Then Kazura pushed her to try them all, because he had no idea what they'd do to people on the other side. Kazura leaned in and said, "Hold up, these oils do way more than you think. They're insanely strong and they can help us push forward." Valletta offered to put them to the test, and the young man nodded. Then she picked the choice that pleased her most. First, they had to pour in water and drop in just one tiny drop, and Kazura blurted out, "So what kind of fragrance is this?" It was the clary sage, like instant calm in a bottle. Valletta figured it would slow him down and make her drowsy, while Kazura couldn't stop wondering if that girl had gone too far. Valletta said Japan's probably packed with oils like that, and the transport the young man hauled over was straight up unreal. Zura had thought he'd gone too far, then Zirconium was blown away by just how much he brought. Volta remembered how Kuzura had talked about everything on the battlefield with Zirconia, then admitted he wanted to wait first, because he still didn't know enough about the country, and Volta nodded along as he decided he'd rather stay completely out of it. The girl blurted that she wanted to sleep, and once she hit the bed, she'd drop into a deep, sound slumber like clockwork. Kazura scribbled it down and confirmed it worked the same way as in Japan. Right then, Valletta suddenly leaned in and said she needed to ask him for something. She begged Kuzura to wrap her up the exact same way as last time, and when Kuzura actually did it, he froze in shock while Valletta's face burned red with pure embarrassment. The young man told her to come closer, and the moment she did, Kazura pulled her into a tight hug, then Valletta's eyes fluttered shut in his arms. After that, Kazura gently tucked her into bed and slipped away. In the morning, he marched her to the house to show off the first aid stuff and all the supplies. Then, ever since that attack, they stuffed some food away just in case. Aletta leaned in and asked if Kuzura would be gone for a long time. He told her, "I'll be back in 10 days, then added, "I've got to grab the electric generator Hydra ordered, because I'm powering the refrigerator with it." Valletta shot back, questioning whether that plan was even allowed. Kazua shot back that everything was fine, nobody outside would ever notice. Then he leaned in and told Valletta, "Just let me know if anything goes wrong." Valletta flashed a confident smile and told him the village would be fine, and Kazura stared, stunned by how calm she looked. Then he stepped out of the house to find the residents beaming and bombarding him with excited chatter as they traded the news between themselves. Right as Kazura was about to leave, Valletta burst in and urged him to take care of himself, and when he looked back, he told her the exact same thing. As he stepped away, Valletta pulled him aside and whispered for him to wait. On the way, Zirconia grilled Havel about what he fed Kazura while Kazura was visiting, but Havel admitted he didn't know Kazura's tastes, so they kept cooking all kinds of meals, and Zirconia's jaw dropped at how many different stocks they'd pulled out. Havel told her his father always hoards a set amount of meat and caterpillars from local merchants, and that was enough to satisfy Zirconia's curiosity. She spun around and shouted at Havel. The woman begged Havel to send over the cook from that place. She promised top coin, since Kashura couldn't stop raving about the food served there, and Havel was completely caught off guard. He grinned and said the cook was still fresh and green, but somehow she'd clicked with Kazura just fine. Zirconia nodded like that was great news and immediately asked, "So who's that girl?" After a while, the whole squad finally pulled over to catch their breath. Marie and Kazura slipped out to warm up too, because even with the wagon rattling, it was still way better than another trip to Rada. Havel closed in on Kazura, and Kazura snapped that the young man looked worn out from the trip, then asked how Havel could ride a cart without getting exhausted. Havel just shrugged and said he'd grown used to it. Kazura pressed, asking if it was really true that Havel and Isaac were running a unit made up only of nobles. Then Havel shot back that he'd been tapped as deputy officer of the first attachment. Kazura leaned in, worried sick, and asked if those guys were all right, because they were the ones helping him. Havel told him, "Don't panic, our main training is almost done." Then they got thrown into training a whole new squad that's struggling hard right now, and Kazura was completely blown away by just how brutally strict their regime was. Havel told them the regime doesn't just run tight, it wants them to march straight into death on the battlefield, and when their second year of training starts, they get shoved into the barracks too, which breaks a lot of them and pushes some to quit. But if they can't back it up with a real reason, it's a straight-up disgrace, and then the consequences come for them. Kazura realized the hard way, being a noble isn't a title you wear for fun. Havel swore this service is voluntary, but almost every noble shows up anyway, usually after their families shove them in by force. Some join because they're dazzled by the soldiers, yet deep down, they can't stand it. He told Kazura that him and Isaac didn't get dragged here. They came on their own because they wanted to, and when Kazura pressed for the real reason, Havel snapped back that he had something he needed to protect. Kazura clocked it. Huffle was smiling, and it hit him like a shock. He'd been holding back this whole time, right? So the young man decided not to push, and Huffle led him straight to the training grounds. Then Kazura suddenly understood what was really going on. He'd love to say yes, but he's not ready to back the military yet. Still, it's hard to refuse when his curiosity is screaming. Havel even promised that if Kazura wanted to go, he'd take him there anytime. Kazura figured Havel was handling things right. Then Havel asked if Kazura would be cool with Marie cooking for him, yet Kazura instantly felt that kind of food just wasn't meant for him. Then Havel dropped the bombshell that they could mix Kazura's canned food with what they had and cook him a real meal, and he froze in disbelief. After that, he started respecting Havel even more, because now he could finally eat with everyone. But Kazura nodded along and warned, "Nobody touches my food." Havel promised, "We'll start cooking for you tomorrow." But when he finally left, Kazura figured it was way better if he ate with everyone. And Havel thought he'd finally freed Marie. Then, while she cooked, she suddenly dropped the potatoes, and Kazura swore it was his fault, so he bolted outside for a walk. Right then, Marie started scrambling to apologize. Havel pushed that she needed to get out of the house. She nodded along, but her gut hated lying to Kazura. She really didn't want to lie, but Havel shut that thought down, and Maria nodded along. After that, she kept cooking, yet somehow the whole thing tasted wrong, like it wasn't meant to be. Marie took one bite of the prepared food and instantly got swept up in it, so Havel snapped at her to take it easy, and Kazura suddenly remembered he'd completely forgotten about the sample. They pulled up at night, but Kazura looked wrecked. Nelson asked if he should grab everything he planned to carry. Zura snapped that he took even more and demanded they set up a room with windows facing the courtyard. He decided they'd start rebuilding the granary first thing tomorrow, then demanded people be assigned, and Nelson nodded, saying they'd use the servants. So tell me, did that really make Kazura tense? Nelson snapped right back into place and promised they'd mobilize 600 soldiers, but Kazura shut it down, because soldiers get tied up and you can't bet your life on them showing up every single time. Nelson nodded and told him, "Let's hit the affected spots first." Then he said, "We already built 30 water wheels," and Circonium shot back, "Artisans' work runs better because the pay actually matters." Kazura lay down to rest, then they offered him a bath and he said yes. But once he was in the room, a nagging gut feeling hit him like, wait, what did I forget? Fresh heat soaked over the young man as he finally relaxed. Then his mind snapped to one scary thought. Would there even be enough fertilizers? When the bath was over, he just dove into ice cream like it could drown the worries. He suddenly blurted out a scream, because that ice cream was exactly the one thing he'd been trying to remember, and the guard froze in fear, then ordered the maid to tail him. When Isaac and Havel cracked the door to announce they were heading home, they froze, because Kazura was lurking over the ice cream crate. The kid demanded they fire up the refrigerator and they gulped, then obeyed. Isaac looked at that gasoline water and called it the nastiest stuff ever. Then Kazura leaned in and told him it wasn't ordinary water at all. It was special, packed with the spirit of power, and Isaac could only stare in shock. While they refueled the generator, Kuzura snapped that nobody was to pour gasoline anywhere near the flames. Isaac shot back, "So what happens if we do?" And Kuzura didn't joke, "You die." Then the generator roared to life, loud enough to rattle your bones. Isaac swore someone's stomach was rumbling like a whole transport from Grizzy, and Kuzura snapped that he wanted it hidden, so he told Isaac to find someone who could handle it. Isaac swore he'd personally stand watch over the generator, but Kuzura shoved him to rest. Havel said they should swap shifts, and Isaac nodded along. Sure, Kuzura thanked them, but the warning hung there: they could get sick. Still, he nodded along with them, then secretly slipped them doping, dressing it up as a mystery medicine that would supposedly restore their strength. Isaac and Havel were left staring, completely stunned. Kuzura told them this was his way of saying thanks for everything they'd done. Then he showed them exactly how to crack open the bottles. Isaac thanked him, and Kazura swore it would stay their secret. Then they gulped down the medicine like it was tasty candy. After that, they hit the job at once, and Kazura made it clear he was counting on them. Then he dove back into his frozen ice cream and started chomping it with pure, joyful delight. In the morning, Ira caught Liz up with a bright, happy vibe, and when she checked, Liz told her she'd actually gotten better with a sword. So Ira grinned and said that soon she'd be able to match Zirconium or Isaac. Liz snapped that Isaac couldn't be underestimated, but Zirconium was on a whole other level of strength. Then Eris chimed in that Liz needed real experience. "She told me Zirconium came back yesterday with Kazura, hauling in a ton of stuff, and Liz said that was exactly what Kazura had promised." Liz insisted that Kazura was set to bring life back to the northern and western fields, and that's why everything he carried mattered. Because even then, it felt impossible to believe it could actually save them from the drought. Liz even explained they've got a water wheel that yanks water straight from the river, and Ira had never heard of anything like it before. She couldn't wait to see what Kuzura brought, but the strangest mysteries were still lining up. She swore she heard a strange noise blasting out of Kuzura's room, so they rushed to check, but Isaac slammed the door shut and wouldn't let them in, and not long after, a scream ripped through the air from inside. Liz was buzzing with excitement, but her mind kept snagging on one detail: Kazura was with a woman, and when Iris said, "Nothing happened," Kazura's weird behavior told a totally different story. She told her that Kuzura skipped breakfast because he was wiped out, and Liz decided to corner him about it at lunch. Then Eris chimed in that today's schedule would bring a few visitors. 2 merchants and 2 nobles were meant to show up at Liz's, and it totally rattled her, because the schedule was packed to the breaking point. Snapped back that another meeting with McGregor was already on the books. Liz asked when she'd finally get a breather, and shot back that it wouldn't be until after dinner. So she figured Kuzura would be slammed too and decided to slow down instead of rushing him. Meanwhile, Kazura burst into the withered fields and teamed up to start repairing them. Then he kicked the plan into overdrive, vowing to revive every ounce of hysteria with a full-scale leadership push. Madayama, yeah, that's her name, worked the supply counter at a chain department store, and then a visitor finally showed up, someone who hadn't been around in ages. Sino stepped in, announced himself as the head of land reclamation, and said he always stocked up on huge orders from them. So when William was told to take care of the guest, the girl looked like stress was crushing her from the inside. She walked up to help with the pick, only to catch him hunched over a manual on how to eat insects the right way. The girl froze in shock because Shino didn't look a day like the kind of guy who grows crops. Then he casually dropped the book, saying he was only here for other purchases, and that misunderstanding hit even harder. Isaac told everyone the groups were already gathered and the fertilizer was ready, and Kuzura snapped back that it was time to start. First, they tore up the ground, then poured in soil from the bags and mixed it all together, because whatever was in one bag had to get spread across the right area, and the whole crew had to keep moving forward evenly. They had to do it for every field in the northern area. Everyone went silent in shock, and Kuzura did the math. Each group would have to scatter 4 bags every single day. The young man promised the Easter family would foot the bill and even toss in extra for top-notch work, so he ditched the job, handed it to Isaac and Harvind, and marched straight to the river. Evil said the medicine Kuzura handed them is straight-up terrifying, so terrifying that even he and Isaac couldn't wrap their heads around how Kuzura could end up exhausted after giving it. So they made a choice right then. They'd stay grateful to him no matter what until they finally understood why. Havel panicked at the thought of anything happening to Kazura, because even a god would have been shaken if Kazura kept going like that, and Marie's position would have skyrocketed even higher. Havel said Kazura was wiped out, so they had to stop stacking work on him and reshuffle the schedule, and Isaac nodded along. They told Kazura to finally get some real rest, then swore to push even harder to take even more weight off his shoulders. Havel was already fired up to grind for it, and Isaac shot back, "I'm counting on you." Zirconia snapped that their fields looked beyond hopeless. The crops withered in no time, and only the ones watered by the streams made it, but there were barely any left. Kazura said they could only spare a few crops with the water, and he figured they should hold Japan's fertilizer back as the final trump card, otherwise it would be way too obvious. Zirconium promised they'd carve a water channel for the next harvest, and Kazura nodded along, because if the soil stays bone dry, nothing will grow. Kazura then fired back, "So why can't we just water the ground and plant the seeds that way?" The woman said it only works when the temperature falls because the heat would scorch the seeds right in the ground. So Kazura realized he'd better learn a whole lot more about farming. He pushed them to start with the old water channels, then fired off a question. How icy did it get here in winter? She didn't hold back. The water freezes solid and snow dumps on them nonstop. Kazura called it a great idea, and Zirconia practically lit up, saying she'd love to hash out the details. Though the young man insisted it was only a shot in the dark, Zirconia still couldn't wait to see how it turned out. They rolled up on a dried-up riverbed, and Kazura went, "We can build a water wheel right here." Then he leaned in and told us, "We've got to dig a deep channel to pull water in." Zirconium barked orders at the soldiers to dig deep holes for the water wheel, then pushed for crews to assemble the wheel and build the wooden channel. Kazura said they only needed one water wheel here to steer the water, so they sent the rest to other spots. Then they'd tackle even bigger upgrades, since those wheels weren't just for pumping water. Kazura claimed they could build a mill that churns out way more than human hands ever could, and Zirconia couldn't believe it. He grilled them about how they grind grain into bread, and Zirconia broke it all down for him, while Kazura scoffed and called it primitive. He figured the grain might scorch from the fire, but Zirconium shut that down fast. Right after heating, you yank the grain down to the ground and trample it, and she swore it's a blast. Kazura asked if Zirconium knew anything about that kind of work, and she replied that she'd been born a peasant, so she spent her life helping in the fields. That answer totally stunned Kazura. He stared at Zirconium and insisted she looked like a plain peasant woman, then shot off the question. How old was she, really? And demanded to know if she'd somehow forgotten how to grind grain. She told him she hadn't done this in 10 years, but she still had to prove her skills one more time, and Kazura guessed she was about 26. He stared at Liz and thought, no way she's older than a teen, so Zirconia should have popped her out at 11, unless Liz was Nelson's second wife. He snapped out of his thoughts and pitched the idea of building a thrashing machine to slash the price of food. Then Zirconia shot back, "I can't wait to see the thresher." The workers pressed for instructions on how to assemble the thresher, and Kazura immediately bowed his head and apologized for forgetting all about it. After a while, they finally built the water wheel and kept it running so they could water the land. Kazura grabbed the wheel, spun it, and the water burst to life. Zirconia froze when she saw the people of Grizzy hauling water straight from the canal. Then Kazura suddenly snapped, sensing something was horribly wrong with that water. He strode to the water's edge and muttered that this could turn into a real problem. Zirconia instantly went tense and demanded to know what was wrong. Then he fumbled his way through the truth. The wheel's rotation speed wasn't smooth. Zirconia just froze, stunned. The young man leaned in and told her the wheel had to spin at one steady speed, then admitted some parts were built wrong. Zirconia blurted out an apology right away and promised she'd rush the artisans to redo it. Kazura nodded along because if they left it as it was, the wheel would grind itself down and wear out. Then Kazura snapped at me to move on, because somehow he couldn't figure out why this was happening when they were using the exact same blueprints they'd used back in the village. He figured the details failed because the tools just didn't match. After all, in Gris he'd worked with gear imported from Japan. So he told himself he'd fix it later, but right now, he had to grab that wheel and make it work. He ordered the water to surge faster to save the crops, then he pushed to halt the part production, and once they track down the problem, they'll restart it. Kanayam agreed. She regretted it instantly because deep down, she knew it was on her. Kazura shot back, "It's all good, this isn't just your fault." They had just one water wheel, but it was still unfinished, and Kazura felt he wouldn't get to rest anytime soon. At the mansion, Zirconia rushed to apologize to Nora for throwing him off, then leaned in with one big request. Nora thanked him for the visit and asked, "All right, what do you need?" She asked if Marie worked in their house, and Nora Greed pressed her for answers. Then Zirconia finally explained what happened. Kazuura wanted her to work for him, and Zirconia was ready to pay her for it. He didn't show any shock and urged her to buy someone else or to borrow Marie, since Marie was his illegitimate child. Zirconia couldn't believe Naotama was bending over backward to care for his daughter, yet still refusing to set her free. When he snapped that his family would never accept Marie, Zirconia shot back that Marie would be way better off breaking loose. And he didn't hesitate. He started muttering like a secret was slipping out. Then Zirconia finally got it. Havel was trying to put Marie under Kazuura's protection. The woman nodded along with Nor and said yes to taking Marie for a while, since it was already a win that Marie was going to end up as Kazuura's cook. Zirconia told everyone that Marie would move in with them, and if Kazuura was serious about keeping her, Nora wouldn't stand in his way. So yeah, he agreed. Then Zirconia flashed a smile, tossed out an apology for her request, and said she wanted to pack Marie's things, while also warning Nor she better not have them cooking. Boards were hauled to Kazuura on a cart, and he immediately thanked the guy for the haul, because he had big plans. He wanted to build a shelter for the generator out of those boards, and he also figured they'd need a proper shed to store the fuel. He said he was hunting for Loot and grabbed his tools, then told Loot to rest, because he planned to count on him tomorrow, but Loot flat out refused. Lut jumped at the chance to help Kazuura, and that shocked Kazuura and Isaac too, seeing Lut was willing to step in like that. Then Kazuura couldn't stop thinking about how Lut and Isaac looked way too much alike. Isaac said the Loot wouldn't spill Kazuura's secrets because he already knew Kazuura was a glacier, so helping out wouldn't put anyone in danger. Then Kazuura nodded and agreed to help Lut, and the smile on Lut's face nearly lit the room up because Kazuura was hyped. After a bit, Kazuura came back with the tools, threw in a quick apology for making them wait, and swore they'd knock it out fast. Lut and Isaac just stared, totally stunned. As the generator rattled, Kazuura slammed the boards into place with raw focus, so hard even the assistants stared in shock. Then Kazuura snapped, "Bring me another board." He didn't have time to mess around, so he ordered Isaac to build the wall right then, and promised he'd show Tom exactly how to use the tool. He said that with this tool, Isaac could slam a nail in fast, and then he showed him exactly how to use it. Isaac's jaw dropped in surprise. He said he finally understood why that instrument was so amazing. Then Kazuura snapped, "Don't you ever aim it at people. It's dangerous," she warned, and the danger felt real. Soon, it was all done, and Kazuura's energy finally ran out. Isaac nodded and laughed, saying they pulled it off fast and that the tools from the world of the gods are absolutely incredible. Kazuura scanned the room and realized nobody had even shown up to that racket. Lut nodded like, "Yeah, how could they miss it?" Right then, Hell stepped over and demanded, "Are you done?" Kazuura shot back, "I already told you about it." He shot back that the noise drowned it out, because he couldn't hear a thing, and he was dead set on keeping everyone out of here. Everyone told him to warn them next time, and Kazuura's mood crashed as he apologized. Then Havel snapped up and said, "Don't be sorry. Only a couple of people even showed up." Marie burst into the room, breathless, and apologized for taking too long, while Zirconia shot back that the girls shouldn't have been in such a rush. She told them this was Marie's room now, and that Kazuura's own cook was the girl standing there, and Marie just froze in total shock. Zirconia told her that Marie had been hired for the job, and Marie immediately thanked her. Then Zirconia revealed her salary was 1,000 AR, leaving Marie stunned, because Zirconia casually added that it was only what a rookie guard earns. She bragged that a good job could bump up a girl's pay, then snapped at Marie to keep herself spotless. Then she vanished, and Marie marched straight to her office to work. At that exact moment, inside the Havel family mansion, he stood face to face with his own father and snapped that he'd never helped Marie get bought, because if he hadn't, she wouldn't have been taken away. So his conclusion hit hard. Havel must have ordered Marie to look after Kazuura. Havel shot back that they had other maids lined up, so Marie would only cook for Kazur. Then their father snapped, asking why he even brought Marie along with him in the first place. Havel shot back that he picked someone who's missing wouldn't mess up his father and brother's return from the lands of Gregoria. Then he added the real twist. His older brother despises Marie, so that hatred is exactly what drove her straight into Havel's arms. My father suddenly realized Havel had found his voice, so he slapped the whole thing down as a plain failure and temporarily handed Marie over for use. Then he couldn't help wondering if Havel remembered his promise. They promised that if Havel busted his way through the army and clawed his way to a solid rank, his father would hand Marie to him. Huvel's father snapped at him to shut down his schemes, then smirked like he could wiggle out of the promise, only for Huvel to flinch. Seeing that, his father immediately backed down, swore he'd keep his word, and decided to end it for real. Before any of that, he snapped at Havel that his methods were rude, sure, but still not bad. Then he ordered his son to do better next time, and that set Havel off. He threw in an apology, turned to leave, and slammed the door behind him. This morning, Kazuura burst into the living room, feeling way better. Last night's sleep did wonders, after he even chilled a sweet chocolate mint drink in the fridge. Nelson, Zirconia, and Liz sat there at the table with him as Nelson shouted for his wife, but she never answered. He snapped his voice louder and called again, insisting Liz was the one calling her. Zirconia panicked, apologized, and asked what on earth was going on. Liz told her to take a day off since Zirconia looked worn out, but the woman snapped back, "I'm fine, I just have a mountain of work to get through." Liz demanded to know how long she'd been out, and Zirconia shrugged, "Just an hour." Kazuura and Nelson froze in shock, then went completely silent. Then Liz shot up from her seat and begged for permission to help Zirconium. She wanted to go check how the work was coming. Zirconia stopped her, saying Liz had an appointment today, then asked who she'd be going with. Era snapped back that the next meetings were set up with a nobleman and a merchant, and this was already their second straight time meeting them in a row. Liz flat out said she didn't want to meet the Nobel merchant, while her parents fumed that she wouldn't name him right off the bat. Zirconia said she didn't mind handing the job to Liz, then she asked Kazuura if he'd be cool with Liz riding along to work today, and Kazuura said yes. Liz told Kazuura she'd bust her tail today to be useful, and Kazuura shot back, "Chill, don't be so hard on yourself, you don't have to wrestle anything difficult." That hit Liz right in the heart, and she lit up with happiness. Liz snapped at Ira to help get everything ready, and Ira said yes on the spot. Then Zirconia dropped a bombshell, saying she had paired Ira and Marie to serve Kazuura. Both girls froze in shock, and Zirconia rushed to apologize for forgetting to tell them sooner. Liz blurted that Ero was her maid, and Zirconia snapped back that it would stay that way, because all she needed right now was for Ero to guide Marie for the moment. Zirconia leaned in and told Yura, "Your room is already waiting for you at the mansion, and I'll hand you a salary contract next." And even though Yura was stunned, she still nodded and agreed. Era figured Zirconium had crushed tons of problems fast until a nagging doubt wouldn't let up. As she headed down the hallway, her mind kept circling that mansion room. Estera couldn't shake the feeling. Zirconia wanted her living like some sort of concubine, and she kept trying to convince herself she'd imagined the whole thing. As Ero braided Liz's hair, Liz blurted out, "Why are you the one helping Kazuura?" And Ero just shrugged, "Because I already have a maid." Eru shot back that she'd racked up a whopping 11 years of experience, and Liz thought maybe they picked her because she and Kazuura are close in age. Then Eru dropped yet another wild guess. Ira told Liz that her mom might be trying to connect them, and Liz nodded right along. She knew her mother was pushing for her attention, just like it already happened a few days ago, but there was one thing she still couldn't wrap her head around. Liz stared at Kazuura like, "What country are you really from?" Because there was no reason to play games, and she just knew he had to be a nobleman from Valverde. It started guessing which country Kazuura could be a noble from, then the thought snapped to the real problem. Zirconium despises Valver. Liz claimed Valver tore into her home country, and Era was already hearing whispers, too, that just months before the war, those same Valver bandits had surged into a village near Hysteria. Zirconium was the last one standing, then she stepped up and joined the Historia army, and before the war even kicked off, she married Nelson. Ira caught it by pure accident, and it turned out to be nothing but a rumor. Then Liz told her she'd been interrupted, and Ira quickly bowed her head and apologized. Zirconia declared that Era would finally be able to work now, and she'd have to jump in to help Kazuura, plus Era's salary was boosted, and suddenly she realized she'd been handed a whole new pile of responsibilities. Zirconia snapped that Era wouldn't be able to end their employment contract for the next 10 years, and she'd make Lisa and Kazuura her alternating duty, back and forth. She ordered Aura to sign the document, and Zirconia promised that if things got messy, Aura could always reach out for advice. After a while, Marie got used to working, until everything started feeling easier for Ephra, especially when she suspected something was up. Zirconia flat out said Ira had to reunite Kazuura and Liz, so that's how we knew it was true. Era froze in shock at the assignment. Zirconia insisted that Kazuura and Liz already click, so they had to be paired up, and then dropped the real bomb. "Error, you handle it." Era's body went tense like a trap had just snapped shut. She asked what would become of Isaac since he'd somehow impressed Nelson. Then Ira's eyes widened as she realized she was, basically, tearing into Zirconia. Zirconia told Isaac, "Sure, you're good, but Kuzura is way better." Then she explained that the real issue was Ira didn't know Kuzura well, so she marched over and apologized to her. Zirconia called it top secret, so Ira had to sign the document, though she could have refused if she didn't care. But Ira signed anyway, and Zirconia wasted no time, deciding to keep going. She leaned in and told me the truth. Kazura is a gray shear. Ira basically knew the legend, and Zirconia swore it wasn't just old stories, it's been happening lately. Ira noticed Kazura was tied up restoring the fields and stepped in to help, and Zirconia shot back that in peacetime that would have been fine, but now it's clearly not, because they might not be ready to face war with Valver. Zirconia snapped that the war was going to kick off for sure, just because Valver was Valver. But she insisted they'd be alright since Kazura had the right know-how and tools, and that it was the perfect moment for them to get the Force's blessing. That was a blessing only a handful of people ever get: monstrous power. Ira stared at Zirconium in silence and told him to keep the plan for Lisa and Kazura as their secret. She told Era to nudge Lisa a little toward Kazura, then to back off. The moment she walked away, Zirconia started betting on it. If Kuzura fell for Liz, he'd finally be tied to them. At the same time out in the fields, Kuzura was barking orders that the workers would be stuck in the fields again today. Liz right beside them, but this time Ira wasn't with her. She'd brought a different maid. Kazura leaned in with confidence and told the workers to keep scattering the bag's contents, then promised, "We'll wrap all of this in just half a month." And under Liz's watchful eyes, he pushed himself harder than ever. He turned to the employees and asked if anyone had questions. Then one dared to ask whether they'd be allowed to head home when the vow time came, and Kuzura shut it down, saying they'd been given water. The young man assured them that Easter House foots the entire bill, so nobody's pay gets touched. He told the workers every 30 minutes take a break and drink on schedule. This heat is brutal, and if meals and rests hit on time, they'll work smarter and get more done. Kazura told them he was pinning everything on them. He stared at the plan and decided the second water wheel had to be moved to a new spot. Then he prayed the final details would be wrapped up by the end of the day. Liz shot him a warning that there was tons of work to do, then asked if crops could really heal once you dump the bag contents around. Kuzura snapped back that only living crops survive, and that the fertilizer doesn't just boost growth, it acts like medicine. He said you could fix the soil other ways too, but none of it works that fast, especially since he's been using his own special fertilizer he prepared himself. Liz stared at him, deep in thought, and instantly figured Kazura must have brought supplies from his home country. She stared at the calendar and realized it was only 3 days between there and here, so why couldn't she find it? Liz was sure Zirconian would never beg a man from Belverde for help, and Kryrat's was way too far to reach. Kuzura declared it was time to sow seeds and pressed Liz on which ones were best, only for Liz to admit she knew nothing about agriculture. She didn't want any lecture about it, she just said this year could get colder, so winter potatoes and beans would be perfect, and round onions plus some leafy greens would fit the bill too. Liz said these beans get dried first, then the oil gets squeezed right out of them, so they're stuffed into a wooden box to do it. Kazura stared at it and thought, this looks like soybean oil, but he couldn't bring himself to put in that kind of effort. He figured a centrifuge could handle it, and Liz admitted she wasn't sure, but Kazura shot back that her knowledge wasn't too shabby. He asked Liz if she ever took off onto the city streets, and Liz said she goes there for walks because it's full of fascinating sights. Kuzura asked if she knew any food stalls, and Liz grinned. She said she knew tons, then told her to meet up for a walk later. She lit up when Kuzura agreed and swore she'd do everything she could to be useful to him, and the young man thanked her right away, because in his eyes, Liz was seriously one of the most sociable people around. After a while, they finally fitted a brand new wheel that stomped the old one, and Liz couldn't stop smiling as she watched him work. Kazura hauled Liz along for lunch, and the servants snapped to attention, setting the table. Then Marie marched up, plunked a jar of stew in front of him, and Kazura waved her off, telling her to rest. Liz urged the young man to try the meat, and he didn't even hesitate. He took a bite, lit up, and called it delicious, then demanded the recipe. He even wanted to hand Liz a taste back, but there weren't any empty plates in sight. Liz said she'd come back another time, and in her head she knew Kazuura would like it more if she cared. Then Kazuura promised, "Next time I'll serve you soup," and Liz finally got it. He didn't care at all. Kazuura mostly chowed down on grains, so Liz had no clue where he was from, but her parents trusted him anyway. Because yeah, he was loaded. She leaned in, nudged Kazuura closer, and wiped his lips with a napkin, telling him the food was right there. Late at night, Kazuura peers out his window and spots Urkonia, and she gives him a nod like she's got something on her mind. He rushes downstairs to join her, and Zirconia tells him she can't sleep and thinks staring at the stars might lift his spirits. She said it was exactly what they needed for a fresh change of scenery. Kazuura even claimed the stars were way clearer from the roof, but the zirconium didn't make it up there since hauling it up those stairs would have been a nightmare. But the second she came here to lose herself admiring the stars, Kazuura showed up right on cue. He looked shocked and totally lost. Then she asked him to taste his tea, and Kazuura actually agreed, like he'd realized sometimes having a tea set with you is just smart. The young man poured tea for both of them to calm down, and Zirconia confessed that when she stared at the stars, everything felt like a nightmare to her, just not in the way she'd expected. Then she dropped a saying and asked what it meant because Kazuura was dying to know. Zirconia said staring at the stars can make you crave home, and Kazuura instantly clocked this wasn't poetry, it was homesickness. Almost nobody else ever understood it. Zirconia beamed at him and thanked Kazuura for the calming tea, then she pushed herself to her feet. "I feel way better now." As she started to leave, Kazuura offered that next time he could brew her tea too, because it'd help her drift off to sleep. They said goodbye. Over a cup of tea, Kazuura stared up at the stars, completely blown away by how beautiful the sky looked, and his mind flashed back to Valletta, wondering what the moon would have felt like back then. In a cramped little room, 3 people huddled at a square table, staring hard at the building sketches while 2 guards leaned in, watching every second of the negotiation. Sheena stuck another paper onto the map, traced the water channels with her finger, then pitched installing those water wheels in the east and south, while asking if he could count on Lisa's help. Zirconia nodded hard and said the girl's schedule had already been updated, and the man across from him let out a grateful breath, saying everything was running smoothly right now. Kazuura grinned and said, because Lisa's taking a bath now, the work's running way smoother, and those water wheels are pushing the water along nonstop. Nelson couldn't believe what was happening. He hated how shocked he felt. And Zirconium definitely never guessed Lisa would end up so loved by the townspeople. Stepping back from the work drama, the short-haired man leaned toward the only woman at the table and asked how she slept and how she felt. Confused but relieved, she said she was fine now. Sheena questioned the 2 guards standing watch and demanded to know if the fertilizer plan would keep working. And when they nodded, she finally exhaled because the field's problems were about to be crushed for good. The lottery winner's smile vanished in an instant, and that sharp little question about how the land's money was doing hung in the air. Nelson let out a shaky sigh and told them he'd try to come up with something, because if this keeps going, they're going to have to shut down the other projects and slash the budget. And that leads to the obvious question, if the food problem gets solved, then what comes next? But here's the punchline. Without money, you won't be able to pull off any real, game-changing improvements. So yeah, the logic lines up. The men, like the world around them, disappeared, dove into a scheme to jack up the budget for their lands, and yeah, that's the kind of problem they've got to fix fast. After they mentioned mining, Shin couldn't help himself. He blurted out whether they were digging up gold, and they had to tell him the brutal truth. Gold gets mined only near the capital. Kazuura leaned on the back of his chair, eyes locked on the papers, completely swallowed by his thoughts. Because there's no sea anywhere nearby, salt production is out of the question, and even getting lime mortar made here turns into a real uphill battle. After wrestling with the idea, the guy plunged his hand into his pockets and blurted out that he'd finally found the best, fastest way to make money. He dug a handful of shiny power stones out of a bag cheap store souvenirs, then held them up and demanded, "How much are these worth?" The question hit like a wave, shocking everyone. Nelson blurted out in shock at this insanely beautiful shape, one he'd swear would sell like crazy, until his bright surprise cracked because his grandmother right there in the shop had been trying to trick him. Talking about stones, he couldn't stop asking which ones would fetch the highest price, dark or transparent, and right away he got the answer. Transparent obsidian doesn't show up often, so selling it means bigger profits. With a satisfactory answer in hand, the young man dove back into the bag, rummaging around like he owned the moment, a carefree grin lighting up his face. Sheena lined up a little heap of clear obsidian balls on the table, then blurted out a sale, and the shock that hit everyone next was so intense they all froze in place. A trembling voice stammered, trying to ask where all this came from, or even where the name came from, but Kazuura cut in fast, blurted out apologies and begged them to forget it, because these aren't anything special, they're just glass balls from the kingdom of the gods. Nelson and Zirconium stared at the product like it was the key to something huge, but the man instantly saw the upside, saying this could wipe out their money problem. Even if the goods are rare, the selling won't be easy, and buyers will definitely start grilling them about the suppliers. Sheena thought it over and said selling colored glass would probably be the smarter move. Then Zirconium fired a legit question. So does that actually happen? He even joked that the multicolored glass looked exactly like the stuff they sell back home, and then said he'd grab one the next time he went. After he asked about the colors, he got a solid, sensible explanation about the classic supplies sold in that market. He shoved the balls back in the bag, and with a grin he declared it was the answer to their crushing emergency money problem, and even a way to feed the population. They needed to expand the farmland. After Kazuura pitched a brand new tool, the hand pump, he got hit with two piercing looks, and in them he could already tell they were thinking, is that really a dumb question? You're stuck with only a few spots to mount wheels, and the pump itself is tiny, but it can still push water as long as you pull it from shallow depths, and someone has to stand there and hammer the lever down. Zirconium instantly brightened with a new plan, then blurted out that they'd gear up with every needed material, and even pull the whole staff in right away. Nelson fired off the question, could this pump be squeezed into tight spots like a tunnel? He even mimed the size with his hands, and Sheena answered with a confident, yeah, it should work, likely. Then came another jaw-dropping question, how to use pumps in the most interesting ways, like in mines, and Kazuura couldn't help but wonder why anyone would use that kind of tool in a place like that. He didn't lose his head. He calmly explained that during mountain excavations, groundwater is barely ever found, and if the volume's too big, you've got to call it quits. Sheena nodded along, and it was clear. In this world, people wanted to mine flooded ore more than anything. Nelson kept firing off ideas for boosting ore production in mountains and tunnels, but Kazuura just stared, because the man's thoughts were way too sharp. That's what it really means to be the ruler of the mainland. Zirconi snapped to a new question and shot it at Kazuura. What good idea had just hit his head? Kazuura remembered that not long ago he'd said that if everything went right, they'd finally be able to boost people's nutrition. The guy's first words hit like a punch, glacier. Then he threw out the obvious question, do you even know what that is? When they shook their heads, Sheena leaned in and explained, it's basically an ice warehouse. Winter we cut the ice, summer we pull it out and use it. Zirconia panicked, would they really keep it safe until summer, or would it melt? But her fear got drowned out by his words, there's a way to store ice. Nelson turned out to be sharp as a tack, and the second he got the idea, he realized they could stash fish and meat here. Then Kazuura shot him a proud, approving nod. Then they dove into the real plan, stockpile ice blocks and cash in during summer. But if you could invent a refrigerator, the ice demand would never dry up, and you could even keep it right inside your house. The catch is simple, you need a pond to churn out ice, but digging it in the field ruins your chances at a real harvest. So you're better off building a fresh reservoir up in the mountains. Kazuura swore that next time he'd team up with everyone to pick the perfect spot, and when he got back to his kingdom, he'd personally keep a close eye on the glacier. Next, the talk about those water wheels kicked back off. Actually, everyone dove straight into the work. Kazuura said he wanted to visit the workshop, and that's when he completely missed Zirconium's watchful stare drilling into him. Night swallowed the castle corridors one by one, and in a room by the window, a girl kept flipping and grinding into the sheets, until, with another roll, the thought hit her hard. She just couldn't sleep. Ira kept replaying the hostess's order in her head, bring Lisa and Kazuura together, but the more she thought about it, the more it hit her. The girl was genuinely terrified of what that meant. The maid had no choice but to agree, but a new headache hit. Those two are rarely ever alone, and no matter how hard the girl tried, she couldn't get a word out to Shane. Sure, it asterisk looks like that couple's going to get together sooner or later, but every time you try to report progress, it's a nightmare. Nothing's happening. So once Era hauled herself out of bed, she decided tea was the move just to knock herself out and finally sleep. She cracked open the kitchen door and froze because right in front of her stood a guy mumbling to himself while staring at a tray like it was the best drink in creation. She instantly panicked. She never thought anyone else would be here, and when she screamed, someone barked an order right away. Meanwhile, Kazuya acted like he belonged, greeted the stranger, then casually asked if the girl had come for boiled water too. Embarrassment hit her even harder, so she pulled her shawl tighter and blurted out apologies for her scandalous appearance, then quickly explained she'd come just to get a cup of tea. That reaction terrified Shin so hard he went completely still for a couple of seconds, frozen by shock. Then the guy snapped and started rethinking it. After Kuzura slid a steaming cup of tea in front of the embarrassed girl, she stammered out, "Thank you," but he waved it off fast. He'd only come here to brew the tea himself. After she took a sip of tea, the girl's eyes lit up and she said it tasted amazing, and Kazuru's mood instantly brightened. So he slid over a tray of sweets and urged her to try them. The moment Ira looked at the plate, she leaned in and asked, "Is this a cookie?" Nodding along, Sheena decided, "Yep, this country's got cookies too." She snatched a tiny bite, and the maid immediately blushed as that impossible sweetness lit up her taste buds. Next, Kazura got thrown for a loop. The cookies weren't the same at all. He panicked and blurted that he'd got ones with berries and nuts plus lecher and salty cookies too. As soon as you could tell, she was completely hooked on cookies. Then the second she asked what was inside, her eyes lit up when she heard about butter, and when she didn't even know that part, she got a full explanation about how they use well-beaten animal milk. Seeing Era's wild excitement, Sheena grinned and promised, "Next time I'll track down a recipe and learn to cook it, then we'll do it together." Era just huffed and squeezed a handful of her clothes. With a tiny stutter, the girl snapped into agreement and said, "Yeah, milk's fine." Miyagi, kept on the mansion grounds, had that power all wrapped up in her answer. Fueled by the idea, Sheena blurted that he'd be heading back to his country the next day. Then, once he came home and his hysteria settled down, they'd take care of it on whatever day worked best for Air. Just then, the conversation finally clicked. Kazura said he always shows up around this time, and if the girl wants, he'll brew her herbal tea, while Arrow quickly promised she'd bring sweets too. The very next day, the three of them, just like they promised, marched into the workshop, and inside, the work was already blasting full speed, with hammer strikes on wood ringing through the air. Shin's eyes lit up as the carpentry workshop came into view, and the moment he spotted an old man who could swivel his head and call out defective goods, Shin knew this had to be the boss. The guy sitting in that chair admitted, "Yeah, this is just a guess," and then pointed out that the blade drillers work in a shop 2 houses over, so if it's not them, go straight to the workshop that made the outer wheel parts. After all those guests gathered and rose with the rest, they declared they'd head to a different workshop and apologize for the trouble they caused. Right when the trio was about to step out, the master snapped Zirconium's name and demanded one last favor, just to say a single thing. This whole request yanked everyone back to the start, and the workshop boss started grilling them. Artisans, perfection, no mistakes, so if it really was Krupp's fault, he'd punish him himself. After that, I only asked for one thing: let me close my eyes just this once. His face twisted like he couldn't hold back the tears. Krupa's father and his best students were wiped out in the battle, and back in his workshop, one guy died while the other got his arm torn away. Only the kids of the fallen and their other family are left to keep working in his workshop, while Zirconia crossed her arms and begged him to keep telling the story. The man kept going. Everyone knew the Lord's orders came first, and that rushing or being careless was a mistake, but rage still surged as he curled the hands resting in his lap into tight fists. The carpenter's booming voice roared through the workshop like thunder, then his grin vanished because there was a limit. Many craftsmen were shipped to the battlefield to build and mend weapons, and the oldest never made it back. His voice started to shake. Becoming a true carpenter takes 20, maybe even 30 years, and now the battlefield has taken someone irreplaceable, leaving everyone in panic. Those words made the Lord let out a heavy, tired sigh. She caught Lisa's mom's reaction and cut in fast, saying the boss was right. Artisans shoulder a crushing burden to protect their lands, so you can't punish them for that, but Zirconium wasn't even on the hook for it. Those perfectly timed words lit a spark of gratitude in every artisan, making them shower Lisa with praise, while Zirconium was left standing in the dust. She looked unimpressed, folded her arms and crossed her legs, then said she had it all figured out. She wouldn't punish anyone as long as everything ended well, and once the reason was uncovered, she'd make sure it was gone for good. The crowd's joyful shouts and their heroine's name made Zirconium sigh with exhaustion, while the torn tire only managed to keep the girl upright on sheer stubborn will. So night finally slid into the domain, slow and steady. Turns out every workshop is running understaffed right now, which is why the marriages are happening at all. Zirconia wore a slightly sour expression as she muttered that yeah, it made sense, but deep down, she knew it was also her fault for not keeping it under control properly. But there's nothing you can do now, so the real question is whether she'll be able to deliver the tools that boost labor efficiency. Even as Shins says this, Zirconia looks crushed, and Shins can't help but step in to support her. With their words of support and promise ringing in her ears, Zirconia grinned and thanked them, smile on her face, tension easing off her shoulders. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough to calm the girl down, and Kazura let out a huge, relieved sigh. Then Kazura barreled into the next urgent mess. Turns out blacksmith shops are dealing with the exact same headache as carpenters, and the only way out is to fix it with newer, more advanced machines. Digging wells isn't all sunshine either. When that brown, sandy soil mixes with the water, your clothes come out reddish, and even cooking with it can ruin the food and wreck your stomach. Nelson thanked Kazura for getting them out of that mess because there was no way to lay a channel to any place. Yet right then, the guy was already plotting how to level up his well-digging skills, and he knew he'd need a true master in Japan. Remembering what happened with the artisans this morning, Sheena leaned in and asked Lei straight up, does he visit them often? Because the bond between them is way too strong to be a one-time thing. The short-haired man suggested maybe Lisa's using dirt instead of soap for her skin and hair, and that made Shin's eyes light up, so he demanded to know if she was any better with soap. Nelson admitted it really depends on what you're trying to do, but if he wants to go for it, that man will ask Lisa to hold off for a bit, only for him to slam the brakes, saying he'll ask again later. She asked Zirconia if she also used dirt like Lisa, and when Zirconia wouldn't give a clear no, it sounded more like a maybe someday, leaving her curiosity on a knife edge. The next morning, when the sun finally climbed high, Sheena tore through the notes she'd scribbled last night as she headed toward the carts. Then the moment his eyes locked onto them, he knew they wouldn't be staying put for long. Kazura said it would take him longer this time, but once he came back, he'd haul in a ton of supplies. Then he ordered Lisa to oversee the water wheel construction, and Lisa agreed fast, promising she'd do her best to save Rose. The girl abruptly dug into her pockets, thrust something into the tire's hands, and boom, out came a bracelet wrapped in red embroidery, and a blushing Lisa admitted she wasn't even sure it looked right. Thanking the girl for the gift, Kazura barely even noticed the night streaking past, but Lisa didn't miss a thing. She just smiled like, no need to say it. Once all her errands were done, she decided they were leaving, no debate. As she pushed on, he finally called out to Marie, and when he glanced back, he noticed Isaac looking a little off. He asked if everything was okay, but all he got was silence. So yeah, time to go anyway. Stretching, the girl said, all right, it's time to head to the spot where the water wheel gets put together. Then we can swing by and grab whatever we still need on the way home, so let's finish early. The maid stared at her mistress with wide eyes like she was dying to speak, but fear kept her silent. So finally, she swallowed hard and asked, what's wrong? Air started bringing up Isaac, but Lisa cut her off on the spot, snapping that there was nothing she could do and that this was way more honest than dragging time along. Yet the maid still couldn't wrap her head around it. But handing Kazura a lover's bracelet right in front of Isaac was straight up cruel, because in a love bracelet, the color does the talking. White screams, I love you. Red swings a huge range of meanings, and black is for grown-ups. But even after everything he said, Lisa stayed convinced this was way better than shutting Isaac down after his confession, and it meant the knight's reputation, plus the father's, wouldn't take a hit. She's already locked in on one thing. She'll keep her heart only for Kazura, the man she plans to call her future husband, so she has to dig into his past ASAP. Still, after those last few days of working side by side, these two somehow grew even closer. Like everyone says, the outer moat never overflows. Lisa, the maid, agreed, but she also said Isaac was still apologizing. Snatching that annoyed look from her lady air, she blurted out that she didn't mean it like that at all, only to get a heavy sigh from Lisa and a sharp command to get to work ASAP. That evening slid in way too fast, almost under everyone's radar. Then Kazura stepped out of the cart, thanking everyone for their hard work like it was routine for him to travel back and forth, even if those rides still dragged on for ages. Still, the first thing on his mind after the trip was Valletta, because 10 long days had already passed since he left. A cool breeze swept in and he shuddered hard, then Shin's eyes locked on Grisey and his face went bone white. What the hell happened here? The man in the doorway, reaching to take the basket of vegetables from the girl, snapped his head toward the retreating woman in pure shock. Shock and disbelief slammed into young Katsuro. He couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink, because what he was seeing with his own eyes felt impossible. What could possibly happen in just a couple days, and why did it all hit right here? The village gate was already locked down with a wooden fence, and guards loomed beside burning lanterns, ready for trouble. That girl burst up to Shin at the very entrance, smiling wide as she greeted him, and surprise still hadn't left the poor guy's face. He'd totally misjudged just how stubborn Valletta was. After the tires incident, the girl admitted the truth. Yeah, they've pulled off wins, but they're getting crushed by delays now, because they're short on building materials and tools. Katsuro lifted his hand in a soothing promise. She could always count on him, and right from the edge of his jacket a bracelet caught Valletta's eye, but she didn't say a word, just led the way inside the house. Sliding into Aletta's family dinner, Katsuro locked eyes with the head of the house and started grilling him about the whole hysteria problem. Still, if he dragged this out for another 6 months, it'd be over, because the city's fresh water gets shipped just like it does in the village, and once you factor in the city's layout, there's no way to deliver it to every single district. After he finished eating, he declared he was heading out for the night watch, and those words that Isaac's soldiers were posted at the entrance didn't calm a single beat in his heart. You never know what's about to go down. Still, doubts started creeping into Katsuro's head, because lately this has happened again and again, and it feels like his father's just doing everything to take care of him. Sheena's hug with Valletta was still stuck in his head, so he figured she liked him until he saw the girl in front of him. She was only 15. In his country, she'd be in high school, and anyway, he was 25. Seeing the girl staring back in embarrassment, the guy realized something was wrong, and right then, Volta snapped, raising her voice as her hands shook, making the instruments ring a little from sheer excitement. Staring at the bracelet still locked on his hand, the girl leaned in and gave it a sharp, deliberate emphasis, because she didn't need Katsuro to spell it out for her. It was a gift from Nelson's daughter. Ripping the bracelet from his own hands, the guy didn't even hesitate. He shoved it into the other person's hands, and when she stared at it, something bitter and furious flashed in her eyes, but the girl barely spoke a word, just the donor's name. Katsuro didn't even hesitate. He launched into praise the moment he met her, bringing up how she helped shape the lands and earned her respect among the townspeople, and the guy basically said the same thing. He thought she was simply kind to everyone, so of course that meant she was the right match for the bracelet. Shin didn't even clock the pale face in front of him, the trembling hands that kept clutching his clothes. He just figured, she's the daughter of Lord Lai, so marriage must be on her mind since aristocrats usually tie the knot early. With a hesitant tone, Valletta asked Sheena if she'd said something to Lisa when she handed Katsuro the bracelet, because Sheena looked totally confused about why that mattered. Sheena finally admitted she'd only asked Lisa to make sure she took care of herself. When he was asked if this bracelet meant a health charm, the Japanese native simply nodded back. Valletta broke it down for everyone. This bracelet's whole purpose is to keep Katsuro from getting hurt by pushing the meaning of Lisa's moves straight into his head, but she never said the one detail that mattered most. Sheena finally snapped out of her thoughts, looked at the girl across from him, and it hit him hard. All he was really doing was piling praise on Lisa. She fidgeted with her small hands on her knees and begged Katsuro to grab her more books when he got back home. She was craving history and those special kinds of literature. Shin didn't even flinch. He was already figuring out what Valletta wanted to read about, and he reminded her that plenty of books lined these shelves. But Valletta shot back that she'd devoured everything already, so the topic didn't really matter to her at all. When he heard that the girl could remember books on architecture, medicine, and even military affairs, his shock hit hard. But Valletta snapped back that it still wasn't enough, her whole body trembling as her voice barely squeaked out. That unfinished phrase vanished into the vast silence of space, still smiling. Then the girl just begged for her request to be carried out, and Katsuro twitched under the pressure. Then he shot back right away, swearing he'd bring whatever they needed, yes, even a whole mountain, so they kept eating calmly, even as Valletta's stare stayed razor-sharp with anger while night slowly blanketed the entire empire. Next morning, sunlight tore through the fluffy clouds and the whole village was already buzzing on the river. Women and girls were scrubbing and rinsing clothes. After wringing every last drop from the washed clothes, Valletta stuffed it all into a wicker barrel and scanned the room. Then her eyes locked onto a couple of knights, and she smiled and greeted them, instantly pulling every ounce of attention her way. Turns out one of the knights was Isaac. He walked up to the girl, flashed a quick greeting, apologized for showing up late, and asked straight up if Kazura had already left. Valletta nodded like, yeah, and in the blink of a memory, she heard Kazura's farewell. He promised he'd be back tomorrow evening, but even then, he'd have to vanish again. Maybe Isaac was so embarrassed that the whole country kept pinning the blame on that one guy for problems they couldn't solve themselves, so he fired back, saying he was doing tons for their country. Smiling at the girl, the knight insisted, Kazura, don't bolt off anywhere, just stay here and rest in the village, and I'll handle whatever I can, no matter what. Totally thrown off by Valletta's sincerity, Isaac watched her bite back her words. Then she finally pressed her lips into a thin line and admitted she had a real request for him. Clutching her chest with shaking hands, the fragile-looking girl still met the knight with unshakable confidence and asked to be taught martial arts. That request caught Isaac off guard. He couldn't figure out why a girl would even need to know something like that. Still, the answer clicked right away because it sounded like a smart, balanced choice. Valletta didn't want to feel helpless anymore when her village was in trouble. With her tiny fist clenched tight, she stared straight into the guy's eyes in front of her and declared, trembling but unbreakable, she had to protect Kazura, and that meant she needed to learn how to fight. Valletta marched in ready to grind, but Isaac shut his eyes and told her flat out, martial arts can't be learned in a single morning. And because protecting people takes even more training time, he can't just stay in the village non-stop. So the girl panicked and blurted that as long as the knight could teach her the basics, it would be enough. She can still train herself if she figures it out, because the knight keeps hammering the truth that bad training only makes retraining harder, and yeah, in his eyes, battling is no sleeping talent a girl can just wake up with. But Valletta refused to back down. She shoved an ultimatum in Isaac's hands, forcing him to say yes, and then they sprinted to a whole new place. She snatched the spear in both hands and strapped on the right gear, squaring up for war. Then he warned her about the stakes. If she failed, she had to drop this whole idea. Right then, the memory of how he demanded she pick her weapon came crashing back into her mind. Long ago, the girl said it with full confidence. The knight should pick the weapon he handles best. So when he chose a sword, he rushed to grab the gear, only to discover it was already on the girl. They shuffled apart for a heartbeat, then nodded and launched in. Again, Isaac swore he wouldn't strike first, handing Valletta the opening to go on offense, but with one rule. She had to block his counterattack. The girl gripped the spear with all her strength, her fragile hands trembling, and Isaac suddenly froze. Nothing about her looked strange, yet cold goosebumps crawled up his back. Isaac shoved his obsessive thoughts aside, snapped up a shield in front of him, and ordered the girl to strike with everything she had, because he fully meant to end his own life with that hit. Volta froze for a split second, then steadied herself with a deep breath and refused to retreat. With a shaky breath, she opened her eyes and her whole gaze flipped. Standing in front of Isaac wasn't that fragile girl anymore. It was an enraged beast, primed to lunge and tear into him any second. Once she heard Valletta was on the way, she exploded off the ground and slammed into Isaac's outstretched shield with insane speed, sending out a vicious, screeching grind. Isaac didn't see it coming. His mind froze for a heartbeat, but the very next strike came straight for his head, forcing him to stay locked in. One more second and it could have gone terribly wrong. That next strike got smacked away too, and the knight instantly cocked his blade overhead, ready to unleash a brutal counterattack. It looked like that punch hit way too hard, like it could seriously hurt the girl, and in that shock, Isaac blanked on protection, paying for it immediately. From the haze of barely coming to, the man caught a voice calling his name, but his throbbing head was so brutal it left him no room to even figure out what they were saying. Valletta's anxious thoughts burst into view as she stared at Isaac, trying to read what was happening to him right then. Clutching his busted nose, he felt the knight sting with pain, yet the young girl just kept apologizing, swearing she'd totally forgotten to hold back the force when she swung. Abruptly whipping around to the girl, the guy insisted nothing bad had happened, and that it was way more important than all this. But Isaac's train of thought got derailed instantly when he saw the girl looking completely fine, right on the edge of tears. He remembered every brutal detail. The sword slammed into the girl's hand, her weapon snapped free and flew away. And then, in the very next second, a fist came rocketing straight for his face. The whole first question hit hard. Did she really get a blessing from Kazuura? Valletta didn't dodge, she just nodded, no secrets. Isaac kept rubbing his bruised nose and said we should say it now, because even with a training spear, you can still seriously hurt someone. Then he apologized again and the girl pressed the point. Martial arts mattered. Remembering that tiny detail from their deal, Isaac finally caved and admitted defeat, and the girl practically lit up with joy. Still, a promise is a promise, so that night the master agreed to train Valletta in martial arts, then patted her on the shoulder like, "That's the deal," and sealed it with respect. That tiny shift made the girl jerk hard, and Isaac instantly remembered. She was hurt too, even if Valletta kept insisting it barely hurt. That night spiraled into pure panic. Everything happened so fast that fear hit him hard. And then he kept insisting she had to be taken to Kazuura right away, but since Kazuura wasn't there, he didn't know what he was supposed to do. Shocked by how much she'd been cared for, the girl insisted again, "I'm totally fine," and begged them to keep these workouts away from Shin. She didn't want to drag him into any trouble. Stunned by that mildly irritated look on his face, Isaac simply nodded, no hesitation at all, and swore that for Kazuura's sake, he'd keep it to himself. He rushed back to the injury and still insisted they examine the wounded arm, but Valletta cut him off, saying it wasn't worth panicking, just rest a bit and he'd be fine. Yet that brutal crunch from his hand screamed the truth. Cornered in desperation, Isaac nodded and quickly figured out just how wild this power of persuasion was supposed to be. Then the two headed straight for the village, where Isaac needed to wash up, and Valletta swore she'd bring him a towel. Just a little earlier, before Kazuura headed out, he chased down Mina, Valetta's friend, and asked how she was doing, and she told him she'd snapped back to normal, so there was nothing to worry about. He let out a breath of relief, realizing Nina was truly an amazing friend, and that Valletta had finally come back to her normal self. Nina smirked at Kazuura's reaction, laughed that Valletta was crazy lucky, and even admitted she kind of envied her. Somehow those words totally threw Shin for a loop, but Nina looked like she was having the time of her life. Kazuura let out a bitter sigh. Some schoolgirl had him fooled, and that was the last thing he expected. Then he demanded to be told the moment anything looked off, but Nina just smirked and promised she'd keep her eyes on her friend. When Kazuura finally hit the Empire's exit, he let out a heavy sigh because yeah, children are terrifying. Then he swung open the front door and straight up dove into work. "I had to call my father and order more copper and tin first, but without a car, doing it would have been a total nightmare." That towering building with its shiny second-floor panoramic windows totally fooled you, because inside, the glass blower's workshop looked downright elegant, packed with all kinds of different creations. Pausing by the containers lined with soft, cruel glass, Kazuura's mind started racing. Where should he even begin? If he used hard glass, it might come out skittish once they processed it. And then he wondered, could this turn into something he could actually sell, like a mad rush, pure hysteria? He swallowed his pride, spun to the girl who worked there, and begged, "Show me the glass processing tools, I'm doing this for the very first time." The girl stepped up without a second thought, and the very first thing she asked was how much the young man was ready to drop, because the choices were huge. Burners made for solid glass, complete with an oxygen generator or good old gas stoves. He reminded himself that Kazuura honestly didn't care what he picked. Then he grabbed the oxygen burner, right after the girl offered to show him how to use it. After they finished a full rundown on how that burner works, Sheena leaned in and said he'd take the burner they'd checked out and slot in an oxygen generator for it. No skimping, the pricier one, the better, right? Next, the store clerk told Kazuura to grab a stove used during the glass cooling stage to stop cracks from forming on the product. But Kazuura turned it down fast because that one guzzled way too much electricity. The girl said when that happens, you've got other tricks like needing this special stuff. Then she explained how to pour it into a box, slide it in from under the cookies, and set the product on top. It's suede china. And yeah, the options were already tiny, things like glasses or tweezers. She even asked if a gas cylinder was necessary, then pushed him to check with his father about anything else he might need. Yura's next target was that engineering company, so when he finally stepped inside, they told him to sit and wait, but the guy couldn't resist and started flipping through the books in the closet like he'd struck gold. A few minutes later, the door handle clicked, and a middle-aged man in a workshop burst into the room. He thanked everyone for the visit and repeated the same request Sheena had come here for. After thanking the man for answering his request, he replayed their phone call and peppered in a few extra clarifications. Because when it comes to fixing the water and the well, you're better off hearing it straight from a professional. From the tire's clues, the engineer nailed it. The dirty water probably climbs after rains, yet if it never rains, that well will finally run dry. After wrestling with options to crack the problem, Kizura shot out the idea of digging a deeper well, and the engineer nodded, saying they could also move the well to a better spot. After weighing every choice, the man pitched the idea to dig a well with their company's help. But Kajira snapped back that he wanted to do it all himself. Still, for a man, digging a well is pure romance, so with that mindset, he decided to break down for Sheena the real ins and outs of the job and exactly what tools she might need. So the night slid in without a sound, and all that non-stop chaos left Kazura wiped out. But deep down, he was satisfied because every task in the plan was finally done. Plans for the next day just showed up out of nowhere. We've got to figure out how to make oil, snag a generator, and buy a centrifuge. And Kazuru got yanked off his business plans the second his phone started ringing. His father promised the stuff he asked for would hit their house by 10 a.m. A tiny list, but huge: copper, tin, a propane tank, and a metal saw. Grateful for his help, Kazura sat there while his father rattled off every worry about whether he'd gotten into trouble, and Kazura fired back that nothing serious had happened. Anything could be handled. After a brief stretch of silence, the father tried to fire off a question about what was going on right now, but his words wobbled, leaving Sheena mildly shocked. Right in the middle of his question, the father cut him off and said it didn't matter. His son could call anytime. He'd always help. And somehow that answer only made things even more confusing, so what was really going on? Meanwhile, night spiraled into pure hysteria too, yet the two girls weren't even close to going to bed. Nana snapped at her friend, furious she kept missing her chance to confess. Stunned and not sure where to focus, she watched the letter rattle off the words that she just couldn't say it so suddenly. This answer absolutely shocked Nana. He actually said she could ask him for a hug. But she couldn't bring herself to admit what she felt, and Valletta had the perfect excuse. Then the essential oil kicked in and gave her the push she needed. Nana was stubborn and blunt, right to the point. She urged her friend to reuse the oil and make a bolder move, but Valletta snapped back that she'd be way too ashamed. After all that, she's going straight through the ground, though at first her friend's reaction hit way too hard. Once Nana saw the blushing Volta, she leaned in and asked if everything was really okay, and then admitted it was still worth saying. If Valletta keeps stalling, Kazuru is going to snatch Lee away because she already made the first move, handing that admirer a red bracelet. And honestly, it's crushing because the girl understood the whole thing perfectly. Even with the night pressing in, roaring torches lit up the scene, casting a cozy glow around two young girls, despite the fact that their bickering was anything but cute. Nana shot up from the receipt right after she snapped at her friend for not being able to make a decisive call, and then everything hit all at once. Nana jabbed a finger at her indecisive friend and pushed for it, telling Lisa that this man was already sold, no question. Valletta looked completely baffled, like she couldn't quite get what the plan was supposed to mean. Back home, Fleta braced herself on the table, eyes locked on that woven bracelet, and kept muttering the same question under her breath. What do I do next? The girl cringed with embarrassment after giving in to Nana's pressure and, at the end, making a bracelet with a white thread, and even though it all felt confusing, the steadiness in Valletta's gaze never faltered. Right when the bracelet was finished, Nana leaned in and told Shino, "Wear this every day and no one else will come near you." Then she added, "And if the guy understands what these bracelets really mean, Valletta's feelings will finally reach him." Nana slid a comforting hand onto her friend's shoulder and leaned in like it was a secret mission. She told her all she needed was a bit of patience, and once Kuzura understood what that bracelet really meant, they'd be free to flirt to their heart's content. Nana was buzzing so hard about setting her friend up with the guy she liked that she practically blurted out what she wanted, a reply for the bracelet, and then even promised the next one would come with killer black embroidery. She couldn't rein in a single thought, her eyes blazing with raw love, but Valletta's mind was already spiraling out of control around the words, "Go further." Shaking her head, the girl shot a look at her purse, pulled out a book on essential oils, then grabbed another, and flipped through them with nerves that wouldn't let go. Valletta's cheeks flared red, her heart probably stuttered like it couldn't keep up with that lavender-scented pendant hanging there and the tension in the air screaming expectation. Now answer me, please. Ira and Kazuura finally took the plunge and started whipping up butter. She scooped milk up with a ladle and strainer like it was the first step of something huge. With one neat motion, the maid tipped everything into a container, slid the glass to Sheena, then he snapped on the lid and started shaking it hard, like he was getting ready for something big. When Kazuura cracked the glass open again and admitted nothing had come of it, he knew that wasn't going to cut it. Then the racket from the kitchen roared loud enough to pull even more maids in. Every maid stared in stunned silence as Kazuura tried to shake the milk like a madman, and he just shrugged and said, "That's how butter's made." Exhaustion hit him in seconds, and he crumpled to the floor while Ira grabbed the lead and started cooking. Ira tried too, but it all spiraled into this weird little game, because the milk container started getting passed around. The maids' loud, cheerful calls and their desperate attempts to hype up the endurance battles participants cut through the air, and right then, it pulled Marie's attention, since she'd been invited to join the fun too. Marie grabbed the strange container, and you could tell she was totally lost in what was happening. Around her, the other girls started whispering that they had to work harder, shake things up, and somehow get the butter. Marie grinned with anticipation because she never imagined butter could be churned from milk, and that shock just lit up her excitement. She flipped the cup upside down and started shaking it at insane speed. Everyone went totally still, stunned out of their minds because nobody expected Marie to pull off moves like that. Still reeling in shock, everyone flinched when the maid declared the milk had frozen just right. And after thanking her, Kazuura wasted no time, grabbing it to test the final product on the spot. At first, everyone just dug in straight up with the butter, but then boom, they decided to smear it on bread instead. And yeah, it was absolutely delicious. Valletta always looked insanely cute, but only Nina knew just how soft her cheeks were, yet her friend had zero clue, treating it like some kind of joke. The sun that had been climbing all day finally started to sink over the tiny village. Morning had come, and the girl blinked open her blue eyes and sprang up from her chair, and yeah, that's exactly how she must have crashed asleep yesterday. At the same time in Japan, she sprawled on her own bed, cracked open an energy drink to fire up her health, and sparkle in her eyes geared herself for a brand new, non-stop day. The road stretched nearly empty, probably because it was still early morning, so Kazuura sprinted to his mountain cabin with no trouble at all. The moment she got out of the car, she knew she had to grab his phone, because the delivery my father kept talking about was about to hit any second, and her hunch got nailed the instant a new car roared closer. He twisted around and locked eyes with the truck charging toward him, then waited like he had all the time in the world until it finally rolled to a stop when the courier stepped out and asked if he lived there, naming the exact person he was hunting. She said it was for him, then leaned in and told the courier to drop the package and leave it right beside the house. Once the last packages hit the ground, Kazuura and the courier waved goodbye, and Kazuura sent a note of thanks just as the truck pulled away. Once the delivery was out of the box, the brunette's eyes sparkled. He'd finally gotten his hydroelectric generator. And while that new shipment hadn't arrived yet, Shino rushed to inspect it and make sure it was actually ready to work. Dug out the instructions from the bottom of the box, he started studying them right away, because the generator only kicks in if you tilt it just the right amount. The real problem hits hard. You can't install this generator in the mansion at all because the area they need is perfectly flat. When the plan collapsed, she snapped into action and started hunting for a backup. Could he even slap a water wheel onto the waterway? The second she thought it through, she realized he'd have to build an aqueduct to pull the water in. With ideas crashing into reality, the workload exploded and fresh questions keep crawling in. Can the water wheel handle the load, or do you need a brand new escape plan? Either way, you'll have to hash it out with everyone before the installation even starts. After a short wait, another delivery van rolled in, and this time they hauled off a mountain of boxes, stacked high as it spilled out. After she double-checked the courier's invoice, she finally realized the digging tools had arrived, boxes packed with all kinds of wild mechanical gadgets, each one paired with clear pictures. Those stone chisels looked razor-perfect, carved from carbide, yet as Kazuura stared, memory crashed in, drowning him in the struggle of explaining why he needed all these things. The guy also got a stash of Meiji-era tools, and that late 1800s into early 1900s timeline is exactly what helps pin down when his production really started in history. And yeah, talking about Istria, let's get into steelmaking. Finding iron should have been pure revolution, and Shino wasn't about to teach every resident how to do it, not unless the drama with the nearby countries fell into place. Closing the boxes, Brunez figured, if the iron's already been found in another country, then I don't care, I'll resell it. And honestly, that's the kind of move worth hearing about from Nelson and Zirconium. Then it hit the guy like lightning, thinking that once iron was in the mix, all that work would have been way easier, and maybe, just maybe, he should actually go buy a book on steelmaking. After double-checking every delivery, Shino reloaded it all onto his vehicle, grinned like he'd won, and said, out loud, how long it's been since he last rode like this. Once Kazuru climbed behind the wheel, he roared the engine to life and sped toward Grai's village. All right, it's time to dig. Shino killed the engine on his ride, and the very first thing he did was charge straight into Valette, because she'd come to meet him. This time, Kazura hauled in a whole load of supplies, so many that it was impossible to miss it. Volta's excited stare at the unknown goods gave away exactly how curious she was. After greeting the girl, the brunette snapped that he couldn't carry it all at once, otherwise the truck would have never survived the weight. Valette waved it off, laughing it was totally fine. With arms folded and a bright grin on her face, the blonde announced she'd just finished dinner, rice with red beans, and honestly, you couldn't say no to an invitation like that. Those girls' words yanked Kazuru's memory. He realized he'd stocked up on a ton of food the last time. In Japan, red bean rice was the kind of festive treat that people celebrated. Shino told Volta all about it, chuckling as she said they were getting a tiny holiday today, and the girl just nodded along, smiling. With a burst of bright excitement, the girl blurted out that today was a holiday, because Kashura finally came back. Those words hit the guy like a brick, and he couldn't even hide how embarrassed he was. He definitely hadn't seen this coming. Too hyped to wait, Shino practically begged to step inside. And the moment he did, the table was already laid out, dishes shining like masterpieces, so delicious looking they practically dared you to take a bite. The brunette didn't need to be asked twice, she slid right into the table. The first thing he tasted, an omelet, was straight up delicious. Valen was on the same page until he made a little slip and snatched a couple of dishes early. He kept apologizing for losing control, and then Shino stepped in, saying he understood him perfectly, while Valletta, honestly, was an absolute powerhouse in the kitchen. Blushing hard from all that praise, the blonde burst into quiet giggles, and the two guys kept going, arguing about how exquisite her dishes were, even comparing them to the food from Havel's mansion, but Shauna, she'd still pick Valletta's cooking every time. Right at the perfect moment, Valenthru dropped the bomb that his daughter would be an excellent wife. Valletta's cheeks flared red, while Kazura nearly choked on his food and had to gulp down water to calm himself. He dragged the conversation from the table to the beds where the mint was growing, and the guy explained, right to her, that sure, some sprouts start big, but they grow way slower than the book promises, and still, nothing about it looks like poisoning. They dug into why the growth was so slow, and that's when they noticed something wild. The mint, freshly fed fertilizer, shot up fast, so it looked like the real problem wasn't the plants, it was the nutrients. Kazuru leaned in and asked if she'd spotted anything weird, but she shook her head, nothing. She watered the plants all the time, and as soon as weeds showed up, she yanked them out on the spot, and that's exactly what hooked the guy. He wasted no time and demanded to know how big those weeds were. The weeds were tiny, barely a centimeter, and I yanked them out right away, and lately nothing's changed, so that's when an idea hit me. It's possible the nutrients really did get drained, because if even a little was left, the weeds would grow bigger, but they get yanked out every single time, so there should still be plenty of nutrients. Still, some nutrients had to be left behind in the pot. Valletta tended to them every single day. But while they were stuck in Austria, the other villagers stepped in and handled the rest. Exactly, they watered the plants the same way, so the moisture spread evenly, and even those stubborn root weeds could drink up the water and all the nutrients. It could mean the plants are from this world, no matter what, right? Kazura cut the girl off before she could finish saying it didn't mean anything yet. Still, those roots keep growing like crazy, and the food they provide doesn't change at all. Yet the gap in size after the cut is so baffling it's unreal. If the planted plants wither and the nutrients never get shoved back into the soil, and it keeps happening again and again, then eventually this world's soil will get stripped of every last nutrient. But yeah, that part was just a theory. But if we say that, she'll start staring at the plants even harder, trying to check every detail and prove she's right. Kazura hauled himself up off the ground and declared it was finally time to head back to Japan again. Then he asked if the guy planned to show up for dinner, and the girl got a yes, plus a sneaky request for her to cook an omelet for him. Valletta lit up at the request and gladly promised to cook it again for dinner, and that sweet deal made the guy race back on time. Once she said her goodbyes, the girl shot a sad look at the beds again. A guy and a girl sat on the shore, fishing like it was nothing, while they talked through Zirconia's wild move, squeezing out extra money so she could grab clothes and toiletries. Marie figured the money had to stretch into something else, so she was definitely going to thank Madame with the honest work of her own hands. Still blushing at her own thoughts, the girl pushed through and answered Havel's question about what she'd already gotten. Among all those buys, the guy's eyes locked onto the padlock, so when the girl didn't sign on, nerves hit hard and she rushed to explain. It wasn't for him, it was for the closet or the bedside table where the money would be kept. Quile figured it was smarter to stash the money in the bank, but he didn't force the idea. He only pushed for locking up the room itself, not every shelf inside it. Marie shot back that she didn't want to be the one to ask. Hyvel shot the girl a look and said he'd go ask for it himself, and right then her cheeks flared with pure embarrassment. Caught off guard by everything, Marie froze with no words, and then the guy gently stroked her head, telling her that in times like this, all she needed to do was thank him. Isaac stared hard at the tension rising around him. Then Hannibal burst in, fresh from fishing, and told him dinner time had arrived. Seeing that weird look on the knight's face, the guy demanded to know what was wrong, but the knight just wavered, insisting everything was fine. Isaac clocked the fishing gear in the couple's hands and demanded, were they really there? Since he hadn't seen anyone spring out of bed early that morning. Then Havel shrugged and admitted he'd spent the morning chilling by the river with his sister. The shock hit Isaac the moment he heard Marie had been hauled as his sister, because she wasn't even his blood kin. When she answered, she made it clear the guy himself hated the whole idea that their mothers were different, and Isaac finally confirmed it again. Yes, she's still his sister. The knight leaned over and asked his teammate if Kazuru even knew Marie was his sister. Then came the dreaded no. After that, the knight shrugged it off as not worth worrying about, and later he still made sure to say thanks. Isaac's face contorted with rage, but Havel had waited for the perfect moment to study Kazura's moves, and even decided to tell him the truth. With a sharp shake of his head, he snapped back that he'd done nothing wrong and never had any malicious intent. Isaac snapped his voice into the air, swearing he would have kept his eyes shut if anything moved behind Zirconium, or even behind him, because using Zeno just to push his own plan wasn't worth it. Zeno was doing enough for them already. The guy nodded hard, fully agreeing with every word, and swore he'd never do anything like that again. Still, the young man's stare hit Isaac so fast he flinched. Furious, the knight clenched his fist even tighter, drove it into his partner's chest, and as he stormed past, warned him not to ever forget the words he'd said today. Meanwhile in Japan, Kazura himself was out living his best life, hitting the shops like it was his mission, and today's shopping list was absolutely massive. The store's sellers lit up the second they saw him. Rare customers like this don't walk in every day. And before he could even look around, they started hustling recommendations like crazy. Kazura didn't feel like starting a fight with the seller, so he just nodded along, took the offered printer, and then asked the accessories he needed, paper and cuttings. Getting a printer will make those drawing jobs way easier, and don't forget to test if the Austrian parchment actually works in it. The seller kept hyping the goods, trying to save his client from feeling awkward. So Zeno stayed put and didn't switch stores, and even though Zeno wasn't really buying the details, he just went along with it all. Swinging by their usual store, Sheena plopped his card down again and loaded up with several barrels of gasoline and a huge refrigerator. Right after the guy's list, a familiar voice snapped his attention. Then the store clerk greeted her like old friends and asked what he was hunting for today. After they greeted each other, the guy flashed a friendly smile and asked if he could get someone to carry the items to the checkout, because he wanted to stroll the store and browse for himself. Kazuru turned right back to the real question and fired off at the seller, asking if they had a centrifuge, because he was itching to try and make soybean oil. The man looked totally stumped since they didn't even carry that kind of product, but he snapped back that he could still order a catalog and set up exclusive delivery for Siena, only it would come with commissions. Turns out once the money started rolling in, this guy totally forgot how to say no. He told the seller he'd be thrilled to get the goods in just 2 or 3 days, and the two of them sealed the deal. After Kazura said goodbye to the man, he kept marching down the list Valletta had put together. Sure, it was weird as hell, but I couldn't figure out why anyone would buy stuff like that. While he passed the next product, that drawing board snapped his attention, and she realized she'd been making crooked notes in his notebook, the same way she did back in university. This device would finally simplify his life. Spotted one of the shop's sellers, the brunette caught his eye, and he demanded that the man pack 2 of those boards for him. After that, the guy roamed the store a bit longer, tossing a drawing ruler, a compass, and a whole bunch more into his cart. Then he headed for a bookstore, but Valletta kept pushing him to grab fresh books because with her wide-ranging interests, that cart looked like pure chaos in the aisles. His final stop, a pharmacy. As promised, Kuzura tore back to Austria for dinner, devouring every dish Valletta prepared with both cheeks, and while he ate, she leaned in and spilled what's coming for Austria next. Jumping into the conversation, she said Austria won't start changing anytime soon, because they still need to roll out pumps and a whole lot more, and that means this takes real time. She honestly said that almost everything hinges on the pumps, and nobody has any clue when the craftsmen will finally start cranking them out. Still, Valletta dared to hope they'd be ready to work their hardest next spring. Right after Kazuru started washing the dishes, he shot out that there are craft machines and ice houses too that need building, and starting a brand new project the moment the last one ends is brutal. Everyone shrugs it off like, sure, next year's just digging wells and checking out extensions. But then wait, there are machines that can even make tools. After she finished washing the dishes, it finally hit her. He hadn't come to the girl empty-handed at all. He showed up with little souvenirs and explained every one to her. Spread across the table before Valletta sat all kinds of care products, wrapped in gorgeous, girly packaging, and it was probably the first time this girl had ever laid eyes on something like it. Right when the girl was admiring the boxes, Chanel cut in and ordered her to open them, because the inside was even more stunning. Kazuru didn't have a clue about cosmetics, but he was still grateful for the instructions. The hilarious little ad on the creams label cracked a couple up instantly, and the guy leaned in like, don't stress, those tiny skin changes are nothing. He told you to slap on some makeup, keep looking, and give it a real shot, because not everything will work out the first time. Once Valletta and Kazura finished sorting out the cosmetics and swapped to tea, she suddenly turned and decided it was time to pass over her own gift. She slid a tiny bag to the guy across from her and then demanded, open it. Inside was a wooden pendant etched with delicate carved petals, and when he lifted it, the sweet scent of lavender filled the air. The lettuce confessed she'd tried to craft an aromatic pendant, and since it was her first shot, it might have turned out a little weird, until Kazuru burst in with enthusiastic words and totally wiped her worries away. Kazura peered into the pendant and gasped. It was totally empty inside, and the girl nodded, saying the essential oil was soaked into a little cloth tucked within. Clutching the hem of her dress, Valletta blushed as she kept insisting that when Kazura came back to Istria, she wanted him to wear this pendant. With a grin on his face, Kazura stared at the gift in his hands, slid both hands behind his neck, and tied it around her right away. The pendant sat perfectly against Shin's image, and a faint blush crept up his cheeks, betraying how nervous he was. Still, he sincerely thanked the girl and promised he'd keep it locked away to himself always. She smiled at what the girl just told her, then clutched her hands in an awkward little grip. Maybe it wasn't exactly what she hoped for, but she shrugged it off anyway, like it was good enough. Next morning, Kazuro got ready to bolt. He swore he'd be back next month, but if Aletta needs anything, she can just reach out to him anytime. Fisting her resolve tight, she assured him and told Sheena, if you can do anything for him, or if the villagers can, call me too. Her memory flashed an awkward little smile, blush burning across her cheeks, and then, just like that, the basic goodbye words. She sent out the usual good road wishes, waved like a last spark of hope, and the moment the person she was waving turned his back, an awkward sadness crashed over her. Nina let out a heavy sigh, staring at her friend's face, and thought if she keeps stalling like this, they'll still drag him away, yet nothing changes. Lavender means waiting, so she forced herself to wait even while fear gnawed at her. After grabbing a small purse, Valletta stuffed it with a book on the history of metal processing, then her packing was finally done. The moment he saw his daughter slipping out, the old man snapped, "Where do you think you're going?" And she didn't even hesitate. She said she was heading for the mountains, then added that if she wasn't back by evening, she wanted to cook dinner herself. She pushed open the creaky wooden front door, grinned at her father, and told him she'd take care of it. She wanted to check iron ore herself, then dash straight to the mountains, so there'd be zero trouble. She made it out on time, but Valletta still showed up a bit late, because Lodger was already waiting for her at the spot. Blushing with an apology, she promised she'd lean on his guidance once they were in the room. The girl yanked out the ready book, jabbed one of the pictures, and told the man the whole trip was for hunting that kind of stone, the one that could be either red or black. Loder's eyes lit up as he devoured the images in the book Valletta brought, and he couldn't stop praising how insanely detailed they were, until Valletta leaned in and told him straight up that they weren't drawings at all. They were real photographs. The man's spirits lifted even higher because nobody ever expected less from a guest who came from another world, but Valletta only shrugged, saying that compared to everything else he brought, this wasn't exactly the jaw-dropper. After he finally understood what the campaign was truly for, Logger snapped his young companion to attention and told him to head for the mountains. Too bad the road wasn't exactly short. Logger's lightning-fast movements were impossible to track, and even if he'd gotten used to it, Valletta's safety still had him on edge, so he demanded, "Is this pace normal?" And Valletta confirmed it was. Even though their talk didn't go there, the guy still brought it up. He said he reminded him of that mountain cave he'd seen before. The girl opened her mouth to reply to her escort, but he shot her a warning right away, "Don't bother." He kept talking, building suspense, and then he spotted a cave that looked like a dead abandoned mine, with huge piles of stones dumped all around it, like it had to be the exact spot from that photo. Memories slammed into the escort, and he even recalled that brutal day, rain hammering down. So they ducked into the tunnel for shelter, only for it to be absolutely crawling with bats. Back then, it was brutal. They kept getting slammed with wave after wave of bat-dropping hits, and there was no escape because once it started, they'd be soaked to the skin, and those memories left zero good feelings. When they finally hit the forest entrance, Lodger said they'd traveled for ages and were almost at the finish. But Valletta was already wheezing for air and begged for a moment to catch her breath. Still, the power gap screamed at everyone. Loder hunts right around this time every year, so this isn't just luck, he knows the place like the back of his hand. While the girl caught her breath, the man plunged into the deepest part of the forest and came back holding a branch in his hands, enough to scoop up water just by tilting it and letting it drip. Lodger himself warned her not to gulp too much or her stomach would start aching, though at this point, they're probably safe now. Then she pressed a branch to her lips, thanked the attendant for looking out for her, and took just a couple of sips. After Valletta gulped down her drink, she leaned over and asked Lodger to have some too, then he just waved her off, warning her that if he drank, Kazurer would blow his top. The words didn't land right away, but the moment Valletta blushed, it was crystal clear she finally got it. Right after a brief commotion, Valletta and Loder pushed deeper into the forest, and the man hacked at the branches with a sharp knife while the girl trailed behind him, step by step. Pausing for a heartbeat, Lodger offered to haul the shiny branches himself because the door to his house has been acting up badly lately, so the others gave him a hand, and they agreed to scoop up branches on the way back. After what felt like forever, the two-person team finally tore through the thick, tangled forest, and when the scenery opened up before them, it hit them like a gut punch. Sunlight hit the stone path and a river glimmered through it like it was paved with stolen gemstones, smooth, shining, and ringed by crystals on every side, wrapping the whole place in a strange, peaceful mystery. Lodger couldn't help but gush over the new spot. His reaction was the same as the very first time, because this place was their all-time favorite for camping. And the river even has holes you can dive into to swim or snag fish. He jabbed a finger at a little pile of stones and told Valletta the photos pointed there. Then Valletta nodded, proving his hunch dead on. Trying to pass off these red stones as anything else was a nightmare, so Valna shoved the obsession aside, asked whether this river matched the one by the village and got a yes. Same river, but it keeps swallowing other streams as the current runs. A rock-solid plan snapped into the girl's head on the spot. Build a raft on the river, ship the stones to the village, dry the wood for a real fire, plus the terrain's all mountains, so they won't get in anyone's way. Loder yanked the girl out of her planned thoughts when he suddenly offered to scout the cave, talked it up on the way, and she just nodded along. Trapped between those towering rocky walls, the girl suddenly dove into her purse, grabbed the right book from the chaos, and the moment she saw the picture, everything clicked. Right where they stand now, the ground was packed with a giant vein of ore. Look at those striped patterns on the stones. As night crept in, the girl finally hauled herself home, slammed into a shower, and started plotting how to use the stuff she found. Some of it she'd save for building and other tasks, but the rest, she was keeping it all for herself. Still, she has no choice. She must run through the exact basic training Isaac drilled into her. fitness basics, sword and shield practice, weapon training, and everything else he put on her path. In Valletta's memories, Isaac always wore a serious face when he talked about learning everything step by step, because she can't do it all at once. Even so, the strength to protect the people she holds close isn't just about hand-to-hand combat. Twisting her legs together, the girl realized she had to be ready for anything, but she never seems to have a second to spare, which is why. When it was time to say goodbye, she couldn't manage a single word to him, so all she did was blurt out a shaky, "Have a good road," then stare at his back as it vanished into the distance. Clenching her tiny fists, the blonde's eyes burned with pure determination, because if she wanted to be with Kazuyuru, she'd give it her all, no matter what. She snagged the bottom of her robe off the ground, tugged her pants back into place, and then, he let out a huge, tired sigh. Sometimes it's just exhausting. Even with those humiliating memories of Kazuyura's gifts, she still forced a smile and told herself that taking a bath was totally worth it. Meanwhile, on their way to Austria, Kazuyura's escort and Kazuyura called for a night stop, and everyone, already humming with heat, had tents up and ready for the night. The four of them huddled around the campfire, and their talk about family connections caught me off guard. Yeah, a little, because Sheena just kept insisting Havel and Marie were relatives, then the twist landed, brother and sister. I couldn't help thinking I should have known that from the start. Havel pressed a hand to his chest and apologized straight from the heart, admitting he never realized that none of it mattered enough for Kazuyuru's duties. After that, Kazuyura's whole perspective flipped. He even asked the attendant if they could cut his hours so the brother and sister could finally get home together, even if it's a bit late. Isaac shot his friend a suspicious look, then forced out a quick thanks, saying they were so good together they could stay with Kazuyuru, but deep down, it made him feel something was off. She couldn't hide her curiosity anymore and pressed him with one blunt question. Why does Marie work as a maid when she's the nobleman's daughter? Turns out Havel's father got a child with a girl trapped in involuntary service. Yeah, that's how it started. And the messed up part, when you look at how many kids like that are born with the same fate, Havel can't stand it. Grinning from ear to ear, the guy snapped around to Marie and said they were crazy grateful for the new assignment. While Marie's cheeks flared pink, her nerves spiked at how sudden it was, and Shino immediately stepped in to calm her down. Kuzura stared at the trembling girl and figured that once she'd been told she was a slave, the maid's fear flared up, like she was sure she'd be fired, though the tension didn't feel like it came from that at all. And in the Brunnes memories, the words Havel once said clawed back to the surface. This was happening because he had something he refused to lose, and now it hit him. He'd been talking about Marivac. She clenched her fist, and right then, she realized how fiercely Havel and Marie loved each other, so much that she declared he didn't care about social status at all. Grinning like he meant no harm, the guy suggested they bury the awkwardness and start talking about medicine in Austria, and that offer somehow left even Havel completely baffled. He refused to veer off his plan, kept pushing the conversation toward Marie, and then, boom, he got a joyful reply that made it clear she didn't mind him at all. For some reason, it just grated on Halva's nerves, because even after he learned what was going on with Marie, his conversation partner never once stepped up to free her from slavery. In Shino's own head, only warm thoughts of brotherly love swirled, and a promise rang clear. She'd have his back if the family ever hit its absolute worst situation. Since Havel backs Marie straight on, Kuzura decided he'd back her from the shadows, and he told everyone it was smart to make sure Marie knew, then he'd explain the details a bit later himself. With a tiny twitch, he grinned, because the talk definitely didn't go how he wanted, yet if Mari really knows Kazura's true identity, they're about to get way closer, and for now, he'll celebrate this win. At last, Kashura reached Austria, stretched his aching limbs, and Zirconia hurried out to meet him, then clocked the exhaustion in his eyes and told him the long trip had wiped him out. Sighing, the brunette finally admitted, "Yeah, I made it back on time, but that trip crushed me." Then, catching on to his displeasure, Circanim snapped, "Good, because the bath is ready." With a grateful nod to the girl for guarding his well-being, Kazura dove his hand into his bag, while checking whether she'd already taken a bath. When he heard the bad reply, the guy shoved a tiny bag into the hands, claiming it was a little hot spring souvenir, all wrapped up with a great smell, helping melt fatigue away, and even a set that includes soap and shampoo. Beaming with joy, the girl thanked him for the huge pile of gifts, then promised she'd try every single one today. After thanking him, Kuzura leaned in and demanded Zirconium meet him after the bathroom. She froze with pure shock, but he kept talking, insisting he wanted to hand her something else. All those jars he dragged along for the ladies of this world flooded his mind, along with the brutal fact that Sir Kanayam couldn't speak Japanese, so he'd have to stand there and explain everything himself. The girl leaned in and asked Kazuya if he wanted to see her in a weird, unfamiliar form. He froze from the shock, but he didn't think twice about it, while zirconium clamped down on her hand like a warning. After a warm bath, she changed into fresh clothes, hauled the refrigerator full of food in his arms, and feeling proud, she smiled with an eye did it glow. Kazuya spread the cosmetics across the table, then slowly dove into the instructions, right as zirconium started pounding on the door. She swung the door open, slipped into the room in a thin nightgown, and rushed out an apology for keeping everyone waiting, her embarrassment burning hot. He pulled her over and told her to sit down right now. He was going to make tea. She stared at him like, why on earth am I on the bed? Since the truth was, they'd be way more comfortable at the table. Finally, Kazuya tore his eyes from the mess in his head and focused on how the girl looked, then shoved away those dirty thoughts, blaming it all on the fact that he was just overthinking. Zirconium tried to kick off a conversation, firing questions about why his new bath products felt so suspicious, but the answers never landed and the whole thing fizzled out fast. With a sheepish grin, Kazuya turned toward the girl on his bed, blurted that the tea was ready, warned her to watch out so she wouldn't get burned, and then his words cut off mid-sentence. Zirconium sat on his bed trembling, part fear, part chill, and crystal tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. What's going on? Zirconia kept the whole thing rattling, and when she finally said she knows your name, her voice shook, and the guy practically jolted on the spot. Suddenly, his head spun out of control, and his mind kept replaying a non-stop storm of thoughts, because there was no way that guy could have understood what was happening. Through trembling tears, the girl begged, I'll do everything right, I swear this is my first time, and please, be gentle with me. Right after that, Kazuya snapped back into his senses, yanked there by magic. Even if the guy snapped back to his senses, the fact that she broke down into tears stunned him, and then it hit him like a punch. It was all his fault. After apologizing, Kazuya rushed into his explanation. He'd called the girl over for the wrong reason. He swore he only wanted to hand her a few things and thought the room would feel more comfortable for her, and that's when she finally decided. Her Herconia hadn't fully stopped trembling yet, but the tears had finally stopped streaming down her cheeks. Then she understood what just happened, and the world fell silent for a couple of beats. The shaking finally vanished, but then the tears burst back out, stronger than ever. She blurted out how sorry she was. How could anyone even think she'd be chosen for something like that? Because the mansion was packed with plenty of other beautiful girls. Blasted right into the girl's self-punishment as tears finally broke free, Kazuya then gushed that zirconium is breathtaking, and that it spills out a healing aura that feels like salvation. For some reason, his words got twisted into meaning that he wanted to do what was racing in an innocent woman's head. So Kazuya snapped an exact denial, then pushed to end today's adventure right there. With a tiny tremble, the girl bowed toward Shino, choking out apologies, and Shino mirrored the bow right back. The whole moment felt insanely strange. The moment the door shut behind the zirconia, the brunette yanked himself by the hair, spiraling into panic about what kind of face he should wear when he meets a girl now. How could he be this stupid? Even if it was just a misunderstanding, that tear-streaked face still hit like a punch, and the brunette realized, no matter what, he never wanted to be hated so badly it broke him into tears. Still, he figured it was better to fall asleep right now. Bursting into her own room, she slammed the door behind her and fought for air. Then zirconium slid down the wooden panel inch by inch until she hit the floor. It was a whole different world with a totally different person, and deep down, she still knew she was clean, but she never wanted to see those kinds of scenes again. Memories of those old days flashed to life right in front of my eyes, pain, tears, screams, and I can't believe she's still letting it break her down like this, because she misses her family like it's tearing her heart apart. A soft knock jolted him out of bed, and he swung the door open for Marie to step into his room. Then the maid greeted Tom, wished him a good morning, and told him to look after her today, like this was just how every day starts. Perched on the edge of the bed, the guy managed an awkward, half-asleep grin and waved at the guest like, "Hey." Then he lifted his hand and beckoned the girl over. Kazuya motioned for her to come sit with him. It all led him into this huge snow-white closet. Then the guy pointed and insisted, "This is a refrigerator. From now on, Marie, you take every product out of here. The food here stays good way longer because it's always kept cold," and for some reason Marie just couldn't hide it. Fear and pure confusion lit up her face. Kazuya kept talking to the girl, breaking down how the new device works, then pointed out that for today you should start with soup from a bag, and yeah, grab that canned bread too. He cracked open the door to the dining room, and right away, Kazura heard Nelson's greeting. He shot one back just as fast and didn't skip saying hello to Lisa, who was sitting at the table. The second she spotted the empty chair at the table, she fired off a question, where was Zirconium now? But Nelson's reply was all fog and half-truths, saying the girl was worn out from overwork and would just stay in her room for a bit. Kazura's face drained of color as the man at the table leaned in and told him, Zirconium had been grinding non-stop until yesterday, and all that built-up fatigue finally hit him. Awkwardly pushing the chair away and dropping into it, Kazura swore it wasn't just fatigue, it was what happened yesterday, and he should have faced it way sooner. Lisa's voice yanked the guy out of his Zirconium thoughts, and she told him she'd take over to help with the work now. Because the water wheels are already installed, they can finally move on to the next tasks. Lisa told everyone this kind of outcome only happened because countless workers busted their backs, but still, she didn't stop there. The girl personally trekked through the homes of wounded soldiers, cornering them one by one to ask if she could help in any way. Even so, the fighters weren't just swinging weapons. They already knew the basics to set up camps and run those sedimentation machines, so they could jump in and handle the small jobs the builders had no time for. Kazura couldn't believe this way of solving the problem, and the townspeople even trusted Lisa, because the whole idea of the two sides coordinating their shared interests depended on her alone. After she wrapped up Lisa's work questions, she leaned in and asked the guy to give her some time after they ate. Then Nelson smiled and said, if this talk is about what we discussed last time, you can walk into any room you want. Lisa stepped into a room crammed tight with cabinets packed from wall to wall with books. Then she was told, this is the archive, where tons of documents are stored. She clutched a candle in her hands, the only light in the room, and kept talking, saying the bulk of the documents are stored here, while the truly important ones are locked away in her father's office. After they finally tracked down the right document, the couple rushed to the table and pored over the plans where the artisans were rebuilding the water wheels. And somehow the wooden box got tougher, stronger, but Liz couldn't figure out why. She tucked a stray strand behind her ear and told him, this is what I wanted to show you, and the guy, fired up with pure energy, started studying. After poring over the drawings in detail, Kazura saw everything lined up, no issues at all, and decided it was time to test one as the prototype before mass production. Lisa shot a tiny fist to her chest, pouring out heartfelt thanks to Istria, then asked how she could repay him, only for Kazura to cut in at once, saying there was no need. In the middle of the country spiraling into chaos, nobody had a clue what to do until Kazura showed up and hope slammed back into the future. Lisa wanted to thank him and prove she could be useful. The girl was buzzing with excitement about working with Shino, ready to help him in any way she could, so she stepped a few paces closer to prove she meant it. Lisa spotted something on the guy's neck, asked what it was, and he snapped back that it was an aromatic pendant, hiding a cloth inside, soaked in essential oil. The girl slid her thin fingers onto Kazura's neck without a second thought, and his face instantly burned red. Then she mentioned how the pendant's floral pattern felt so calming. With a jitter in her voice, Lisa asked where Kazura even got that pendant, and Kazura told her he'd received it when he came back to the village for the last time. With a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes, the girl called his name and gently pressed her hand to his chest. The air turned weird and suffocating, and they were still trapped alone in that room, Lisa standing way too close, cheeks a little flushed as she kept repeating the guy's name. The door groaned, shattering that heavy silence, and Kazura snapped back to her senses, stepping away from the girl. Then Lisa's father burst into the doorway, staring them down and demanding why they were still there. For some reason, the girl gave a too calm little smile and said, like it was nothing, that they'd been looking at the drawings together. Nelson blinked in shock. This room was already pitch dark, so it felt like the drawings were begging to be dragged into the living room where the light could finally hit them. Lisa shot her father a question as soon as he stepped into the archive. Why are you here? And he told her he had to collect army-related documents, because if he didn't, Zirconium would start worrying. Spotting a way to slip out without being near Lisa, Kazura leaned in and asked if he could study the documents too, claiming he wanted to get a little hands-on with military affairs. The man shrugged it off, then blurted that he couldn't really say much, so Shino didn't even flinch. He stepped in, offered to help with the documents, and insisted that the key points were all they needed. Lisa, left behind, wore a smile, but a sharp hatred burned in her chest, fueled by how close she was to reaching her goal, and that pendant resting on Kazuura's neck clearly had her rattled. Wearing a gift from a commoner felt like a confession, like it proved he was just like them. And somehow, Lisa still sensed a woman's presence in it, even though that bracelet of mercy should have been a warning to everyone. And on top of that, her own father had crashed her plans, so when the girl stayed silent, the two men snapped their heads toward her and shouted, demanding an answer. Lisa gave a little shrug like she could hide the chaos raging inside, then flashed a smile and calmly trailed the man. The new drawings sparked a great discussion, and seeing how they'd fit into everyday life went super smoothly, plus Lisa's sharp communication skills helped crack the tough problems fast. Time kept slipping no matter what, and the plans rolled forward surprisingly calmly, while Kazuura stayed locked in on eating well, with Marie making sure he didn't miss a thing. Fresh out of the shower, Shino stepped into the kitchen, and there was Era, clearly waiting for him as she hurriedly apologized for showing up so late. She didn't want to yank him away from what he was doing, so this time she decided to finally cook up the sweet she'd been hyping and begged Shino to taste it. On the table sat a little bowl of fruit, bursting with bright juice, and compote born in medieval Europe was basically dessert magic. Chunks of boiled fruit tangled in a sugary syrup made from wine, spiced to perfection. She slid the air tea and fresh desserts right in front of him, and he didn't even hesitate. One taste proved it. The sweetness hit just right, and the flavor was spot on, turning the whole moment into a calm, cozy chat over tea. After they finished dessert, Kazuura leaned over and demanded to know if Era had ever gone into Zirconia's room, and Era nodded, saying she only did it to hand over her work reports. Then Shino stepped in and shot her a question. Give me something. Jars packed with every kind of cosmetic lined the table, and Kazuura tried to explain how to use them all, yet etc. only managed to go ashen. That reaction hit him like a truck. Suddenly he remembered how badly he wanted to know what Nelson and Zirconium had been saying about him this whole time. After all, the man had already insisted Kazuura was just a friend, but nobody ever really knows how these things twist and turn. Arab started talking with her chin dipped, then snapped, Kazuura is Grayson, and the room buzzed because even that didn't shock the guy himself. Then the girl blurted that she'd heard it too, that he'd come to hand out the blessing of power, and that already hit like a bomb. Why does everyone know this? Kazuru's mind immediately raced. What power were they even talking about, and who else knew the secret? But the answer never came. It's possible these rumors took off because prisoners who'd fought in the village of Grissy ended up caught and blamed. Kazuura snapped out of his thoughts and wanted to grill the maid for every last thing she'd heard. But the moment he saw her terrified face, he flashed a calm smile and told her not to fear, then urged her to keep going with what they'd been talking about. 2 days later, right there in the meeting room, Shino finally met Wasserconium again. This time, the girl rushed out an apology for vanishing so long, but the guy just grinned and said what he'd delivered had been put to work and absolutely crushed it. The moment the guy sat down, Lisa shot him a guilty look and admitted she couldn't help today. She had a meeting to attend, and that was perfectly understandable. With a sheepish apology for the wait, Lisa told everyone the troop inspections were going to hit in just 3 days. Zirconium was totally hooked on this. She'd just been given a quick rundown on the armament, and if nobody raised a hand in protest, she was going to see it all firsthand. And boom, she cut off Lisa's spell of admiration. Zirconia clocked Lisa's talkative grin, flapped her hands, and snapped that her words weren't worth a second of attention. She cleared her throat, nervously offering, "If you need anything, just come ask me." But Kazuura shot back that he honestly didn't get a thing about all this, so yeah, he wasn't exactly going to be much help. Nelson insisted that she'd already delivered huge help in cracking the cases, but he warned that they still needed guidance about the military unit. After all, they were already in his debt, and with that, he lowered his head and finished bowing. Cutting in mid-awkward streams of gratitude, Kadusra pushed past the politeness, just trying to find out what data they even had. Yet the conversation stretched on way too long. After a while, in one corner of the city, Kazuura checked everything off and reported that it was all set. Now they could finally begin. He gripped a crumpled piece of paper in his hands, and at last, today, he finally shows up right here, the same thing the native world has been craving and buying for ages.